Back to the apocalypse, building the ultimate safe house, the campus beauty begs for shelter. Backstabbed by my first love, the campus beauty girlfriend, I reborn 9 days before the apocalypse, holding the space cube with infinite space. Sell off all assets and let my green tea girlfriend's family take over. Activate the crazy hoarding mode. All meat, vegetables, water, snacks, supplies, everything bought by the ton. Transform the villa into a steel fortress. Transform luxury cars into mobile tanks. Hundreds of billions worth of supplies, all in my hands, as I prepare for the apocalypse. Seize the advantage. Awaken a second superpower and become the apocalypse sword immortal. My backstabbing campus beauty girlfriend begs for shelter? One swipe of my hand, and she is erased. Chapter 1, Rebirth. The Space Cube. This is 9 days before the apocalypse. Xu Changxing sat on a golden Nanmu chair, staring blankly at the nearby mechanical clock. The screen of his phone glowed, showing the date. He sat by the window, basked in warm sunlight, his mind in a state of shock. After the apocalypse arrived, terrifying waves of zombies took over the world. Humans not only had to deal with zombies but also struggled to survive amidst mutated plants and animals. Countless natural disasters erupted one after another, and within a short time, humanity was almost wiped out. In his previous life, Xu Changxing had struggled for 2 years in the apocalypse, awakening as a space-type ability user. However, just when he killed a zombie king and was about to take its crystal core to enhance his strength, he was betrayed by his girlfriend, who had been his protector for 5 years. That vile woman surrounded him with a group of people. Taking advantage of his serious injuries, she snatched the zombie king's crystal core from him, then cruelly dismembered him, using his body as food. Thinking back to the pain he endured before his death, Xu Changxing slammed his fist on the table next to him. Damn it! Xu Shiqing, that vile woman. The apocalypse was full of danger, and relying on his retired soldier strength, Xu Changxing protected this first love girlfriend everywhere. He thought he could secure a sliver of survival with her in this harsh world. But who would have thought, even the woman he trusted with his life would backstab him? I never expected to be reborn back to the days before the apocalypse. Since that's the case, everyone who stands in my way must die. There were only 9 days left before the apocalypse. Xu Changxing temporarily pushed that vile woman to the back of his mind, quickly planning his next moves. In fact, zombies weren't the most terrifying things in the apocalypse. It was hunger that was the real threat. Without food, one would starve to death before even encountering a zombie. In the chaos of the apocalypse, cannibalism among humans was not uncommon. He himself had died from being dismembered by that woman. Food, I need to stockpile more food. Xu Changxing squinted his eyes. From this moment on, hoarding various survival supplies would be his top priority. As long as he had enough food, he could live comfortably in the apocalypse. He wouldn't have to be like others, raising a butcher's knife to the elderly, women, and children for a meal, or desperately fighting monsters for food. I've got money, but the question is, where to store their supplies? Xu Changxing felt a bit regretful. In his previous life, he was a space-type ability user. He could slay a zombie king and was no slouch in terms of strength. He also had his own personal space. If that space were still around. At the moment this thought crossed his mind, Xu Changxing suddenly sensed a surge of energy. His eyes immediately glowed with a faint blue light like 2 ancient stars. The next moment, he saw his ability. In his sea of consciousness, a mysterious magic cube, slightly larger than his palm, floated in the air. The magic cube had 10 faces. Each face was as deep as the cosmos itself. Mysterious runes, like ancient symbols, flowed across the surface, as if it were alive. Xu Changxing's eyes lit up. He snapped his fingers lightly, and the cube began to spin rapidly, eventually forming a face. Engraved on it was an image of a portal. The portal seemed to connect to an endless space. Xu Changxing's mind moved, and he entered the space within. Just a little bit of awareness, and he quickly realized. A whole 100,000 cubic meters of space. All hidden within this magic cube. Has it increased by 10 times? Xu Changxing was somewhat surprised. After all, in his previous life, this magic cube only had 10,000 cubic meters of storage space. But even in his previous life, just having one face of the magic cube was enough to give Xu Changxing a foothold in the apocalypse. And in this life, Xu Changxing would certainly unlock all 10 faces of the magic cube. When that happened, what kind of surprises would the space cube bring him? Exiting his sea of consciousness, Shu Chanxing's thoughts withdrew from the cube. Now, he had a place to store supplies. Next step, spending money. Time to buy up all the supplies. He would fill this 100,000 cubic meters to the brim. Shu Chanxing's parents were both deceased, but they left him a large fortune and a company. In the whole city of Hai, the Shu family had numerous enterprises. Counting it all up roughly, their combined value was in the billions. And Shu Chanxing had around 500 million in liquid assets on hand. He picked up the phone on the table and immediately called the underground bar he owned. The bar, named Qianshong Renjian, Heavenly Realm, was one of the most famous money-spending pits in High City. It wasn't just a bar, it was an entire building at scale comparable to a 5-star hotel, even surpassing it in some aspects. There, as long as you had money, any service was available. Hello? Mr. Shu, how can I help you? Bailu, I need you to drop everything you're doing and remember what I'm about to tell you. Yes, Mr. Shu. Immediately, under my name, place orders for all kinds of survival supplies. Start with 100,000 boxes of instant noodles, 100,000 boxes of sausages, 100,000 boxes of compressed biscuits, and 500,000 boxes of various canned foods. Additionally, order all kinds of meats, fresh produce, and frozen foods, starting with 50 tons, no upper limit, buy as much as you can. Include beef, lamb, pork, fish, all kinds of vegetables, fruits, frozen meat, frozen dumplings. And don't forget the seasonings: sugar, vinegar, oil, salt, and all the grains and noodles we eat every day, buy them by the ton. Also, buy medical supplies, such as anti-inflammatory medicines, antibiotics, cold medicine, and all kinds of medical equipment like bandages and gauze. Get as much as you can. Besides that, clothes and bedding. Whether they are warm or waterproof, blankets, mattresses, pillows, socks, buy as much as you can, but don't overdo it. And all daily necessities, I want everything. Think about what's missing and get it. Treat this as a mission to stockpile supplies before the apocalypse. Finally, the most important thing, water resources. All kinds of bottled water and purified water, no limits on quantity, buy as much as possible. I'm giving you a 500 million budget. More will come. Don't worry about money. You can pay the deposit now and pay the balance later, with a deadline of 10 days. Bai Lu was his most trusted subordinate. She was also someone his parents had raised, managing all of Shu Chanxing's company operations and business. That's why Shu Chanxing trusted her with this task. Of course, Shu Chanxing understood the saying, don't put all your eggs in one basket. So, he did give Bai Lu 500 million for now, while also starting to procure supplies on his own. Best case scenario, both sides work simultaneously. If something goes wrong on Bai Lu's side, Shu Chanxing could step in and fix it. At least the eggs wouldn't all break. Why am I doing this? Just understand that this is my decision. I want you to collect as much as possible within 7 days. If you don't want to do it, then you can leave. I'll fire you. Shu Chanxing didn't have time to care about Bai Lu's doubts. He directly put pressure on her, fire her if she hesitated. As the girl his parents had raised, Bai Lu was deeply attached to the Shu family's legacy. She had sworn to manage the family business well. Now Shu Chanxing used this as leverage, and Bai Lu had no choice but to comply. After transferring the 500 million, Shu Chanxing was nearly penniless. But that didn't matter. He knew that there would always be someone willing to take over his family's assets. Thinking of the woman who had backstabbed him, Shu Chanxing sneered and dialed Shu Shiqing's father. Uncle Shu, I've got something to discuss. Chapter 2, Let the Backstabbing Girlfriend's Family Take the Fall. You know, Shiqing and I are about to get married, and I want to throw her a grand wedding. However, I've been a little tight on money recently. If the wedding is too shabby, it will be embarrassing for both our families. How about this? Could you lend me a few billion for now, just to tide me over? Shu Hongbor furrowed his brow. This call from Shu Chanxing caught him completely off guard. This kid has no money. How is that possible? With all the assets he owns, especially the Qianshong Renjian, Heavenly Realm bar, how could he possibly run out of cash? His eyes gleamed, and Shu Hongbor immediately burst into laughter. Chanxing, if you're asking Uncle Shu for money, I'd sell everything I have to help you, of course. But you know, business is tough these days, and I really don't have much on hand. Besides, do you really need to spend billions on a wedding? Isn't Shiqing still young? I don't want to let her go so soon. Shu Changxing didn't bother arguing with the old man. This guy had always been eyeing the inheritance his parents left him. Time and time again, he had tried to convince him to use that inheritance as a dowry for Shu Shiqing. Of course, Shu Changxing had always refused. But now, Uncle Shu, the wedding is important. How about you lend me the money, and I'll temporarily hand over Qianshong Renjian for you to manage. Once I have the funds, I'll buy it back. How about that? Shu Hongbo raised an eyebrow. So eager for money. He's willing to use Qianshong Renjian as collateral? Previously, Shu Changxing was like a lion protecting his territory, refusing to let anyone touch what his late parents had left him. Now, he is ready to mortgage it. This didn't seem like a wedding preparation at all. And who needs billions for a wedding? He probed. Changxing, don't mind me asking, but is everything okay? Is there some kind of difficulty you're facing? Shu Changxing squinted and smiled slyly. Aha! You figured it out, Uncle Shu. Actually, someone dragged me to Las Vegas for a bit, and now I've lost everything I had. What? You went gambling? I swear, once I get back on my feet, I'll never gamble again. I'll make sure to live a good life with Shiqing. There was a long silence on the other end. Finally, Shu Hongbo's voice came through, sounding as if he were both angry and disappointed. He spoke in a low voice, "Don't worry, Qianshong Renjian will be safe with me. But after this, no more gambling, understand?" Shu Changxing smiled coldly. The old man acted like he was a responsible adult, but he was the one encouraging him to gamble in the first place. Shu Changxing nodded immediately. Of course. But will the money arrive today? I can sign the contract anytime. Shu Hongbo didn't hesitate. He nodded quickly. All right, but I really don't have much cash right now. 3 billion. No, how about I give you 5 billion? The value of Qianshong Renjian far exceeded 5 billion. It could easily fetch 10 billion, and someone would buy it. Shu Hongbo had initially considered squeezing him for a lower price, but he was worried that Shu Changxing might sell it to someone else if the offer was too low. So, he bumped the price up by another 2 billion. Shu Changxing didn't hesitate at all and agreed instantly. Though Qianshong Renjian was his mother's legacy, it would only be a useless building once the apocalypse began. It was better to turn it into money now, giving him a better chance to survive in the end. He was sure his parents would support this decision from above. Let us sign the contract today, and Uncle Shu will send the 5 billion immediately. Not a penny less. You can count on me to handle this. Shu Changxing hung up the phone. Looking at the darkened screen, his expression grew cold. He had arranged to meet Shu Hongbo at 9 p.m. tonight. It was only 10 a.m. now. Plenty of time to secure the deal. Meanwhile, in a large flat by the river in Lingjiang, Shu Hongbo kicked the woman out from under him, his face glowing red with excitement as he summoned Shu Shiqing. Sweetheart, come here. Shu Shiqing had just woken up and saw her father looking more excited than usual, a trace of disdain flashing in her eyes. What's going on? It's still so early. Didn't you spend all night with those women? Aren't you tired? Har har har. I'm tired, but I didn't call you here for that. Oh. Shu Shiqing raised an eyebrow. Then why did you wake me up? Shu Changxing just called me. That little bastard must have been dragged to a casino and lost billions. He asked me for money. I only spent 5 billion and got Qianshong Renjian in return. What? Shu Shiqing's eyes widened in shock. Qianshong Renjian? That's the super luxury bar comparable to a 5-star hotel. It's the only legal, large-scale entertainment venue in the country. Shu Changxing usually treated the ownership of Qianshong Renjian like his most precious possession. And now, he was willing to sell it for just 5 billion. Is that true? Of course. Tonight, I'll meet him in person to sign the contract. He is desperate to get the money to cover his losses. Thinking of Shu Changxing, Shu Shiqing's disgust grew. This guy has no ambition. He inherited such a big business after returning from the army, but instead of using it as a dowry for me, he hands it over to another woman. Now, he is gambling again. What a waste. Har 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 har. This time, that little bastard will lose everything. And when his company goes under, it will be ours in the end. Shu Hongbo's face flushed red. Didn't he expect that little bastard to be so dumb, just like his mother? They both deserve it. Dad. I've said it before, I'm not marrying him. What's left of him once the money is gone? I'm not marrying a loser. Don't worry, my dear. If one Shu Changxing is gone, isn't he there still a Liu Chengfeng? Seeing her father treating her like an object to be passed around, Shu Shiqing's eyes flashed with malice. Back in college, it was him who made her get close to Shu Changxing. Now, she had him completely under her control, but his money never came through for her. Her father took it instead. Now that she was done using him, he wanted her to seduce someone else. But as the thought crossed her mind, she quickly hid her emotions. She scoffed in her heart. She walked to the kitchen. She heated up a glass of milk and handed it to Shu Hongbor, putting on a false smile. Dad, your stomach is bad, so drink some milk first thing in the morning. All right. Good girl. Tonight, let us go get Jian Sheng Ren Jian from him. If he doesn't pay up, it'll be ours. I can't wait. When he can't pay, I'll call off the engagement. Of course, no problem. Chapter 3, Crazy Stockpiling. At the entrance of the mountain manor left by Shu's father, Shu Changxing received a call from Bai Lu and was already waiting here for the first delivery convoy to arrive. Because the quantity of goods Shu Changxing wanted was large and the categories were very diverse. Therefore, although Bai Lu has not arranged all the supplies yet, just a few types of supplies have already formed a continuous convoy. Trucks were piled up in front of Shu Changxing's manor. Fortunately, the manor his father left him was in a mountain. Therefore, there are usually not many people there, and it is large enough to accommodate dozens of trucks on the road. Oh, you must be Mr. Shu. You look really young and promising. Do you know these goods? A middle-aged man with a greasy face got out of the front car, his face smiling so much that it looked like it was about to bloom. Shu Changxing raised his chin towards the open space behind the villa. Put the goods in the warehouse over there first. If there is no space, pile them on the ground. Become. At this time, Bai Lu called again. Boss Shu, the trucks carrying fresh vegetables and meat have also arrived. Which side should we ask them to board from? The car in front can't stop any more. Let them take their car to the back. It's cold on the mountain. Let's pile it there first. Yes. Next. It's just transporting materials one truck at a time. Bai Lu did not allow all the vehicles to come up at once. Instead, they each set their own time. Avoid so many vehicles blocking the mountain road. That's 1,000 boxes of antibiotics. These are 500 boxes of compressed biscuits. That's 200 tons of fruit. That's 1,000 barrels of pure water. Truckload after truckload of goods were constantly being moved and unloaded. The mountain road, which is usually deserted, is now almost completely packed with vehicles. Whether it is the front mountain or the back mountain, there are many people unloading goods. In the woods, boxes of supplies were stacked. Shu Changxing rode his bicycle through the mountains and forests. Everywhere he walked, all the supplies around him will disappear. However, Shu Changxing did not dare to be too careless and let others discover the secret of his ability to store things. Now the ability that the Rubik's Cube brings to him is only storage. He doesn't have any powerful offensive means yet. If others found out that he could store things, how many people would covet him? This is something Shu Changxing has to guard against. Therefore, although he collected a lot of supplies, there were always some boxes left piled up. One glance gives one the impression that the mountain is probably piled high with supplies. I spent the whole day busy collecting goods. The delivery convoy gradually dispersed. All materials moved. Shu Changxing felt extremely tired. After all, he had been riding his bike all day. Call Bai Lu and ask him to tell the delivery guys to wait until tomorrow. Shu Changxing ate a few mouthfuls of food and fell asleep. While he was sleeping, the magic cube in his sea of consciousness emitted a bright blue light, and a stream of energy was injected into his body. It seemed like it was helping him transform his physique. The old guy is calling you. The old guy is calling you. Haven't slept for long. The ringing of the phone suddenly woke Shu Changxing up. He answered dazedly, "What's the matter?" "Changxing, it's Uncle Shu. Do you still want the money? I'm coming over to sign the contract." I heard it was an old man named Shu. Shu Changxing's sleepiness disappeared instantly. "Yes. Of course. Is it time?" Then Uncle Shu, please come quickly, I can't wait. Listening to Shu Changxing's urgent tone, Shu Hongbor sneered. It seems that this guy is really addicted to gambling. What a stupid little bastard. I thought so in my heart. Shu Hongbor nodded repeatedly. Okay, Uncle Shu, I'll be right over. End the call. Shu Changxing stood up from the sofa. It will take some time for the old guy to come over. Before the other party arrives. He had to quickly collect all the supplies in the front mountain. Lest that old man notice anything is wrong. When unloading, Shu Changxing asked the workers to store the various materials separately. This also makes it easier for him to collect. Therefore, he quickly collected all kinds of supplies near the manor into the Rubik's Cube space. Even the back mountain was basically cleared away. Who knows if that old guy will drive over from behind, so of course he has to be prepared first. Finished collecting the supplies, Shu Changxing finally relaxed. After riding his bicycle back to the villa in the manor, he found a spare machine and downloaded a bunch of gambling software. Then mess up the living room. Then break a few more plates and bowls. Perfect. Looked in the mirror. He had been busy all day and had sweated a lot. As a result, after a nap, my hair is now so messy that it's unbearable to look at. Even the styling is there. Finally, I have some free time. Shu Changxing came to the bedroom. There is a display case on the table. Hiss. Meet Shu Changxing. A small black snake suddenly emerged from the display case. Rice grains. Shu Changxing immediately walked quickly to the display case. Put your hand in the display cabinet. The rice grains immediately clung to his palms. The little snake was not big, its scales gleamed under the light, and its pair of vertical pupils were dark and deep. It crawled from Shu Changxing's palm to his shoulder. He looked as if he had already recognized his master. This was the gift Shu's mother gave him when he was 18 years old. After his parents passed away, it was Mi Li who accompanied him through those negative times. Rice grains are amazing, they are clearly cold-blooded animals. Yet they are as close as cats and dogs. The end of the previous life came suddenly. He never returned to the manor, and the servants certainly would not take the rice with them when they ran away. Even when there is no food, those people might even mistake rice grains for meat. Don't worry, Mealy, I won't let anything happen to you in this life. He tapped Mi Li's head with his index finger. The little black snake seemed to understand and even rubbed his fingertips. I almost forgot to stock up on some supplies for you. Shu Changxing sent another text message to Bailu, asking her to stock up on some snacks for her pet snake. Mi Li seemed very happy to see Shu Changxing. It slipped roughly into his collar. Ouch, it itches. Shu Changxing laughed out loud and was about to pull out the rice grains. The doorbell rang at the gate of the manor. Shu Changxing paused and narrowed his eyes slightly. When he arrived at the gate, he saw a Bugatti parked in front of his manor through the display screen. Open the manor gate. The Bugatti drove into the yard. Stop at the door of the villa. A tall and strong man walked down. Open the car door for Shu Hongbor. Shu Hongbor was overweight and had a slightly bald head. After he got out of the car, he smiled and said, Lawyer Tang, I'm really sorry to bother you this time. The tall man bowed his head respectfully. This is all my job. Shu Hongbor couldn't wait and walked straight to the door of the villa. The passenger door opened. Shu Shiqing came to the man. Glanced at the other person. There was a flash of emotion in both of their eyes that only the other could understand. Is the contract ready? The tall man smiled and said, the biggest beneficiary will be you, miss. Shu Shiqing nodded in satisfaction. That's good, brother Tang, I missed you so much. Shu Changxing is a loser. He doesn't even dare to touch my hand. He pretends to be innocent. I can't stand him anymore. An evil look flashed across the man's eyes, and a lewd smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I will remove all obstacles in your way. I trust you. Shu Shiqing curled her red lips, and her white index finger slid along the man's neck and lifted his chin. She smiled slightly. He turned around and walked towards the villa. Chapter 4, he cheated his cheap girlfriend out of 1 billion. I bet on 4 points. I will definitely win this time. I will definitely win. Shu Hongbor and the other two had just walked into the villa. Then I heard bursts of crazy roars. Come to the living room. Shu Shiqing saw Shu Changxing looking crazy, staring at his cell phone. The surroundings were in a mess. There was not even a servant in the house. Xu Shiqing rolled her eyes secretly. This waste. She thought he was pretending, but now it seems that his decadent appearance alone makes him unworthy of her even looking at him again. Useless thing. I originally thought he had some value. Get married first, and when she takes over all of Xu Changxing's property, kick him away. Unexpectedly, this guy got addicted to gambling, and it turned out to be a great benefit to her equally damnable father. But it's okay this way. Wait until the contract is signed. Does this old guy still think that heaven and earth will belong to him? He tilder. In the end, everything will only serve to make things easier for her. Chanshin? Stop playing around. Uncle Xu, I'm here with the contract. Xu Hongbo shouted twice. Xu Changxing seemed to come to his senses and turned to look at the door. His eyes were bloodshot. Xu Hongbo coughed, and Xu Shiqing knew it was her turn to come on stage. She put on a fake smile and walked slowly to Xu Changxing, her tone worried. Changxing, how could you get involved with this kind of thing? Leave me alone. Xu Changxing suddenly yelled at Xu Shiqing. Then he immediately looked at Xu Hongbo, his eyes full of enthusiasm. Uncle Xu, did you bring the money? Xu Shiqing was startled and shrank her neck, but when she came to her senses, a look of resentment flashed across her face. You still dare to yell at her? This rubbish. Don't you know what situation you are in now? So stupid. She wanted to see how this guy could turn things around after mortgaging his most profitable business, heaven on earth. Xu Hongbo signaled to Xu Shiqing with his eyes not to make a noise. Although he was eager to sign the contract immediately. But at this moment, he still pretended to say, Changxing, don't blame me for being nosy. You are getting married soon, how can you still get involved in these things? Xu Changxing immediately waved his hands impatiently. I will be able to get everything back soon. Sign the contract quickly. Seeing that this little bastard wanted to sign the contract even more quickly than he did, Xu Hongbo was certain that Xu Changxing must be deeply addicted to gambling. I won't pretend anymore. He raised his chin. The tall and strong lawyer Tang immediately stepped forward. Spread out the organized contracts and placed them on the table. Xu Changxing flipped through 2 pages at random. Many unreasonable regulations can be seen at a glance. How can this be considered a loan collateral? Isn't this just a loan sharking contract? The repayment period is only 10 days. And that's not all. If Xu Changxing really wants to pay back the money, not only will he have to return the 500 million principal to Xu Hongbo, he will also have to pay another 26 million in interest. If he cannot pay the money by then, Qianshang Renjian will naturally become Xu Hongbo's property. This old guy never loses either way. But Xu Changxing didn't care. 10 days. He. Ends today. In 8 days, the world will end. By then, he would have already exchanged the money for supplies and was living a carefree life. Who cares about you? He grabbed the pen the lawyer handed him. Quickly turn to the last page and sign your name. The lawyer handed over the red clay again. He also placed his fingerprints. Take over the contract. A hint of ecstasy flashed in Xu Hongbo's eyes. Heaven on earth. It's finally his. With this den of money. He can also be truly called the god of mirage. The other families in High City will never be able to keep pace with him and will all be trampled under his feet. At that time, he will slowly drain all the other real estate in Xu Changxing's hands. His Xu family will regain its glory. Uncle Xu, I'll give heaven on earth to you first, and I'll redeem it later. What about my capital? Xu Hongbo almost couldn't help rolling his eyes. In your current state, you still want to redeem it. Dream on. Xu Hongbo laughed out loud. 500 million will be transferred to you right away. As for Uncle Xu, I am waiting for you to redeem it. After all, this is the most precious inheritance your parents left you. Xu Changxing also grinned. Don't worry, I will redeem it. But Uncle Xu, I'm worried that my capital is not enough. Otherwise, I will mortgage this manor to you as well. As for the other businesses of my company, I will also give them to you for the remaining 500 million. 500 million. Xu Hongbo didn't expect that a cake would fall on him at the last minute. I agreed immediately. Although I, Uncle Xu, don't support you in doing this, but since you've asked for it, I can't refuse, right? He winked at the lawyer beside him. The latter immediately took out his laptop. A few more items were added in the blank space behind the contract. Both parties signed again. This is 1 billion. Uncle Shu, I gave you all my wealth. Don't lose it all. Don't worry, Uncle Shu, I won't. Shu Changxing glanced at his account balance. 1 billion in the account. He didn't even look at that bitch Shu Shiqing. Instead, he picked up his phone. Another round of jabs. Look at him like this. Shu Shiqing snorted, stood up, and walked out of the villa. Shu Hongbor also shook his head secretly. This little bastard. As the woman's son, I can actually be obsessed with gambling. Is it really because of the hybrid genes? Snort. From today on, there will no longer be a place for Shu Changxing to stand in Haisha. The Shu family will be expelled from the list. Facing the cold treatment of several people, Shu Changxing didn't care at all. Let them run rampant now, but after the end of the world, we can just slap them to death. You don't even have to wait for him to make a move. Without him, it's uncertain whether these two people can survive the beginning of the apocalypse. After the people left, Shu Changxing threw the spare phone aside. He took out his cell phone and found the contact information of major construction companies. They called one by one. How can we survive in the last days without a shelter? Now I have money. Naturally, he had to remodel this manor. Not only should it be his shelter after the apocalypse, but it should also be a fortress strong enough to withstand a small tide of zombies. The walls of the manor are still not strong enough. We need to raise them higher and reinforce them, and then put on a layer of spikes and electric nets to keep out both zombies and humans. The warehouse is too small. We need to rebuild it and store some supplies to prevent people from snooping after the end of the world. After the apocalypse, animals and plants will mutate. I can't raise livestock and poultry, so they are bound to mutate. But it's hard for farmed vegetables to mutate. It seems that I need to build a few more greenhouses to grow some fresh vegetables. Chapter 5 Final Preparations before Doomsday. After the end of the world, natural disasters occurred frequently. The first to be affected is the arrival of the black moon. When the black full moon rises, the earth will be eroded by unknown energy. Not only will some humans transform into zombies, animals and plants will also undergo all kinds of strange deformations under the illumination of the black moonlight. And then, bloody rain would fall from time to time, until even the sun is stained with black. That is when the black sun shines. Under the black sunlight, mutated zombies, plants and animals. There will be violence. This also directly led to the emergence of a tide of zombies and beasts. And after the sun was eroded, the original blood rain will change and become heavier, until a terrible storm occurs. It has reached this stage. The original land will be swallowed up by the ocean. Storms will bring water ashore. As we all know, there are far more creatures in the ocean than on land. By then, the living environment for human beings will become increasingly worse. And the fourth stage. A blood mist will appear in the bloody storm. While the blood mist brings opportunities for humans to become stronger, it will also bring even more terrifying threats. Wherever the blood mist passes, in addition to generating energy that can enhance humans, there will be even more bizarre creatures appearing. Shu Changxing failed to successfully pass this stage and was killed. Therefore, he had no idea what happened afterwards. But in the first few stages, he knew what would happen and had the means to deal with it. For example, when the black moon comes, he installed devices that can block ultraviolet rays around the house, which can effectively reduce the probability of mutation of animals and plants. Vegetables are difficult to mutate, so naturally they cannot mutate into monsters. It's not enough to just reinforce the above-ground facilities. We also have to dig out the underground space. This way, even if the entire villa is destroyed by a tide of zombies or beasts, I will have a way out. There is space itself beneath the manor. But this is naturally not enough. It must be expanded and reinforced from the inside out. Contact the construction company first. Let them come tomorrow to transform the entire manor, and even this mountain. Shu Changxing originally wanted to go to bed quickly, but for some reason, after waking up just now, he did not feel sleepy at all. So Shu Changxing thought about it and decided to pick up his phone and start stockpiling goods. He was worried that something might go wrong just ordering supplies from Bailu. So now that he has money, he naturally has to contact new suppliers. Orders came in one after another. Whether it is rice and noodles as staple foods, or meat that can supplement protein, Xu Changxing stockpiled thousands or tens of thousands of tons. Apart from this, water resources are of paramount importance. This is about stockpiling tens of thousands of tons. After all, even one person can use several tons of water in 10 days or half a month. After the end of the world. If he wants to build his own power, let alone 100,000 tons of water, even 1,000,000 tons of water would not be enough. And after the end of the world, people with special powers will also appear. Mutated plants and animals can be enemies of humans, but they can also be helpers of humans. Even if he doesn't plan to form a force in the future, it is to make a contract with animals and plants. The amount of water resources consumed is also a considerable amount. Let's get some generators, water purifiers, solar panels, oil, gasoline, diesel. How can we survive in the end times without some entertainment? Various toys and snacks are also necessary. Xu Changxing placed orders frantically. The 10 billion just swindled from Xu Hongbor. Half of it was spent in the blink of an eye. I almost forgot. I can't stay in this place forever. I need a means of transportation. And it has to be of the same specifications as the Doomsday Fortress. It must be able to resist attacks from zombies and mutant animals. Xu Changxing contacted the car factory again. Ordinary car manufacturers obviously could not meet his requirements. He directly used the connections left by his father. Get ready to build a destroyer. Don't worry about spending money. Just build the car body with the last grade alloy armor. It must be able to withstand any impact from the outside world. Explosion proof is the minimum. And the base and tires must be designed to be able to cope with all kinds of harsh terrain. Whether it's a swamp, a mountain, or even a city full of rubble, I will walk on it as if it were flat ground. I need to equip the tire with a repair system and an automatic inflation device. Even if it is severely damaged, it must ensure that the vehicle can continue to drive. Finally, it's about power. Give me a high-performance turbocharged engine so I can dash out at the critical moment. Xu Changxing made many requests to the car factory. He wasn't sure how much could be accomplished over there. But after all, he was required to get 100 points, and if the other party could get 70 points, Xu Changxing would be satisfied. But if he only asked for 50 points and the other party finally got 30 points, this would obviously be unacceptable to Xu Changxing. 1 month. No, that's too long. I'll give you another 5 million, and I want to see the finished product within a week. I can pay the deposit first. He set a lot of final payments to be settled 10 days later. Just by paying a down payment now, you can get a lot of things. Contact all major manufacturers. Even though many goods had only been paid as deposits, Xu Changxing's funds had almost run out. He stroked his chin. The money is gone really fast, but it's the end of the world, so is it okay for me to take advantage of the online loan platform? Xu Changxing downloaded a lot of software on his mobile phone. He even borrowed millions directly from his credit card. After all, he is a rich second generation who inherited his parents' inheritance. Xu Changxing himself has a very high credibility. It is also a targeted service for customers of major platforms. So I took some time to get some wool. There are about 3 or 4 million. That's about it. This little money can't buy anything. Xu Changxing did not waste too much time on taking advantage of the platform. He began to wonder whether his current preparations were sufficient. I always feel like something is missing. As he was thinking, he felt like he had forgotten something. Oh, there are still weapons that haven't been purchased yet. This is also a big expense. Ordinary weapons and supplies are not very useful in the middle and late stages of the apocalypse. It would be enough for him to stock up a few hundred or 1,000 of them. High-voltage electric baton, strong flashlight, survival axe, swinging stick, small crossbow, compound bow. All of this was acquired by Xu Changxing with the help of the resources he had before retiring from the army, including the connections left by his father. If an ordinary person were to go and buy it, he would definitely not be able to find a way. He even bought more than 30 air rifles. This thing is not easy to collect, so Xu Changxing bought it by contacting the foreign friends he made while on a mission. These are enough for ordinary backup weapons. It would be better to customize a few cold weapons such as knives and swords. They will always be more comfortable to use than axes. Xu Changxing himself didn't know the knife maker. But it's not a big problem, his father has connections. It's too late now. Let's contact them tomorrow. Xu Changxing only slept for a while, but now he felt full of energy. He simply stayed up all night and started shopping online for all sorts of odds and ends. The minimum purchase order is hundreds. Until dawn. Xu Changxing wasn't too sleepy either. Is it because the supernatural power awakened early? Didn't sleep all night. Xu Changxing looked at the rising sun in the sky and felt the breeze blowing from the mountains. Complex feelings. In a while, the sun will undergo strange changes, and it may be difficult to see a peaceful morning like this one again. After breakfast, trucks were already starting to move up the mountain. Xu Changxing continued to direct them to unload the goods one truck at a time. He put all the goods into his own Rubik's Cube space one by one. In the morning, Xu Changxing took the opportunity to contact his father's former comrades in arms. Because time is too tight. Can't do too much. Xu Changxing only ordered 3 tang swords, 3 hand swords, and 3 miao swords. These cold weapons are used to chop zombies, and chopping meat is absolutely as easy as cutting vegetables. As a former soldier king, if Xu Changxing did not have such a huge family business to inherit, he might have continued to shine in the team. No matter how difficult the various cold weapons are to use, they are naturally very easy to use in his hands. There is so much to do. Xu Changxing was busy all over. Time passes by little. Day after day. Xu Changxing was working around the clock to collect and integrate materials and hand over various large equipment. Until 8 days later. The chariot is in place. The fort is in place. Supplies in place. Weapons in place. The end is coming. Chapter 6: White Deer's Shock. Today is the last day. Wait until midnight, when the black moon comes, the end of the world will come. At this moment, Xu Changxing was standing in the room on the top floor of the manor villa, looking up at the bright moon hidden in the clouds in the sky. After he spent hundreds of millions, the mountain villa has been completely transformed, becoming a steel behemoth like a post-apocalyptic wasteland. If someone looks from a distance, they can see the huge outline of the fortress, emitting the unique cold light of metal under the gloomy sky. In such a seemingly indestructible fortress, Xu Changxing sensed the materials stacked and placed in the Rubik's Cube like a tide. I feel a little relieved. He came downstairs. Walk out the door. Looking at the steel wall surrounding the villa in front, it is covered with spikes and electric fences. A satisfied smile appeared on Xu Changxing's lips. At present, this manor no longer has the slightest sense of leisure. No matter where you look, there is a sense of coldness. As expected of China infrastructure, they have money and no one cares, so they do things quickly. Xu Changxing turned his head and looked to the left side of the villa's backyard. There are 3 large sheds there. One on the left, center, and right. The overflowing color of life inside formed a sharp contrast with his cold and stern fortress. He asked someone to design the greenhouse, which is made of high-strength alloy materials. Each pillar looks slender, but is actually extremely tough and can withstand strong winds and possible collisions. The roof of the greenhouse is made of a special transparent polymer material, which can effectively prevent the vegetables in the greenhouse from being illuminated by the black moon. This was also specially designed at Xu Changxing's request. The shed on the far left grows a variety of easy-to-grow vegetables. In the middle are staple foods, such as sweet potatoes and potatoes. On the far right, Xu Changxing asked people to plant some saplings that can bear fruits, as well as some other fruits. Behind the fort on the right, it is a deep pit filled with water. In addition to growing vegetables, Xu Changxing also raised some grass carp and turtles which are easier to raise. However, Xu Changxing did not build a shed for this fish pond. In the apocalypse, even if animals mutate, as long as you can defeat them, many of the alien species can be eaten. Unless the direction of evolution of those animals involves poison, curse, etc., they are not good people at first glance. But it's not that it's inedible. After all, as long as it doesn't kill you, it means you can eat it. This is what I rely on to survive the apocalypse. Xu Changxing was very satisfied with this steel fortress. By the way, we have to call the white deer back quickly. There was still a long time before midnight, but Xu Changxing didn't know whether the doomsday would come early. Therefore, he couldn't be too rigid in his clicks and had to leave himself some time for emergencies. Hello? Drive over to the mountain villa now, I have something important to tell you. Xu Changxing called Bailu. A cold voice came from the other end. What can't you say over the phone this late? Don't waste time. If you don't come over here, I'll fire you. There was silence for a moment. Then the cold voice began to stir, with a hint of anger. You fired me. Will you still be qualified to do this in 2 days? Did you mortgage all the Qian Sheng Ren Jian and the company's assets to Xu Hongbor? What on earth do you want to do? Xu Chanxing was stunned. He has been busy here for so many days, and apart from receiving the goods, he has basically not communicated with Bai Lu. How did she know this? The person on the other end of the phone seemed to know what he was thinking. Bai Lu unconsciously raised his voice a little. Your good father-in-law came to my place the day before yesterday and showed off a lot of power. Did you know that? Xu Chanxing frowned and narrowed his eyes dangerously. Did that old guy Xu Hongbor come to see you? Did he do anything to you? Bai Lu didn't expect Xu Chanxing to express his concern for her. She paused, but still said angrily. I told you a long time ago that he is not a good man. I don't know why you insisted on marrying his daughter. You'll have a hard time living with a father-in-law like this. No, you have already mortgaged all your property to them. I'm afraid they don't like you anymore. Xu Chanxing shook his head. I will not marry Xu Shiqing. What? The white deer's voice seemed surprised. You don't plan to marry that woman? Xu Chanxing nodded. He knew how much he cared for his first love in his previous life. It's like holding it in your hand for fear of it falling, or holding it in your mouth for fear of it melting. No wonder Bai Lu is angry. It was only after such a long time that he discovered Xu Shiqing's true vicious face. Bai Lu was no longer allowed to worry about these things. Xu Chanxing said, Okay, come here quickly now. If I don't see you in 2 hours, I will really give the heavenly world to that old thing. No. I'll be there right away. After receiving a positive response, Xu Chanxing hung up the phone. If this little girl says a few more words to him, he will be overwhelmed. Tidy up the space a bit. It wasn't even an hour. The white deer rushed over at full speed. However, when she arrived at the gate of the mountain manor that she was once so familiar with, looking at the iron fortress in front of me, Bai Lu was confused. Before she could react, the steel door suddenly opened. You're here. Xu Chanxing sensed when someone approached the manor. He opened the door immediately. Looking at the beauty in front of me who is wearing a white dress, she seems to have walked out of a painting. Xu Chanxing curled the corners of his mouth. Previous life. The end came suddenly. He lost contact with Bai Lu directly. After that, I finally got news about the other party. That was the first time he ignored Xu Shiqing's thoughts and wanted to find Bai Lu and bring her back. Just wait until he arrives after all the hardships. All he saw was a corpse that had been mostly eaten by zombies. That day, he almost collapsed. His sister was bitten to death by zombies and left him. Xu Shiqing comforted him all night. It was precisely because of this that his attachment to Xu Shiqing once again reached a peak, almost to the point of blind trust. But, in this life, he will hold the white deer tightly to his side. Never let anything happen to her again. Come in. Xu Chanxing gave way. Bai Lu's eyes were full of confusion, his mouth slightly open, and he walked forward in a daze and entered the yard. Just came in. The gate is closed. Bai Lu finally came to his senses. What did you do? She spoke hesitantly. Standing under the moonlight. Bai Lu has curved eyebrows, eyes like black gems, a straight and curved nose, red lips, an oval face as white as mutton fat jade, and hair as smooth as satin. She is so beautiful that it is almost unreal. Xu Chanxing naturally stretched out his big hand and touched the white deer's head. Can't you see? He chuckled, I built a fortress. Bai Lu glared and said, I'm not blind. I'm asking you why you want to build this fortress. If someone doesn't know, they would think you are preparing for the end of the world. Xu Chanxing laughed out loud, his smile was doting. After he rubbed Bai Lu's head hard, he gently pinched her cheek, which was as soft as jade. How come you are still so smart and can guess right at once? Bai Lu looked at the other party's cynical look and almost opened her mouth to bite Xu Chanxing's finger viciously. Are you crazy? Chapter 7 Doomsday is coming. Bai Lu followed Xu Chanxing and was about to walk towards the villa gate. However, when she saw the armored vehicle parked at the edge of the yard, once again I was stunned. I saw the iron wall not far away. A heavy-duty off-road vehicle made of steel was parked there. The vehicle body was covered with thick armor, which gleamed with a cold, hard metallic luster under the moonlight. The tires were even changed from 4 wheels to 8 wheels. The front of the car is extremely sturdy, and the bumper protrudes forward like the fangs of a beast. It can both defend and attack. This. In front of outsiders, Bailu always presents herself as a strong woman. At this moment, her mouth was slightly open, her lips trembling, and her eyes were wide open. Where did you get this armored car? I had it specially made. Xu Chanxing smiled and said, don't rush to blame me. I have inside information. The world will change drastically tomorrow. When the end of the world comes, these things will become our support for survival. Insider information. Bailu looked at Xu Chanxing suspiciously. She took a deep breath. I have been with Xu Chanxing for so long. She knew that after the death of Xu's father and mother, Xu Chanxing suffered a lot of mental pressure, which caused his entire personality to become naughty almost overnight. And she has always been quietly managing the property left by Xu's father and mother. Even if Xu Chanxing goes crazy for his whole life, she can still support him. But is the end of the world coming? How is this possible? You actually mean, don't you think we're going to have a war? Seeing that Bailu still seemed a little unconvinced, Xu Chanxing didn't say anything else. Instead, he nodded. It's not impossible to describe it as a war. Are we really going to fight? With whom? America? Or those chickens? Xu Chanxing shook his head. This incident is world class. You just need to stay here with me. You will see it when you wake up tomorrow. Bailu stared into Xu Chanxing's eyes, and the latter also looked at her honestly. A long time. Bailu sighed, you are really joking. But since you said you have inside information, I believe you are not a fool. You will not give the inheritance left by your aunt and uncle to that kind of bastard. Speaking of this, Xu Chanxing frowned. That old guy really didn't do anything to you when he came to see you, did he? No, he just came to me and said that he wanted me to be his lover. How could I agree? Then he told me about you mortgaging Qiansheng Renjian. Har, this old thing. Xu Chanxing narrowed his eyes. I thought the end was coming. He was not with the Xu family. Those guys might be bitten to death by zombies on the first day. He was too lazy to deal with them. But it seems now. Whether it is Xu Shiqing or Xu Hongbor. Damn it. Hiss. Just at this moment, a small black snake suddenly emerged from Xu Chanxing's sleeve. After seeing their white deer, Mi Li immediately raised his little head and tried to reach towards their white deer. Rice grains. When the white deer saw the little black snake, he also stretched out his hand with some surprise. She hasn't been here for a while. Naturally, I haven't seen Mi Li for a long time. Hiss. The rice grains followed by Lu's fingertips and climbed onto her shoulders. It seemed to know their white deer. It would even rub the white deer's cheek affectionately with its snake head. Then he gently bit the corner of her clothes and led the white deer towards Xu Chanxing. Hey, what are you doing, little guy? Bailu smiled, and the cool aura of a goddess that she originally exuded disappeared in front of the little snake, and instead she looked a little more playful. Xu Chanxing had a feeling that Mi Li seemed to want the white deer to get closer to him. Could it be that he sensed the impending doomsday? So you want him to protect the white deer? Rice grain behaves like this. But Xu Chanxing couldn't help but feel curious. Will it mutate? Will it awaken its special powers? The end is coming. Various plants and animals have a chance to evolve. Humans are no exception. Half a year after the end of the world, the classification of levels of supernatural powers has also begun to take shape. There are basically 3 categories: body evolution, elemental control, special superpowers. The ability to evolve the body is easy to understand. For example, improving physical strength, increasing power and speed, or making the body extremely resistant to attacks. Some awakened ones can even go berserk, greatly enhancing all aspects of their physical fitness in a short period of time. Or their body may swell and become a giant. As a person with elemental control ability, he can control the power of elements such as water, fire, wind, and thunder. Become a being that can call the wind and rain. As for special superpowers, become this kind of person with special abilities. The abilities they possess are all kinds of strange and bizarre. Some are nurses who can heal and cure their teammates. Some, like Xu Chanxing, can use the power of space. There are also, but not limited to, telekinesis, turning dead things into living things for a short time, summoning special creatures, controlling mutant beasts. These special abilities are collectively referred to as special superpowers. Li had already shown amazing intelligence before the end of the world. Shu Changxing couldn't help but look forward to it. After the Black Moon came, if the rice grains mutated, would they acquire extremely special abilities? It's this late, have you eaten yet? After Shu Changxing led Bai Lu into the gate of the Villa Fortress, he turned and looked at her. I haven't eaten yet. The day looks so gloomy that I have no appetite. Then I'll give you something to eat. Shu Changxing ran to the kitchen and started cooking noodles. All kinds of rare ingredients were thrown into the pot. The supplies he has now are enough for him to eat for a lifetime, and more than enough. Moreover, in his Rubik's Cube space, time stands still. As long as he doesn't take things out, the supplies inside can be preserved forever. Therefore, when it comes to daily food, Shu Changxing will not treat himself or the people around him badly. After dinner, Bai Lu slept in the room next to Shu Changxing. Until midnight comes. Shu Changxing did not fall asleep. He is waiting. Waiting for the end of the world. His eyes fell on the black and white electronic clock beside him. 1 more minute. At this moment, Shu Changxing couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Although in the previous life, the end of the world came at this time. But what about this life? Will the end of the world come? Time passes by little by little. The answer was soon revealed. When the pointer points to midnight, something strange happened suddenly. The night is like a heavy black cloth. The bright full moon was originally looming in the clouds. But now a change has occurred. That is a chilling change. The moon's light was quickly swallowed up by the tide of darkness, and its silver edge gradually blurred and disappeared. Until the entire moon turned into a completely black moon. In an instant, the sky seemed to be replaced by an endless abyss. A black color so deep that it is almost desperate, like ink, spreads out in all directions with the black moon as the center. The black moon hangs high in the sky, and the evil light is falling. What was shed was not pure light, but an inky shadow. In every city, miserable roars were heard everywhere. The Earth's flora and fauna were enveloped in black light. Crazy changes began to happen. Huge waves rolled in the vast ocean, and almost all the ships in the deep sea were overturned in an instant. And was swallowed by some unknown terrifying monster. The end of the world has really come. Chapter 8, Rice Grains Evolved to Hell. Shu Hongbor is pissed off by his daughter. Shu Changxing stood in front of the window. When he saw the black moon coming, he walked straight to where Li was sleeping. Bang! Bang! The rice grains are in a constant temperature box. A series of collision sounds were heard. Shu Changxing saw Li opening his mouth continuously and twisting his body, looking as if he was in great pain. That's why the collision sound was heard. Li, hold on. If the mutated animals and plants cannot endure the pain, they will die and become food for other mutated beasts. Shu Changxing had no choice but to wait silently. Under the black moon, the originally smooth scales of the rice grain began to flash with a strange light, and its body trembled slightly as if twisted by an invisible force. The next moment, Li's body expanded rapidly like a balloon. Something seemed to be surging violently under the black scales, and some scales were standing up like sharp blades. The originally small head gradually grew larger, and there was a faint bulge on the skull, as if new bones were growing wildly. The snake's eyes lit up with black light, and strange patterns slowly appeared on its body. As the rice grain twisted its body, the lines kept flashing. Crash! With a loud bang, the sturdy constant temperature box was instantly squeezed apart by the impact of the rice grain, like a fragile piece of paper. Broken glass shards flew everywhere. Shu Changxing raised his hand slightly, the power of space was activated, and the fragments were collected into the Rubik's Cube space. Finally, Li calmed down. Its head suddenly moved and rose up sharply. The snake's eyes were cold and its tongue was sticking out. Its body was covered in black light that burned like fire, emitting a terrifying and chilling aura, as if a demon from the depths of darkness had appeared in the world. It's actually a mutation in this special direction. What kind of system is this? Hellfire. Shu Changxing was a little surprised. He looked at the huge black snake that raised its head from the ruins of the incubator. Didn't approach immediately. Instead, he called out softly, Li, do you still recognize me? Shu Changxing looked at the rice grains. The flame on the other person's body did not seem to be a normal open flame, but instead flashed with a blazing black light. A violent aura emanated. It makes Mi Lee look like a ferocious king. Suddenly, the giant snake hissed twice. The black flames all over his body instantly converged into a pair of snake pupils. Seeing this, Shu Chanxing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Mi Lee did not seem to go crazy because of awakening her superpowers and mutation. In fact, many animals begin to kill indiscriminately after evolving. Even many domestic pets will choose to kill their owners. Shu Chanxing was still very happy that Mi Lee did not become like that. He no longer concentrated his mental energy on Miao Dao in the Rubik's Cube space. Instead, he waved to Mi Lee. Come over. At this moment, Mi Lee's body is as big as an adult's arm and more than 1 meter long. Just lying there is enough to give people a sense of oppression. After hearing Shu Chanxing's call, Mi Lee swam down from the table. What surprised Shu Chanxing was that after the rice grain approached him, its body was gradually getting smaller. In the end, it turned back into the original small appearance of the rice grain. Hiss. Shu Chanxing squatted down, raised his hand, placed the rice grain in his palm, and let it slide into his sleeve again. Itchy. Don't move. After Shu Chanxing finished speaking, Mi Lee seemed to understand and actually stopped tickling him. Instead, she poked her little head out from his collar. Har har, just stay in my clothes from now on. Shu Chanxing stretched out his index finger and gently tapped the snake's head. Judging from the behavior of Mi Lee just now, it is obvious that its attack power is definitely not weak. And at this moment, hidden in his clothes, if he encounters danger, the rice grain can also serve as his trump card and shoot out instantly to help him fight the enemy. By then, we will definitely be able to catch the enemy off guard. At this time, the mutation has just happened and there is unrest everywhere. It is not safe. I will go to harvest zombies and obtain the mysterious crystal core tomorrow morning. Shu Chanxing casually stuffed the broken constant temperature box into the space. Once we get outside, we can just throw it somewhere and he won't have to clean it up. Lie down on the bed. Shu Chanxing slowly fell asleep. And the outside world. But I can't calm down at all. Shu Shiqing. How dare you let the lawyer tamper with the contract? The Shu family's large riverside flat. Shu Hongbor saw that the date he had agreed with Shu Chanxing was approaching. I planned to have a lawyer confirm the contract. It was just that it was too late and he couldn't contact Tang Yuezer, so he could only ask someone from his law firm to check the contract. But what he learned was a fact that he couldn't believe at all. The contract was tampered with. The ultimate beneficiary was not him at all, but his daughter Shu Shiqing. He immediately called Shu Shiqing back and prepared to question her face to face. However, Shu Shiqing admitted it directly. She raised a smug smile and said, Dad, I asked Yu Zi to make the contract, but you have also confirmed it, right? How could it be that I tampered with it? You. Shu Hongbor stretched out his hand in shock. He never thought that his own daughter would stab him in the back. Why would you do that? Why? It's because you, old man, have been blocking my way. What can I do with the little pocket money I usually give you? Shu Shiqing immediately sneered, Don't think I don't know that you want to save that money for your bastard outside. You. Shu Hongbor opened his eyes wide and his chest heaved violently. Why, do you still want to deny it? Yu Zi has already told me the will you wrote. Did you leave anything for me? You. Shu Shiqing rolled her eyes and slapped away Shu Hongbor's hand that was pointing at her. Stop it, are you going to die? I'm telling you, Shu Chanxing is my dog. His things are naturally mine too. And you, old man, you're out there messing around with other girls every day, and you still want to leave things for other bastards. I'm telling you, stop dreaming. Don't even think about taking my things away. Shu Hongbor's chest heaved even more violently, and his whole body was gasping for breath as if he was pulling a fan. He had just gotten off the woman's belly. Sudden blow like this. It felt like someone had inserted an iron rod into my brain and stirred it up twice. His eyes went dark. The whole person fell to the ground with his head raised. Thump. Shu Shiqing was not surprised to see Shu Hongbor fall to the ground. She didn't even call an ambulance. Instead, he called Tang Yuezer over with a phone call. All that fat I fed him before finally had an effect. Shu Shiqing leaned in Tang Yuezer's arms with a vicious smile on her face. At this time Shu Hongbor was not dead yet. He just kept gasping for air on the ground, with his fingers raised tremblingly and stretched towards Xu Shiqing. Baby is still smart. Tang Yuezher smiled and reached out to scratch Xu Shiqing's nose. There was a lustful look in his eyes. He took Xu Shiqing's hand, dragged her towards the bedroom, and pinched her butt with one hand. Come on, baby, ignore this old man, let's do what we need to do tonight, and then get up tomorrow morning to collect his body and get all our assets back. Oh my! That's so annoying. Xu Shiqing patted the man's hand coquettishly, but asked with a little doubt. I heard that Xu Changxing seems to be building a fortress. Do you think he has gone crazy from gambling? Who cares? No matter how much money he spends on that manna, isn't it just to make wedding clothes for us in the end? That's true. Xu Shiqing walked into the room with Tang Yuezher exposing her waist. Xu Hongbor stared at the backs of the two men unwillingly with his old eyes, and an astonishing hatred flashed in his eyes. However, after the door was closed, following waves of indescribable sounds, he finally died. Until the black moon is coming. Chapter 9. Xu Shiqing asks for shelter. After dawn. After a whole night of boiling, the whole world became a little quieter. Bailu got up, washed up, and when he went out he saw Xu Changxing already sitting at the dining table. The table was also filled with various delicacies. She was stunned. You did all this? Xu Changxing looked up at her. No, I bought it. Sit down and eat. Bailu sat down in confusion. These are abalone and prawns. Who sells these so early in the morning? Xu Changxing swallowed a mouthful of fish and smiled at Bailu. What do you want to eat? I'll give you some more. No, I'll just. Bailu was just about to say that he could just eat these. However, Xu Changxing, who was sitting opposite her, just raised his hand slightly. There was another bowl of beef soup on the table. Bailu opened her eyes wide, her beautiful eyes full of disbelief. You. This is my awakened ability. Xu Changxing stared at Bailu silently. I said, the whole world will undergo a change today. The mutation you mentioned, is it really the end of the world? Bailu was shocked. What else do you think? If it's just a war, at what level can a person have superpowers? Is it because of nuclear mutation? Wang Changxing smiled and said, eat quickly, and then follow me out. I'm going to kill zombies, and you have to come with me. Bailu also has some skills. Not a powerless woman. It was naturally impossible for him to raise Bailu into a useless person. Zombies. Bailu was shocked again. She felt like the world had undergone changes that she couldn't understand at all. Quickly finish the beef soup. The white deer didn't eat anything else. He immediately stood up and wanted to go out and take a look with Xu Changxing. Seeing that the little girl was not afraid at all, Xu Changxing kept smiling. He waved his hand. All the leftovers on the table were thrown into the Rubik's Cube space. You can give it to others as a reward later. Come on, I'll take you out. Said he was going out. However, Xu Changxing first brought Bailu to the observation tower on the top floor of the fortress. He asked Bailu to wait and see. Under Bailu's shocked gaze once again, she saw the devastated land. Looking down the mountain, the town seemed to have just experienced a catastrophe. The land is full of cracks and the once smooth road has long since changed beyond recognition. Cars collided and piled up on top of each other, some were severely deformed, and some were even cut in half. Countless corpses fell to the ground, and there were human-like creatures. Eating people. They are eating people. Xu Changxing looked at Bailu's dull little face. He gently reached out and pinched the other person's soft cheek. Don't be too shocked, those are zombies, eating humans is normal. Bailu swallowed. Suddenly, at this moment, Bailu saw several figures running towards their manor. She was stunned for a moment and pointed her finger over. Is that your fiancé? Xu Changxing raised his eyebrows and turned his head. With the help of a telescope, Xu Changxing saw a woman in tattered clothes and in a disheveled state. It's Xu Shiqing. There was a man beside her. He was the lawyer who came with the Xu family to sign the contract last time. There were several thugs surrounding the two men, and a zombie was following them, but it was quickly dealt with by one of the thugs. I don't know where they came from. I could actually run all the way to him. Xu Changxing was a little surprised. Eternal life. Eternal life. Wait until Xu Shiqing gets closer. She saw this manor that was like a fortress. His eyes suddenly lit up and he screamed. Open the door quickly, Chanshin. It's me. It's me. The seductive tone in that voice made Bailu frown. Shu Chanshin stood at the highest point and looked up below. How did you get here? Where's your father? After taking a quick look, Shu Chanshin did not see Shu Hongbor. When Shu Shiqing heard their voice, she quickly looked up, and was even more surprised when she saw Shu Chanshin. He died and turned into these half-human, half-ghost things. Chanshin, no one will be able to stop us from being together anymore. Open the door quickly and let me in. Shu Chanshin looked down and sneered, You mean, your father has been trying to stop us? Shu Shiqing immediately said, Yes. You don't know that the contract you signed was deliberately set up by that old man for you. He wanted to take all your parents' things into his own hands. I finally found out and secretly changed the contract. Even if you can't pay back the money in the end, paradise on earth is still yours. Shu Chanshin looked at Shu Shiqing's pretentious face. But suddenly I became interested. He turned to look at Bailu and said, Go to the first floor and wait for me. I have something to do. After knowing that the world had become the apocalypse, Bailu saw Shu Shiqing running over again and was somewhat worried that Shu Chanshin would be bewitched by that woman again. Shu Chanshin looked at her worried expression and smiled gently. Don't worry, I won't let them in. Hiding the cruelty in his eyes, Shu Chanshin turned around and took Bailu back downstairs. As they were going downstairs, the flattering smile on Shu Shiqing's face disappeared instantly. With a little disgust in my heart. If she had not encountered this situation suddenly, she would not have given Shu Chanshin such a disgusting smile. How can I match with that kind of guy? Tang Yuezer, who was standing by in a tattered suit, asked in a low voice, Will he open the door for us? Shu Shiqing curled her lips. He has been chasing me for so many years, and he must have me, how could he not open the door? Tang Yuezer frowned, but last time I didn't have a quarrel with him last time. Shu Shiqing said immediately. Tang Yuezer pursed his lips and said, Well, we have lost so many people on this journey. If he doesn't open the door, we might as well stay at home. He had sex with Shu Shiqing again this morning. But there was a constant noise coming from outside. They thought Shu Hongbor was not dead, and they panicked and rushed out the door. Shu Hongbor has turned into a zombie. He opened his mouth and bit both of them. During the struggle, Tang Yuezer pushed the zombie that Shu Hongbor had turned into down from the French window. After discussing with Shu Shiqing, they decided to call some people over and take over Shu Chanshin's manor for themselves. Fortunately, the location of this manor is relatively remote and not far from their location. After taking some risks, they finally got here. Don't worry. I know exactly what kind of person Shu Chanshin is. As long as I use a little trick, he will come running to me like a dog. That's good. Tang Yuezer and the bodyguards around him all breathed a sigh of relief. Several of them pretended to look miserable and pitiful. Of course, they looked miserable. After Shu Chanshin went down to the first floor, he walked out of the villa and came to the gate. When Shu Shiqing saw Shu Chanshin coming, she became even more excited and deliberately pulled her clothes down to reveal her deep neckline. Chanshin. You're finally here. I'm so scared. Please let me in. Chapter 10 Then kneel down. Shu Chanshin looked at the woman who he once held in his hands but was extremely resistant to even being touched by him. Now, the snow-white area on her chest was exposed. Just to enter the doomsday fortress he built. He couldn't help but sneer, Why did I let you in? Shu Shiqing, who was outside the iron gate, was stunned. She never expected Shu Chanshin to speak to her in this manner. I'm your fiancé. Hearing this, Shu Chanshin burst into laughter, his laughter full of sarcasm. His eyes swept towards Tang Yuezer who was standing next to Shu Shiqing. When this woman appeared here, he knew that Shu Hongbor might have died at the hands of his own daughter. After all, in his previous life, Shu Hongbor died inexplicably in a tide of zombies. He didn't think much about it at the time, but now it seems that Shu Shiqing might have already had the intention to kill her father. However, the previous one was the man next to Shu Shiqing, not this guy. What a slut. She can sleep with anyone, but she pretends to be noble in front of him. You said your father is dead. Shu Chanshin narrowed his eyes. Yes. No one will stop us from getting married. Shu Shiqing nodded repeatedly, thinking that the other party was happy. After all, it was Shu Hongbor who arranged for her to contact Shu Chanshin in college. But he never asked her to sacrifice herself, instead he just hooked her like fishing. Xu Chanxing mentioned marriage many times, but Xu Hongbor always blocked it with various reasons. Now that he is dead, Xu Chanxing knows that no one will stop them from being together, so it is normal for him to be happy. Xu Shiqing put on a false and gentle smile, but her eyes couldn't help but glance at the steel fortress. It's really spectacular. Did this idiot know in advance that the end of the world was about to happen? What a bitch! He clearly knew that the end of the world would come, but he didn't remind her. As soon as this idiot opened the door, so many of them rushed in and took over the safe house. She no longer has to worry about being eaten by the man-eating monsters outside. She is so beautiful and so young, how could she be eviscerated by those monsters and even turned into a monster? She would never allow it. Thinking of this, Xu Shiqing's expression became even weaker. She blinked her big watery eyes and looked at Xu Chanxing pitifully. After we get married, I will be yours. Seeing Xu Chanxing indifferent, Xu Shiqing deliberately pulled her torn pants to the side twice, revealing her pink thighs. Brother Chanxing, why don't you open the door? There are so many monsters outside. I was so scared when I came here. Please open the door and let me in. Xu Chanxing glanced at him with a calm expression, but murderous intent was rising in his heart. He originally wanted to get some money from the Xu family, but since the other party died in the apocalypse, he was too lazy to look for them. Unexpectedly, the woman delivered the goods herself. Then kneel down. He suddenly smiled. Xu Shiqing was stunned. What? I'll let you come in if I ask you to get down on your knees and wag your tail at me like a dog. Are you serious? Xu Shiqing stared at Xu Chanxing in disbelief. Don't want to? Then I'll leave. Xu Chanxing turned his head away. Pretend to leave. Xu Shiqing immediately exclaimed, don't go. Xu Chanxing stopped and turned around. Are you willing to kneel? Xu Shiqing gritted her teeth and cursed Xu Chanxing in her heart. This idiot. How dare he make her kneel? However, facing Xu Chanxing's cold expression, she was afraid that he was really gone. After thinking about it, Xu Shiqing bent her knees slightly. With a plop sound, he actually knelt down. Chanxing, please, let me in. Har ha har ha. Xu Chanxing laughed with his head raised, but a coldness flashed in his eyes. Press the remote control in your hand. The door slowly opened in front of him. The iron door creaked. Seeing that Xu Chanxing was finally willing to let him in, Xu Shiqing's eyes lit up. All his expressions and movements were instantly restrained, and he stood up and rushed directly towards the door. However, the bodyguard next to her was faster. Rushed in impatiently. Hurry in. Take up this place. However, Xu Chanxing clenched his left hand from the void. A small automatic crossbow was held in his palm. Everyone was shocked when they saw Xu Chanxing's ability to take objects out of thin air. Especially the bodyguard who rushed into the door first, was targeted by a cold arrow at this moment, and his sense of crisis soared. You? The bodyguard swallowed and was about to say something. But he soon became speechless. Call out. Xu Chanxing pulled the trigger with his finger. The crossbow arrow was launched instantly. The arrow penetrated the bodyguard's eye socket and his eyeball exploded immediately. The red and white suddenly burst and splashed all over the ground. After a brief silence, a sharp cry was heard. What have you done? Xu Shiqing watched the bodyguard who was shot in the head fall to the ground and stepped back in fear. The smile on Xu Chanxing's lips became more and more intense, and he drew his bow and loaded his arrow. Don't you understand? I'm killing someone. Xu Chanxing aimed the small crossbow at the second bodyguard who had already entered the manor. He pulled the trigger again without mercy. Call out. Another arrow was shot. This time the bodyguard wanted to run away. However, it was pierced directly through the back of the head. Finally, he hit his face against the ground. The sharp crossbow arrow pierced into the ground, but his head was slightly raised. Are you crazy? How dare you kill someone? Xu Shiqing screamed in horror. Tang Yuezher saw that the situation was not good, but he retreated quietly. It's the end of the world, why can't I kill someone? Xu Chanxing drew his arrow again. These are the people I brought here. They can also protect us. Why did you kill them? At this moment, Xu Shiqing still thought that Xu Chanxing would take her into the manor. Even Xu Chanxing didn't expect that this woman would be so stupid. At this point, don't you understand what he is going to do? How could he have been deceived by such a stupid, evil and bitch in his previous life? Do you think I don't know that you've been fucked by countless men? Xu Chanxing pointed the small crossbow at Xu Shiqing. Hearing this, Xu Shiqing's lips couldn't help but tremble, and her face instantly turned as pale as paper. How could you possibly know that? Want to know? Then go to hell and ask the king of hell. Xu Chanxing pulled the trigger suddenly. Xu Shiqing was so frightened that she stood there in a daze. Tang Yuezhi didn't care about this woman at all. After seeing Xu Chanxing shoot another arrow, he turned around and ran. However, just when Xu Chanxing thought that Xu Shiqing would be shot to death by his arrow, an accident happened. A burst of light suddenly burst out from Xu Shiqing's body. Her whole body exploded instantly. When the light faded, the place where Xu Shiqing had been standing became a pool of flowing water. The water flow seemed to have self-awareness. After figuring out the situation, it quickly fled backwards. The sudden situation stunned Xu Chanxing and the remaining bodyguards. Only Tang Yuezhi ran wildly regardless of everything, rushed into the jungle, and disappeared without a trace. Xu Chanxing didn't have time to pay attention to him and narrowed his eyes. This woman has actually awakened her supernatural powers now. Previous life. Although Xu Shiqing also awakened her superpowers with his help, it was more than a month after the doomsday. But now, facing the life and death crisis, Xu Shiqing actually activated her supernatural powers in advance and dodged the arrow. The arrow passed through the water, stuck in the ground, and trembled twice. Xu Shiqing turned into a ball of water and quickly rushed into the bushes not far away. And after both of them ran away, the remaining 3 bodyguards finally reacted. They looked at each other, and seeing that Xu Chanxing's automatic crossbow had no arrows left, they became ruthless and rushed towards Xu Chanxing together. It seems that they probably thought that as long as they captured Xu Chanxing, they could own the fortress at the same time, and they would not have to serve Xu Shiqing as their master, and they could become the emancipated serfs in charge of the family. Only. Didn't your master tell you why I retired from the army? Because he secretly killed the leader of a human trafficking gang at the border. He didn't follow the rules of the army, so he was fired. The bodyguard obviously didn't know this. The 3 of them surrounded Xu Chanxing and were about to pin him to the ground. Xu Chanxing took a leisurely step. Put the small crossbow back into the space and take out the Miao Dao. Swish! The sharp blade slashed across the throat of one of the bodyguards. Drink, drink. The opponent's blood gushed out like a pillar. He wanted to say something, but couldn't utter a word. He fell to the ground with a thud. The other 2 had already run to Xu Chanxing. One on the left and one on the right, they clamped Xu Chanxing's arms. Xu Chanxing did not dodge. He exerted force with both arms, his muscles bulged, and a huge force exploded. Although the 2 bodyguards were also very strong, they seemed weak in front of this force. They were pulled away in an instant, and their heads hit each other hard, making a dull bang sound. Before the 2 of them could react, Xu Chanxing gently pushed the Miao Dao in his hand forward. He pierced one of them's heart. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I am willing to be your little brother. I am willing to be your dog. I know what bad things that woman said about you. I know what she did behind your back. The other person came to his senses and saw this, but was so frightened that he no longer had any thoughts of resisting and begged for mercy repeatedly. But Xu Chanxing didn't need this guy to tell him what Xu Shiqing had done. He already understood this woman's true nature when she hooked up with other men and backstabbed him. Gently cut the bodyguard's neck. Xu Chanxing finally gave him a good beating. Deal with these people. His eyes looked in the direction where Tang Yuezhi and Xu Shiqing were running away. Dangerous eyes. The end of the world has just arrived, and this woman has awakened her supernatural powers. With his experience in the previous life, Xu Chanxing knew that Xu Shiqing's special ability was element control. Considering that the opponent suddenly turned into a stream of water just now, it is obvious that Xu Shiqing controls the water element. However, those who have awakened their basic abilities can usually only control water. But Xu Shiqing just turned into a stream of water. It is not easy to achieve this. Why is this happening? Could it be that my rebirth has caused some butterfly effect that I'm not aware of? Originally, Xu Chanxing had stockpiled billions of supplies and even turned the manor left by his father into an indestructible doomsday fortress. Facing the coming doomsday, he was not too nervous. However, Xu Shiqing's current misfortune made him feel even more anxious. We must improve our strength as quickly as possible. Solve all hidden dangers. Shu Chanxing regretted not bringing the rice grain out. After rice grains evolved, people's appetite increased dramatically. In the morning he simply threw out half a roasted suckling pig for Mi Li to eat. That's why Mi Li stayed in its own dining room and didn't come out with Shu Chanxing. If Mi Li was right next to him just now, even if Shu Shiqing turned into flowing water, he could let Mi Li use his supernatural powers to kill the other party. Saucer. Just then, a sound suddenly came from the woods not far away. Shu Chanxing immediately turned his head and looked vigilantly. Chapter 11 Awakening, Psychic Powers. The leaves swayed and the grass moved. Sudden. 2 zombies rushed out. After seeing Shu Chanxing, they seemed to become more excited, making low, ho-ho, growling sounds. Rushed straight towards Shu Chanxing. What he saw were not mutant beasts from the mountains, but just 2 zombies. Shu Chanxing breathed a sigh of relief. I guess it was the smell of blood that attracted them. Shu Chanxing casually grabbed a loaded crossbow. Whoosh! Kill one with 1 arrow. After another zombie approaches, he cut off the other person's neck with 1 blow. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Shu Chanxing snapped his fingers, and the corpses that had just died were instantly collected into the Rubik's Cube space. Struggled in the end times for 2 years. He knew how useful flesh and blood were at certain moments, perhaps it represented a glimmer of hope. So naturally he wouldn't let it go. As for these 2 zombies, Shu Chanxing walked over, took the Miao Dao, and stabbed it directly into the brain of one of them. After stirring for a while, Shu Chanxing sensed that the blade had hit something hard. His eyes lit up. A sudden twist of the wrist. Suddenly a crystal was picked out. Looking at the crystal stone in front of him that was emitting a faint white luster, Shu Chanxing smiled. This is the mysterious crystal core. Whether it is a zombie or inside an evolved mutated plant or animal, there is a certain probability of producing this kind of crystal. The crystal core contains mysterious energy, and those with special abilities can increase their own strength by absorbing it. This kind of thing will replace money and gold and become the hard currency in the end times. He casually pulled out a piece of paper from the space. Shu Chanxing wrapped up the mysterious crystal core. Although this thing was dug out from a zombie's brain, there is nothing dirty on the surface. He wiped it lightly and it became as clean as if it had been washed with water. Good. Although there is a chance that a crystal core will be born, not every zombie can produce one. After all, a psychic who has just awakened his abilities only needs to absorb 10 first-order crystal cores to upgrade from level 1 to level 2. Of course, this is just a standard. Some people have weaker abilities and don't even need 10 crystal cores to upgrade. Some people with stronger abilities may even need more than 10 pieces to successfully advance. Therefore, the probability of the mysterious crystal core opening is not high, especially now that the zombie crisis has just broken out. Basically, the zombies that appear are low-level zombies. The probability of a crystal nucleus appearing in the brain is naturally lower. There is also a zombie. Shu Chanxing just wanted to give it a try. He stabbed it twice with a Miao Dao. The result was another feeling of hitting a hard object. Shu Chanxing's eyes lit up again. Besides, I didn't expect to have such good luck this time. He inserted the Miao Dao into the zombie's brain. Pick again. Another crystal core flew out. Shu Chanxing held it in his hand. This mysterious crystal core is slightly different from the previous one. The whole body is transparent, shining brightly in the sun, and exudes a supernatural aura. It's actually a supernatural crystal core. Just as the name suggests. This thing is the crystal core that allows ordinary people to gain superpowers. In the previous life, Shu Shiqing found a pretty boy who lied to be her brother and never awakened his superpowers on his own. In the end, he helped the other party hunt zombies, and it cost him 10 energy crystal cores. Only then can the other party successfully awaken and become a superpower. However, that pretty boy later appeared in the group that backstabbed him. Let go of your thoughts. Shu Chanxing looked around. No more zombies appeared. He simply closed the door of the villa. He also threw the zombie corpse outside the door. 2 zombies exploded with 2 crystal cores. This is a 100% probability. I am worthy of it. Back before the end of the world, he could win thousands or even tens of thousands by just buying a lottery ticket. Even in his previous life, his luck was much better than those around him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to awaken such a special ability as the space-related ability. And also got a more special space cube. He had never heard of anyone who could awaken supernatural powers and awaken such a divine weapon at the same time. Turning around and arriving at the entrance of the villa, Shu Changxing saw Bai Lu with a worried look on his face. He smiled and waved at Bai Lu. What's wrong? Are you scared? Come here. Bai Lu looks like a very elegant and cool beauty. However, in front of Shu Changxing, she always behaved like a cute girl, naive and innocent. Bai Lu just witnessed Shu Changxing's wanton killing. She was indeed a little overwhelmed by the reaction for a moment. It's not that I'm scared, I just can't recover from the shock. But she still listened to Shu Changxing and walked to his side obediently. Let's go and see how the fish fry I raised are doing. Shu Changxing went around to the backyard of the manor. There are 3 greenhouses and a pond here. Shu Changxing first took a look at the vegetables in the greenhouse. The greenhouse is tightly closed and not a single ray of light can get through. The vegetable and fruit seedlings are growing well and are not affected by the black moon and have not mutated. It's not good if there's no sunlight all the time. Right now it's just the black moon erupting. The dark day has not yet arrived. So during the day, he could let the plants get some sunlight to avoid dying. You did all this? Bai Lu opened her little mouth. I asked someone to do it. Shu Changxing was very frank. Take the white deer to the pond next to it. He didn't take any protective measures here. The grass carp fry originally thrown into the pond had now grown dozens of times larger, and just a slight twitch of their tails would cause violent splashes of water. There weren't many fish, and it seemed that some of the smaller ones had been eaten. A huge mutant grass carp glided across the water, its teeth so sharp that it seemed as if it could swallow an adult's thigh in one bite. As for the turtle that was dropped down, it is even more terrifying now. The color of the turtle shell changed from dark green to a strange blood red, and it was covered with hideous spikes. Its limbs were thick and covered with scales. It's the glands. Its originally small eyes are now as big as copper bells. The mutant turtles and mutant grass carps seemed to have experienced a night of fighting. They were now each occupying an area and not involving each other. Shu Changxing didn't expect that these mutant beasts could stay in the same pool and live in peace. It was somewhat beyond his expectations. Think about it for a moment. He decided to treat these mutant beasts as fresh food. Whether you eat it yourself or feed it to rice grains, it is a good choice. Dozens of kilograms of flesh and blood were thrown into the pond. The pieces of meat fell into the water. It immediately caused a huge wave. Those mutated grass carps suddenly jumped out, opened their big mouths full of sharp teeth, and bit the flesh. The mutant turtle was not to be outdone and scrambled for another piece of meat. After doing all this, Shu Changxing brought the somewhat panicked Bai Lu back to the villa. He let Bai Lu see this on purpose. The end of the world will not give people a chance to breathe. He needed to shift Bai Lu's consciousness from peacetime as soon as possible. Well, do you believe what I say now? Bai Lu's eyelashes trembled slightly. After returning to the living room, she slowly sat on the sofa, her skirt moved up, revealing her white legs. She took out her cell phone and kept checking messages on various platforms. However, a piece of news above made her completely believe one thing. The end of the world has really come. Shu Changxing came closer, and his nose was filled with the girl's fragrance. He leaned his head over and looked at Bai Lu's phone screen. The apocalyptic crisis broke out just one night ago, so it's normal that the network still has signal. And in a piece of news that Bai Lu casually clicked on, the beginning is a very eye-catching title. Mount Fuji erupted. The Sakura country was almost completely destroyed. A small part of the land was swallowed up. Shu Changxing raised his eyebrows. Oh, good news. Bai Lu came back to his senses, with shock in his beautiful eyes. Doomsday has broken out. How are we going to survive next? Shu Changxing laughed. Are you really stupid? What do you think our fortress is used for? Bai Lu blinked and glanced at the steel wall outside the window. I didn't expect what you did would be useful. Shu Changxing rolled his eyes. What? Do you think I'm lying to you? I really have inside information. Besides, I have some new news, and it's good news. Bai Lu looked over. What? You can also awaken superpowers. Bai Lu was a little surprised. Really? I can also awaken superpowers, just like you can take things out of thin air. No. Shu Changxing shook his head. There are many types of supernatural powers. Taking things out of thin air is just one of them. He turned his palm over, and suddenly a transparent crystal core appeared in his palm. Like this, every zombie may have a crystal core in its brain. Some can improve strength, while others can help humans awaken superpowers. Xu Changxing pointed the transparent crystal in his hand towards the white deer. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a supernatural crystal core related to telekinesis. If you eat it, there is a chance that you will become a supernatural person. When Bailu heard that this crystal stone was actually dug out from the zombie's brain, he suddenly vomited. Is this really edible? Xu Changxing smiled and said, of course. Take the transparent crystal core. Bailu was a little hesitant. But she was never a weak woman. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to manage the huge business left by Xu's father and mother in an orderly manner by his own efforts after their death. After knowing that the world has really changed drastically and the end of the world has come, Bailu knew it clearly in his heart. Only if you are strong enough. No one can bully them. I thought of the scene where a large group of people wanted to rush into the villa, but were killed by Xu Changxing alone. Bailu's eyes became firm. Although my hands were still shaking a little. But he didn't hesitate any longer and stuffed the transparent crystal core into his mouth. As soon as it entered her mouth, a surge of energy quickly spread throughout her body, rushing wildly along her meridians. Bailu's body trembled slightly, and he frowned in pain. A layer of fine beads of sweat instantly seeped out of his white forehead. Just when she felt she was about to burst by this energy, a wonderful feeling came over me. She always felt that her consciousness seemed to have broken away from the constraints of her body and spread out in all directions, and everything around her became extremely clear. This magical feeling made Bailu's eyes light up. She gave a slight pinky gesture. Suddenly, Xu Changxing's collar moved, and one of his buttons was unbuttoned, revealing his strong chest. Xu Changxing narrowed his eyes. What do you want to do? Bailu chuckled and stuck out his tongue, slightly. She dissipated her mental power, and Xu Changxing's collar stopped moving instantly. Not bad, just a crystal core has awakened your superpowers. Xu Changxing nodded with satisfaction. The awakening of superpowers is not that simple. Just like the pretty boy in the previous life, he used 10 crystal cores to awaken his superpowers, but Bailu hit the target with one shot. But it feels like the effect of this power is very weak. Bailu felt it. Just unbuttoning Xu Changxing's clothes had almost drained her mental strength. What's the use of such a weak ability? Xu Changxing, you have just awakened your superpowers. You are only a level 1 awakener. What else do you want to do? If you want to become stronger, then follow me and hunt zombies. With enough crystal cores, you can level up quickly. Bailu nodded. Then let's get ready. There are a few gas stations around. I've stockpiled a lot of food, so we can collect the oil. The end of the world is coming. Naturally, all kinds of supplies belong to whoever takes them. Although Xu Changxing spent billions in preparation for the end of the world, a large portion of the money was spent on building fortresses, including the creation of steel chariots. He also didn't want to expose to Bailu that he owned an entire space of supplies. So if we need to go out and rob, we still have to rob. The focus is on killing zombies. Improve your strength. Come on, let me drive my cool car. Chapter 12, Treasures from the End of the World. Inbuilt character illustrations. Changxing, where are we going next? After the two men got into the steel-armored vehicle, Mi Li, who had finished eating, poked his head out from Xu Changxing's collar. Go to Hanhai Hospital. The vast sea. Bailu was slightly stunned. Do you want to go over there to collect medical supplies? Yeah. Xu Changxing didn't say much. Based on his experience in his previous life, he knew that a treasure appeared in this extremely luxurious private hospital on the first day of the apocalypse. The second supernatural card. In his previous life, he heard people say that the card came at noon. But no matter whether the news was correct or not, he couldn't possibly rush there until noon. If that card was taken away by someone, he would undoubtedly lose a great advantage. This card, as the name suggests, can awaken a person's second superpower. The last person who got him was called Liu Haolane. This guy possesses 2 superpowers and is doing very well in the apocalypse. But now, since he has been reborn back to the beginning of the apocalypse, he wants to monopolize all the benefits as much as possible. Just always be ahead of others. Can quickly accumulate strength. Become invincible. As long as he has enough strength, he can walk sideways in the apocalypse. Why was that bitch Xu Shiqing able to successfully backstab him in her previous life? It's because he is not strong enough. He only solved one side of the Rubik's Cube. And in this life, Xu Chanxing must completely unlock the space cube. Information about the end of the world flashed through Xu Chanxing's mind. Some places are too far away. Some things are yet to come. The closest and easiest thing to him now is this second ability card. He would not tell Bailu this news. Let her mistakenly believe that what they really want to do is collect supplies. Buzz buzz buzz. The steel-armored vehicle starts. Xu Chanxing opened the door with the remote control. Rushed out the door in an armored vehicle. Don't be fooled by the bulky size of this car. If it simply runs recklessly, its speed can even reach 150 km/h. This is the thing that Xu Chanxing spent a huge amount of money to modify. Whether it is impact force, speed, defense, etc., all kinds of materials were invested regardless of cost. The armored vehicle's engine is very loud, but there's nothing you can do about it. However, the visual effect of such a huge vehicle rushing down the mountain is scary enough. Even though mutant beasts appeared on the road from time to time, none of them dared to attack the armored vehicles. Mutated beasts are not like low-level zombies that have no brains. They all have a certain degree of intelligence and know how to avoid danger and seek good fortune. In the car. After hearing the words, Hanhai Hospital, Bailu fell into silence and did not speak for a long time. Xu Chanxing glanced at her and suddenly remembered that this little girl seemed to have a younger sister who was receiving treatment in Hanhai Hospital. Although Bailu was a girl adopted by his parents, she was not his adopted sister in name. This is because after Bailu's biological parents found out that she was adopted by a wealthy man like the Xu group, they repeatedly went to Xu's father's company to cause trouble. Originally, Bailu didn't want to pay attention to them, and Xu's father was willing to help her settle the matter. However, Bailu's biological parents suddenly told her that she had a twin sister. Got seriously ill. Although you won't die from an uncontrollable illness, you still need to spend money all year round to keep yourself alive. Bailu doesn't care about her biological parents who abandoned her, but she has to care about her twin sister. So she took the initiative to sever the adoption relationship with Xu's father and mother, and became an employee of Xu Group. At the same time, he took his sister to Hanhai International Hospital, which has the best medical resources in the entire Hai family. These memories are too old for Xu Chanxing. So after noticing that Bailu fell into silence, he thought of this matter. Are you thinking about your sister? Xu Chanxing asked directly while driving. Bailu pursed her lips and nodded. After knowing that the end of the world had really come, the first person she thought of was her sister. But she did not mention her sister to Xu Chanxing. Because she knew that Xu Chanxing hated her greedy parents. Moreover, Xu Chanxing hardly ever met his sister, and she basically handled all the matters by herself. Bailu wasn't sure how Xu Chanxing would treat her sister. Although Xu Chanxing is willing to take her in now, how can she rely on her special status to ask Xu Chanxing to rescue her sister? Just by looking at the silly girl's expression, Xu Chanxing knew what she was thinking. She pressed Bailu's head hard with one hand. The apocalypse has been going on all night, and now the hospital has probably become a zombie nest. Hearing this, Bailu's eyes dimmed. However, Xu Chanxing suddenly said, "But I remember your sister is in the senior ward, right? The security there is better. As long as she survived the chaos at night, she might still have a chance to survive. We are going there, so we can take a look at your sister. If she is still alive, we will bring her back." Bailu's dim beautiful eyes suddenly burst into light. She looked at Xu Chanxing in surprise. Can you really bring her back? It doesn't matter if you open one more mouth. Xu Chanxing's voice was domineering. He does have the capital to say such things now. After all, his 100,000 cubic meters of magic cube space can store enough food for 10,000 people to eat for 20 years. He really doesn't need another mouth. Thank you, Chanxing. Bailu was sitting in the passenger seat. She leaned forward in surprise and suddenly left a lip print on Xu Chanxing's cheek. When she realized what she had done, her cheeks instantly turned red and her heartbeat began to accelerate inexplicably. Hey. Why are you attacking by surprise? Xu Chanxing didn't think there was anything wrong. It was just a kiss from his sister on the cheek, which seemed normal to him. Seeing that Xu Chanxing didn't seem to have any other reaction, Bailu felt inexplicably disappointed, but he couldn't help but suppress the thoughts in his mind. What am I thinking about? They are adopted siblings. Boom! The steel-armored vehicle rushed all their way across the town at the foot of the mountain. Come to the edge of highs. Cross the avenue. Enter the city. Hanhai Hospital is not located in the city center. Instead, it was set up in a relatively remote area. This results in there not being as many zombies here as in the urban area, but there are still quite a few. There were also many cars rear-ending each other on the road. Some of the cars were even shaking, as if something was trying to escape from them. Xu Changxing looked out the window. There was not a soul to be seen on the street. The various shops along the street were in a state of disrepair. Either the front door was smashed or the security net was pulled down. There are also sporadic zombies wandering unconsciously on the streets. Now the places where zombies gather are basically in every building. There were not many people on the street. After all, the end of the world comes in the early hours of the night. At that time, except for some special places, many people are still sleeping at home. When Xu Changxing drove past a residential building, suddenly a voice was heard. Help! Chapter 13 White Deer Twin Sisters Built-in Character Map. The white deer looked upwards through the window and saw an old lady sticking her head out of the window, calling for help. Are you from the military? Come and save me. My son is going to eat me. Bailu turned around and looked at Xu Changxing, but found that he had a calm face and did not react at all. Bailu didn't say anything either. The vehicle driven by two people rumbled past. Only the old lady's voice was still hanging in the air. Why are you running? Damn it. I'm so old, where are you going if you don't come to save me? Come back here immediately. However, what the old lady saw was the rear of the armored vehicle. Until the vehicle turned a corner, she couldn't even see the back of the car. Even more furious. What a selfish bunch. They have such a nice car, but they didn't come to save me. They are so heartless, they will definitely be eaten by zombies in the future. Because of her reckless shouting, the zombies outside her door became even more excited. Bang! 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 The door was knocked open by the zombies. The aunt turned around in horror. The next moment, screams were heard. R. Xu Changxing was already bringing Bailu closer to Hanhai Hospital. He didn't take the little incident just now seriously at all. Glancing at Bailu, whose expression was complicated, he spoke slowly. Xiaolu, you have seen that people's hearts can be sinister, especially in these apocalyptic times. If you are too willing to help others, you will only hurt yourself and those around you. So, you can only let go of your desire to help others and respect their fate. Bailu nodded gently, I understand. As long as you understand. Xu Changxing didn't say anything else. He knew Bailu's temper. Although kind, he is not stupid. Another 20 minutes passed. Xu Changxing finally drove the car to the gate of Hanhai International Hospital. But now the entrance to the hospital has been blocked. There were quite a few vehicles parked there. There's no way his armored vehicle could get in there. Go down. Remember, don't rush to use your supernatural powers. Xu Changxing stretched out his right hand from the void and grabbed the Miao Dao. He flipped his left hand and took out a high-voltage electric baton. You don't have much strength, but you have learned karate. It's just right for you to use this electric baton to fight the enemy with your strength. Put the electric baton into Bailu's hand. Xu Changxing opened the door and got out of the car. The white deer also walked down quickly. The grain of rice was always hiding in Xu Changxing's collar. It moved all over Xu Changxing's body. Shoot out at the critical moment. Help Xu Changxing fight the enemy. Click. After locking the doors of the armored vehicle, only then did Xu Changxing feel relieved and took Bailu to the hospital entrance carefully. There are a lot of zombies in the hospital. It is a crowded place, and how can people in the hospital be healthy? Some were injured or disabled, so many people turned into zombies. Where's your sister's location? Xu Changxing did not forget that his first goal in coming here was to get the second supernatural card. The second thing is to help Bailu rescue her sister. In fact, Xu Changxing was not optimistic about whether Sister Bailu could still be alive. After all, how could a person who needs to take various drugs to stay alive every day survive a whole night when facing such a zombie crisis? The reason why he said that the security in the VIP ward was slightly better was just to comfort Bailu. Right there. The white deer pointed to a low building. That building was not like other buildings, with 20 floors, or even 30 or 40 floors. Instead, there are only 13 floors. Xu Chanxing turned his head and was slightly stunned after counting the number of floors in the building. In the previous life, according to the guy who got the second superpower card, he found the card in the inpatient area on the 13th floor. Could it be the hospital building where Sister Bailu is staying? Xu Chanxing thought about it, and he didn't know where the second ability card would be refreshed. Based on the existing information, he might as well go to the hospital building where Sister Bailu is staying to look for her first. After all, he had just taken a quick look and saw that most of the buildings in Hanhai Hospital were 20 or 30 stories high. There are not many buildings with more than 10 floors. It is very likely to appear here. Check the time. It's almost 11 o'clock. Xu Chanxing didn't hesitate any longer and prepared to sneak into the hospital with Bailu. However, at this moment, a zombie suddenly poked its head out from the base of the car and tried to bite Xu Chanxing's calf. Swish! The knife flashed. Xu Chanxing chopped off the zombie's head with one knife. Rolling. The zombie's head fell to the side. Bailu was startled and turned pale, but he still restrained himself and didn't make a sound. Xu Chanxing glanced at her out of the corner of his eye and nodded with satisfaction in his heart. Little girl, get on with it. I have to say that Bailu's speed of adapting to the end of the world is extremely fast. People will scream instinctively when they are frightened, but the fact that she was able to control this instinct shows Bailu's ability. Let's see if there is a crystal core. This time, Xu Chanxing did not dig out the zombie's head himself, but asked Bailu to do it instead. Bailu took the dagger handed to him by Xu Chanxing. Look at the bloody head. Swallowed. Squat down. She stabbed the dagger into the zombie's skull. With the first step, the next steps will naturally be faster. Bailu suppressed his nausea and stirred the zombie's head with the dagger. Soon he hit something hard. Feeling that there would be gains, Bailu's eyes lit up, and even his fear of zombies was reduced a lot. She poked it with her dagger. A milky white first-level mysterious crystal core fell to the ground. Xu Chanxing raised his eyebrows. It seems that you are really lucky. The first time he used the supernatural crystal core, he awakened his supernatural power. He just dug it up and found a treasure. Bend down. Xu Chanxing picked up the mysterious crystal core and then put it into the space. The zombies nowadays are basically all level 1. Their movement speed and reaction ability are much worse than when they were alive. Xu Chanxing looked inside the hospital gate. Just in the open space in front, a rough count shows that there are at least 40 or 50 zombies. The damage caused by his supernatural power is not strong now, and Bailu has difficulty even unbuttoning his clothes. It is obviously difficult for the two of them to kill all these zombies. Therefore, the best way is to attract these zombies away first. How do we get in? Asked Bailu. It's very simple. Xu Chanxing didn't say much and took out a huge slingshot. He set a timer on a small disposable alarm, wrapped it in a plastic ball, and attached it to the slingshot. Aim towards the inside of the hospital. Emission. Call out. The plastic ball, carrying a small and simple alarm, flew out instantly. Over dozens of meters. It fell among the grass. The countdown is over. The alarm immediately emitted a buzzing sound at a low volume. It is enough to attract the surrounding zombies, but not enough to cause the zombies farther away to riot. Buzz buzz buzz. The zombies wandering around the hospital entrance were instantly attracted by the alarm and pounced towards the plastic ball with their fangs and claws. Rush. Xu Chanxing immediately took Bailu and entered the hospital through the gap between the vehicles. Run all their way to the ward on the 13th floor. Soon the zombies noticed them. A bloody mouth. Chase them. Raw. Chapter 14, Blocking the Door and Killing Monsters. A large number of zombies pounced towards Xu Chanxing and his companion. However, after being attracted by the alarm, they were quite a distance away from the gate. Therefore, it is difficult to catch up with Xu Chanxing and Bailu. However, just as they were about to rush into the ward door, suddenly, raw. 3 zombies rushed out from the door of the ward and pounced towards the two of them. At this distance, there is no time to dodge. Rice grains. Xu Chanxing swung his left hand suddenly. Suddenly, a small black figure shot out from his sleeves like lightning. Puff. There are almost no obstacles. The grain of rice pierced through the zombie's head and passed through it horizontally, falling to the ground with a crystal core in its mouth. Shu Changxing slashed with his knife. Another zombie's head also fell to the ground instantly. Just when he was about to raise his hand to kill the last zombie, Bailu suddenly swung their high-voltage electric baton. Bang! A muffled sound. The zombie paused, but continued to rush forward. But the next moment, sizzle! The sound of electric currents was heard. Their high-voltage electric baton released one grid of electricity instantly. The zombie also trembled all over and fell to the ground with a thud. Go in! Shu Changxing immediately dragged Bailu into the building and turned around to close the door. He casually flipped his hand, took out a steel rod from the space, placed it across the door frame, and locked the door shut. Several zombies also pounced over. Bang! It hit the glass door hard, making a loud noise. Let's move some things and block the door. Bailu's voice just sounded. However, Shu Changxing snapped his fingers. Swish! The next moment, a 2-meter high and 1.5-meter wide double-door refrigerator was erected in front of the door, blocking it tightly. The zombies kept banging on the door, but the refrigerator didn't move at all. Inside were various iron blocks stuffed by Shu Changxing. This is to prevent this from happening. Oh. Bailu blinked. Laugh. Shu Changxing stabbed the 2 zombies in the head with a knife. There is no crystal core. Shu Changxing was somewhat disappointed. He put the crystal core in Mi Li's mouth into his space and said to Bailu, Okay, let's go. There are probably quite a few zombies in this building. The noise here will soon attract them. Let's leave first. Bailu nodded, tightened the high-voltage electric baton in his hand, and ran straight towards the safe passage with Shu Changxing. Shu Changxing nodded behind his back at Bailu's actions. It is impossible to use the elevator at the moment. God knows how many zombies are in that elevator. Don't just open the door and run into a dozen little cuties. Even though Shu Changxing was confident that he had good skills and could deal with so many zombies at the same time, he could not guarantee that he would not be scratched by the zombies. In the absence of a healing psychic, the zombie virus is a deadly threat even to those with special abilities. The door to the safe passage is open at this time. The white deer plunged in. Shu Changxing narrowed his eyes. The door was wide open, which meant someone must have run into the emergency passage. He passed the white deer in 2 steps. Walking in front. Raising his hand and holding the Miao Dao horizontally in front of him, Shu Changxing remained alert and vigilant, walking close to the wall. The rice grains also crawled along his clothes and into his chest pocket. There were few lights in the emergency passage, only a faint light flickering in the stairwell. On the 7th floor. Shu Changxing climbed the stairs carefully. 2 years of experience in the apocalypse has prevented him from being careless about anything. Even now, at the beginning of the apocalypse, he would not think that no place could give birth to advanced monsters or monsters with extraordinary abilities. Raw. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed past from the corner of the stairs above. Then, a foul smell hit my face. Shu Changxing's eyes instantly became as sharp as an eagle, his arm muscles tensed, and his strength exploded in an instant. The long sword flashed a cold light in the air, accompanied by a click sound. The sharp blade scratched the neck, and the zombie's head flew up, hit the wall, and fell down. Bailu's mind remained highly concentrated throughout, but the sudden startle still frightened her. It wasn't until the zombie fell to the ground that she came to her senses. Shu Changxing stabbed a knife into the zombie's head. There is still no crystal core. Is the explosion rate so low? Shu Changxing sighed and had to continue going upstairs. The 2 remained vigilant and reached the 7th floor safely. This floor is not very high, but when Shu Changxing carefully opened the door to the safety passage, it was dark outside. The corridor is backlit. And it seems that there has been a power outage on this floor. It's the ward at the far end. You have to go through the door at the end. Bailu mouthed the words and pointed to the end of the corridor on the left, where there was a closed door. Shu Changxing glanced at his watch. At this moment, the second ability card is probably about to be refreshed, but I don't know where it will be refreshed. He'd better clear out all the zombies in this building so that it would be easier to find the special card. This is also one of the reasons why he directly blocked the door with the refrigerator. To prevent anyone from running in and to prevent anyone from escaping. So, for now, we can go and see if Bailu's sister is still alive. After confirmation, it won't be too late for him to start killing. Walk. Shu Chanxing moved his head and motioned Bai Lu to follow him. Bai Lu nodded slightly. Two people, one holding a knife and the other holding an electric baton, walked out of the safe passage. Tread, step. Footsteps were heard in the silent corridor. Strangely, there are not many zombies in the corridor. Walking along the corridor, my nose was filled with the pungent smell of disinfectant. After Shu Chanxing passed the first ward, took a look inside. All the people inside have turned into zombies. There are 2 in total. Shu Chanxing thought about it and stepped in. Puff. Puff. Without giving the 2 zombies any time to react, he took a knife in each hand and stabbed it into their brains. Put the Miao Dao in your left hand back into space. Shu Chanxing stirred the 2 zombies' brains. A crystal core was picked out. The whole process was smooth and without any sound. Bai Lu watched the scene silently, blinking blankly. Looking at Shu Chanxing's tall and handsome back, Bai Lu's beautiful eyes flashed. Let's go to the next one. Shu Chanxing did not take Bai Lu directly to the ward at the end. He needs to minimize the risk as much as possible. At the same time, I also want to check whether the second ability card has been swiped in each ward. In this way, every time Shu Chanxing passed by a room, he would first observe the situation in the ward, then slip in and take direct action to eliminate the zombies in it. Harvest a wave of crystal cores at the same time. There are only 5 or 6 rooms on this side. So Shu Chanxing soon arrived at the door at the end of the corridor. There is a round glass on the door, through which you can directly see what is happening on the other side. In the middle is the nurse's station. You need to go through this nurse station to get to the other side. However, when Shu Chanxing looked over there, he saw 6 or 7 zombies in nurse uniforms. He frowned. This is a bit troublesome. Chapter 15 Bai Lu's vicious mother and missing sister. Little dear, I need your help now. Bai Lu also saw the zombies in the nurse's station through the glass window. Without any hesitation, she nodded and said, "What can I do for you?" "Go hide in the ward." Bai Lu. She obediently walked into a ward behind her. Then he left the door half closed. "See her get ready." Shu Chanxing asked Mi Li to come out. "Get bigger." The body of Mi Li gradually changes from the thickness of a finger to the size of an arm, sliding along Shu Chanxing's body to the ground. Shu Chanxing grasped the handle and pushed the door open suddenly. Then he immediately flashed into the ward where Bai Lu was and gently closed the door. At this time, the door of the nurse station opened. When the zombies saw Mi Li constantly hitting the wall with his tail, they instantly opened their bloody mouths. Raw. A total of 6 zombies crawled out of the nurse's station. The rice grain turned around and swam backwards. It was very fast and instantly distanced itself from the zombies. Several zombies all passed by the ward door. "Are you ready?" Bai Lu nodded with a firm look in his eyes. "Okay, I'll count to 3. 3, 2, 1. Shu Chanxing opened the door with a swish. One held a knife and the other held a stick. Laugh. The long knife slashed across the zombie's neck. One solution. Bai Lu also swung his arm and hit another zombie on the temple with a stick. High voltage current bursts out instantly. Sizzle. Another one solved. Sensing Shu Chanxing's breath, Mi Li, who was pulling the monster in front, suddenly moved his snake body and reacted in an instant. The thick and powerful snake tail suddenly pulled out, with a whistling sound, and fiercely whipped the zombie closest to it away. Immediately afterwards, Mi Li's body suddenly bounced up from the ground. With its sharp fangs, it pierced the second zombie's head with one bite. When Mi Li killed 2 zombies in the blink of an eye, the third zombie took the opportunity to grab Mi Li's body. The rice grain snake twisted its body, wrapping around the zombie that caught it in circles. As the rice grains became tighter and tighter, the zombie's body was trapped. Final. Snap. Mi Li directly strangled the zombie's neck. Good. Shu Chanxing didn't expect Mi Li's fighting ability to be so strong. This is the result of the other party not using his supernatural powers. Swish. Shu Chanxing raised his hand and killed the last zombie. There were 6 bodies lying on the ground. The rice grains swam towards Shu Chanxing. The body is also gradually getting smaller. Bang! Bang! There was a crashing sound. It was the other ward that they had not yet cleaned up. Shu Chanxing was not in a hurry to attack the zombies. Instead, he set his eyes on the white deer. Go get the crystal core. Bai Lu nodded. She pulled out a dagger and stabbed the heads of the 6 zombies one by one. In the end, 5 mysterious crystal cores were harvested. Xu Changxing's eyes widened. This explosion rate, including the crystal cores he got from killing zombies before. Now he has 18 first-level milky white crystal cores in his hand. Most of them were opened by Bai Lu. This little girl is also a European emperor. Xu Changxing was very satisfied. Leave the zombies over there for now and go check on your sister. Bai Lu's expression moved slightly and he nodded solemnly. There are so many zombies here, almost everyone in the ward has turned into a zombie. Her sister is now. Bai Lu felt as if a huge stone was pressing down on his heart, and he slowly followed Xu Changxing past the nurse's station and come to the other side of the ward. There are obviously more zombies here. Xu Changxing and Mi Li work together, and Bai Lu can also provide some help from time to time. Therefore, the progress was quite rapid. At this time, in the luxurious ward at the end, it is divided into 2 parts, family lounge and patient lounge. There is a glass wall in the middle. In the family lounge, several zombies were constantly scratching at the door. In the patient lounge, 2 figures hid under the beds, shivering as they heard the slapping sounds coming from their ears. One of them was a middle-aged woman with a double chin, a big, thick mouth, protruding lips, and her eyes squeezed into a slit by the flesh on her face. One was a young man in his 20s, wearing a hospital gown, with sunken eye sockets surrounded by dark circles, and a pale face without any blood. The young man said in a trembling voice, "Mom, I'm hungry." The middle-aged woman swallowed and said, "I'm hungry too. But the food is all in that room, we can't get it at all. There are curtains drawn on the glass walls." At this moment, the entire glass was shaking continuously due to being smashed by the zombies. They didn't even dare to open the curtains, let alone go out to fight zombies and get food. Damn it, if that sick girl was here, she could be allowed to attract these zombies. The young man gritted his teeth. The middle-aged woman also had anger in her eyes. If I had known, I wouldn't have transferred her to another hospital. Just as the mother and son were hiding in fear, hoping that the zombies outside the door would leave on their own. Suddenly, they heard a loud noise outside the door. Bang, bang, bang. There were loud crashes one after another. The middle-aged woman and the young man were both stunned. The noise outside soon stopped. But they heard a strange hissing sound again. The mother and son looked at each other. They all held their breath involuntarily. Crash! Suddenly, the locked glass door was suddenly cut open by a knife. The glass shattered instantly. The young man was almost frightened to death. He turned and looked towards the door. However, a terrifying snake head poked its head in. The snake's tongue moved in and out, making a hissing sound. He hid under the bed, curled up. The snake raised its head, and its cold vertical eyes met his eyes. "Arr!" The young man screamed in fear and dived out from under the bed. His body rolled twice on the ground, knocking over the small table with a loud clanging sound. The young man's legs kept moving around, and he rolled and crawled until his entire back hit the wall and was forced to stop. His body was still shaking slightly. Slowly, a warm current flowed out from his trouser legs. And when the middle-aged woman saw the snake head in front of her, he actually rolled his eyes. He fainted directly. Are there any survivors? Xu Changxing strode into the patient lounge. However, when he glanced around, he only saw 2 people. Bai Lu's sister was obviously not among them. He couldn't help but frown. At this time, Bai Lu saw that there was no danger in the room and walked in impatiently. But when she saw the young man who had wet his pants, her beautiful brows furrowed. "Zhao Chengdong, why are you here?" The young man saw the ferocious snake head slowly retreat out of the room, and a man and a woman walked in instead. One of the women was actually someone he knew. Suddenly he was stunned. "Brother Zhao Pan." Bai Lu frowned and looked around the entire ward, even checking the zombies lying on the ground, but he didn't see his sister. "Where's Panna? Where did you take her?" Chapter 16. If you don't answer, you don't want my hand. After being panicked for a while, Zhao Chengdong realized that nothing was wrong. He swallowed and climbed up with his hands on the wall. However, he did not answer Bai Lu's question, but said excitedly, "You can actually make it here, you can definitely take me out, right?" Bai Lu frowned. "I'm asking you, why are you wearing a hospital gown? Where is Panna? The young man rolled his eyes. He was not afraid at all when facing this sister who was related to him by blood. Instead, he arrogantly ordered, "What nonsense! It's too unsafe here, take me out. And I want to eat a Fujiton apple. Get it and peel it for me." The white deer choked. He gripped the high-voltage electric baton in his hand. When Xu Changxing saw this situation, he also understood. It seems that this young man named Zhao Chengdong is Bailu's blood relative. What about the lady below? Li Guifang woke up slowly. When I looked up, I saw two people standing at the door and was startled. But after seeing the white deer, she quickly squeezed out her fat. "Brother Pan? You're here? What's going on outside? These monsters are too scary." Li Guifang suddenly smelled a smell of urine in the air and turned around to see her son. Chengdong, what's wrong with you?" She quickly ran over and supported the young man who looked weak. Zhao Chengdong did indeed impatiently shake off Li Guifang's hand. "What's wrong with him? Isn't this asking even though you already know the answer?" He peed his pants. Li Guifang realized later, "That's right. I think I saw a big snake just now." As soon as she finished speaking, Li crawled in again. Li Guifang screamed in fright. Zhao Chengdong was also a little scared and stepped back again. "What the hell is this?" Baidu searched around but couldn't find his sister, and became more and more anxious. He was about to say something, but Xu Changxing just laughed and walked into the lounge. "The person living here should be called." Halfway through his speech, Xu Changxing turned around and looked at Bailu again. "Zhao Panna." "Yes, this should be Zhao Panna's ward, right? Where is she and why are you here?" Li Guifang frowned when she saw her adopted daughter bringing a man with her. "Who are you?" "I'm her mother, why can't I be here?" Xu Changxing raised his eyebrows. When Bailu's biological parents caused trouble for their family, he was still in the team, so he didn't know what Bailu's parents looked like. But now it seems. Xu Changxing looked Li Guifang up and down. It really shows the image of a shrew to the fullest. Facing these two people, Xu Changxing had no patience at all. He just smiled and raised the knife in his hand. I saw him raise the knife. Li Guifang's mouth trembled. What do you want to do?" "Now, I ask, you answer." Xu Changxing smiled, "If you don't answer directly, I will cut off one of your fingers." "Your fingers are cut off." Xu Changxing looked at Zhao Chengdong behind the woman with calm eyes. "Just cut him." Zhao Chengdong immediately yelled, "Who are you?" "If you want to ask, I must answer, Swish. Accompanied by a flash of silver light. Xu Changxing threw a dart at some point. It hit Zhao Chengdong's finger. "Oops, I accidentally cut two. Sorry, I'll be more careful next time." "There will be a next time." Zhao Chengdong clenched his bleeding fingers and his eyes went dark. The pain made him scream. However, Xu Changxing suddenly stretched out a finger and said, If the zombies come over later, I will throw you to them to enjoy." Zhao Chengdong immediately gritted his teeth and closed his mouth. But the pain made his body tremble uncontrollably, and the blood flowing from his fingers was flowing down his arm. "Son!" As a result, Zhao Chengdong shut up, but the middle-aged woman started screaming again. She turned her head suddenly and stared at Xu Changxing fiercely. "What are you doing? How dare you hurt someone? I'm calling the police to have you arrested." "Oh, that's really stupid." Xu Changxing looked at the fat woman in front of him who was threatening and cursing. With a twist of the wrist. "Call out." Another flying blade shot out. This time it was Li Guifang's turn to scream. "Can we have a good conversation now?" Xu Changxing looked at the mother and son standing in the corner as if they were being punished. Li Guifang wanted to open her mouth to say something. However, the Miaodao in Xu Changxing's hand turned. A flash of cold light. Li Guifang closed her mouth instantly and just like her son, she held the wound tightly in pain. "That's right." Xu Changxing smiled again, "Why are you here?" Li Guifang's thick lips trembled. We are here to see a doctor." The white deer frowned. Xu Changxing asked again, "Where is Zhao Panna, the original girl here?" Li Guifang glanced at Bailu hesitantly, and hesitated to speak. Hiss. At this time, Li slowly swam to Xu Changxing's side and raised his head. It is now more than 1 meter, nearly 2 meters long, and is extremely oppressive for ordinary people. Li Guifang shook her legs in fear, and the fat on her face was trembling. She said quickly, "I was worried that she wouldn't be able to get used to living here, so I sent her to a hospital closer to home." As if she was afraid that Xu Changxing would chop her with a knife, Li Guifang added in a panic, "Since we are close, we can take care of her." When Bailu heard that Li Guifang had moved her sister from the hospital she had specially chosen to another place, she couldn't help herself. "So where do you spend the money I give you every month?" Facing Bailu, Li Guifang was not so scared and spoke more confidently, "Don't you see, your brother is also sick. Of course he has to spend money in the hospital." Bailu couldn't believe it. She had been managing the company for Xu Changxing during this period and had no time to visit her sister. He just transferred the money to Li Guifang on time and asked them to take good care of his sister. However, she still underestimated the evil of human nature. She spent so much money, but it wasn't used on her sister, but all on their son. Thinking back to the time when her biological mother ran to the door of her adoptive parents' company and made a scene. The reason for asking for money was to let her buy a house for their son. In addition, I paid Zhao Qingdong's betrothal gift. Now even the money she gave to her sister's medical treatment was going to be swallowed up. Bailu couldn't help but tremble all over. "So, you transferred her sister to another hospital and sent your son here?" Xu Changxing narrowed his eyes. As soon as Xu Changxing opened his mouth, Li Guifang's voice softened, but she still said, "So what? At least I left that money-losing thing in the hospital and didn't let her die on her own." Swish! The knife flashed. This time, Li Guifang's entire fat hand fell off and hit the ground. R. Chapter 17, Kill the Corpse Eater. Special Crystal Core. The light in the entire ward was dim, and the oppressive atmosphere made people feel breathless. Li Guifang's hand was broken at the wrist, and blood spurted out from the broken part like a fountain. After the hand fell to the ground, its fingers were still twitching slightly. Seeing this scene, Zhao Qingdong's expression was dull, as if his soul had been scared out of his body. His legs went weak and he fell to his knees. Xu Changxing stood where he was and patted Li Guifang's fat face with the back of his miaodao. Although he was once a soldier, his experiences in the last days and the betrayal by his loved ones have made his heart cold and hard. It was just cutting off one of the other person's hands, he didn't think it was a big deal. "You didn't kill anyone, why are you yelling?" "Shut up." Li Guifang bit her tongue as she felt the cold blade across her skin. The flow of blood made her roll her eyes. "If you don't want to die, tell us Zhao Pan's location right away." "City." Li Guifang slumped on the ground and said with difficulty, "Number 2 Municipal People's Hospital, Building 5, Room 1808. Seeing that the other party didn't talk nonsense this time, Xu Changxing nodded with satisfaction. He put away his miaodao and ignored the two men. Since Bailu's sister had been moved away by them a long time ago, it was impossible to rush over to find her now. We could only wait for another chance. The most important thing now is to clean up the entire building, and then collect the mysterious crystal cores and upgrade as soon as possible. Xu Changxing turned and left. There was a trace of despair on Bailu's face, and he glared at Li Guifang and the other person fiercely. Also followed Xu Changxing. "Where are you going? Take us with you. At least take me with you." Zhao Chengdong, who had not dared to speak, so the two people were about to leave and shouted from behind. But Xu Changxing didn't say anything and left the ward with Bailu. "What the hell? What the hell? Wait till you can't see the two of them anymore." Zhao Chengdong cursed and spat on the ground. "Bar. It's better to leave. There's food outside. I can hide here. Think of the fruit in the lounge outside." Zhao Qingdong's eyes lit up. He was now hungry, thirsty and injured, so he had to replenish his energy with something. He didn't care about his mother who was lying on the ground, her face pale and unable to speak. Walk straight out the door. But he had just stepped out of the glass door. Hissed Tilda. But he saw a black snake lying on its back, spitting out its tongue, with its head held high and its pair of vertical pupils staring straight at him. Zhao Qingdong's heart suddenly shrank and his body froze instantly. Click, click. His throat was dry with fear and he couldn't even scream. Whoosh. Mi Li attacked without warning, biting Zhao Qingdong's neck with his sharp teeth. He still wanted to struggle, but after a violent convulsion, his hands, which were waving in vain, became limp and fell to the ground. Mi Li did not give in immediately, but waited for a while. Until this guy was completely out of breath. Only then did the rice grain swam into the glass door. No, no. Li Guifang opened her eyes wide helplessly, but could only watch the snake's mouth biting towards her. By this time, Xu Chanxing had passed the nurse's station and returned to the passage where he went upstairs. See the rice grains swimming towards you quickly. Xu Chanxing didn't say anything, but quickly cooperated with Mi Li and started to deal with the zombies in this ward. Until we arrived at the last ward. Mi Li suddenly raised his body alertly. A pair of black vertical pupils stared at the door of the ward. Seeing this, Xu Chanxing became alert. Although Mi Li has just evolved, with its strength, it can deal with level 2 zombies. What makes Mi Li alert right now is, could it be that the zombies have evolved? Xu Chanxing gestured to Bailu, asking her to step back. The door of this ward was not closed, but half open. Xu Chanxing looked solemn as he slowly used his knife to pry open the door. The door hinges made a slight sound. Raw. The next moment. A monster with a twisted body, bulging muscles, blue veins and a sense of flesh and blood pounced out. It stuck out a long tongue covered with disgusting mucus, swung it in the air, and shot towards Xu Chanxing. Xu Chanxing was well prepared and not panicked. He grasped the hilt of the knife with his backhand and swung the Miao Dao in his hand quickly into the air. Raw. The monster let out a sharp roar of pain. Half of the tongue fell to the ground. A fishy wind blew up. The monster lying on the ground moved and swung out its claws. Xu Chanxing dodged to the side, and the claw brushed past his clothes and hit the wall outside the ward with a bang. Xu Chanxing swung his sword and a ray of cold light slashed towards the monster's back. Rice grains! Xu Chanxing roared. The black snake on the ground immediately understood what its master meant, and black flames burst out from its body, like a ghost snake crawling out of hell. Swish! The rice grains flashed rapidly, wrapping the monster tightly, and the snake's body became tighter and tighter. The black scales flashed with a cold luster under the pressure, and the black flames on its body were constantly dancing, madly corroding the monster's body, making crackling sounds. The ugly, burned creature struggled and twisted in pain. Disgusting mucus continued to ooze out of its burnt flesh, emitting a pungent stench. Xu Chanxing seized the opportunity provided by Mi Li, rushed forward with a quick step, raised his hand and thrust the Miao Dao, accurately stabbing it into the monster's wide-open mouth. The blade of the Miao Dao pierced straight into the monster's mouth. Xu Chanxing took advantage of the situation and stirred it vigorously. A strange gurgling sound came from the monster's throat. Died on the spot. The white deer standing back saw Xu Chanxing kill the monster. He immediately stepped forward and asked worriedly, "Chanxing, how are you? Not hurt?" Xu Chanxing shook his head. His eyes fell on the monster wrapped in rice grains. Corpse eaters. This monster seemed to have no skin, with flesh and blood exposed. It crawled on all fours, had a mouth full of fangs, and a tongue that could swing like a whip. It is one of the more common types of zombies in the apocalypse. Their speed and reaction ability are faster than ordinary zombies. I didn't expect mutant zombies to appear so soon. Xu Chanxing frowned and asked Mi Li to release the dead cannibal. He was just about to stab the cannibal in the brain when he suddenly thought of something and paused. Turned to look at the white deer. Xu Chanxing handed her the knife in his hand. "You should go find the crystal core. This little girl seems to be luckier than him. Maybe something good will come out of it." Good. Bailu has become accustomed to this job. Instead of using Xu Chanxing's knife, she took out her own dagger. Shoved the dagger into the gal's brain. Stirred for a while. "There is something." Bailu's voice sounded, and she poked it with her dagger. The brain matter, flesh and blood were picked out along with a piece of ancient crystal core. Sure enough, there is something. Xu Chanxing's eyes lit up. The moment he saw the crystal core, he was stunned. Then there was a burst of ecstasy. It's actually Chapter 18 Second Talent, Sword Master. Upgrade. Bailu looked at Xu Chanxing holding the ancient crystal core in his hand and asked curiously, "What is this?" At this moment, Xu Chanxing was feeling the power emanating from the crystal core in his hand. When he clasped his palms together, suddenly, a powerful and sharp sword intent rushed out from the crystal core. Xu Chanxing's eyes lit up and an expression of irrepressible joy appeared on his face. It's actually the Sword Master's crystal core. In the previous life, the person who obtained the second superpower not only awakened the thunder power, but also became a sword master. After becoming a high-level psychic, one can even summon thousands of divine swords with just a wave of his hand. Kill all enemies. I didn't expect that guy not only got the second ability card here, but also didn't awaken the Sword Master ability by himself, but with this crystal core. In his previous life, the powerful man with dual superpowers released the news that lightning power was his second superpower. The Sword Master's special ability was awakened by himself. Now it seems that is not the case at all. But unfortunately, Shu Changsheng has now awakened his space-related abilities. Therefore, he was unable to absorb the crystal core without using the second ability card. Shu Changsheng sighed slightly and was just about to put away the Sword Master crystal core. However, when this thought just came up, the Sword Master crystal core in his hand suddenly burst out with infinite sword power. The crystal core trembled violently in Shu Changsheng's hand, and finally shattered in an instant. The energy in it continued to flow into Shu Changsheng's body. In an instant, countless illusory sword shadows burst out from his body. When an illusory sword heart condensed in his heart, Shu Changsheng suddenly opened his eyes, and a sharp light burst out from his eyes. The next moment, he was suddenly surprised. How so? Originally, he planned to use this crystal core after getting the second skill card. But now, the crystal core directly helped him awaken the Sword Master's supernatural power. Could it be that, because the spatial ability came with my rebirth, it doesn't count as my awakened talent? So I can get a superpower again without the help of a second superpower card. Shu Changsheng felt that this guess should be very close to the truth. Otherwise, there is no way to explain how ordinary people can awaken their second superpower without using the second superpower card. Shu Changsheng was happy to have a powerful superpower again, but he couldn't help but think about another problem. Now I have two abilities. If I use the second ability card. Shu Changsheng's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. Could it be possible for me to master three superpowers at the same time? Others are able to awaken special powers thanks to the smoke coming out of the old grave. However, he alone can directly control three superpowers. Moreover, among these three superpowers, two are extremely special and powerful. If he could awaken a third superpower, he would naturally look for more precious superpower crystal cores. It is impossible to absorb some ordinary superpowers casually. Changsheng, are you okay? Bailu watched as the crystal core in Shu Changsheng's hand disappeared in an instant. The next moment, a terrifying aura burst out from him again. However, the other party remained silent, which made her a little worried. Shu Changsheng restrained the violent sword intent around him. He was in a good mood and a smile appeared on his handsome face. The white deer was stunned by what he saw and blushed with shyness. She quickly lowered her head, her hair falling down, hiding the expression on her face. I'm fine. Shu Changsheng smiled at Bailu. He raised his eyes and looked inside the ward in front of him. There were also some tattered clothes that were torn into pieces and fell to the ground. But there was not a single zombie among them. It looks like the corpse eaters have already cleared this floor. No wonder when I first came up, there were only zombies in the wards on this floor. This level is basically safe for now. Shu Changsheng was not in a hurry to look for the second ability card. He now has more than 20 crystal cores in his hands. It is enough to upgrade one of your abilities first. Shu Changsheng suddenly flipped his palm. The sword intent is condensed. A small sword flashing with cold light suddenly appeared, hovering above the palm of his hand, constantly rising and falling. When Baidu saw this scene, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. This is the crystal core I just absorbed awakened the superpowers. Shu Changsheng gave a simple explanation. He led Bailu straight into the ward and then locked the door. Take out 10 crystal cores. Shu Changsheng, I need to level up first. We have to clean up this entire building today. Bailu nodded, and he and Mi Li watched over Shu Changsheng. Shu Changsheng sat on the sofa in the ward lounge. He took out 10 milky white mysterious crystal cores from the Rubik's Cube space. Although these crystal cores were dug out from the zombies' brains, their surfaces were very round and smooth, and there seemed to be a faint halo flowing around them. Inside the crystal core there are fine lines flowing, like ancient runes. 10 mysterious crystal cores lay quietly in Shu Changsheng's palm, emitting alluring energy fluctuations. Shu Changsheng held it tightly, took a deep breath, and began to guide his own strength, continuously absorbing the power in the crystal core. Soon, the light emitted by all the mysterious crystal cores began to dim. The energy from so many crystal cores was completely absorbed by him in the blink of an eye. Shu Changsheng slowly opened his eyes, but at this moment he had not made a breakthrough. However, he was not surprised but happy. It's really a high-level ability. I didn't expect that after I absorbed 10 crystal cores, I could only barely satisfy half of it. The higher the grade of the superpower, the more energy is required to upgrade it. Xu Chanxing felt that he needed 10 more crystal cores before the Sword Master's supernatural power could be upgraded. Although it consumes a lot, it also means that after the superpower is advanced, the power it possesses will be far higher than other people's superpowers. Thinking of this, Xu Chanxing took out 10 crystal cores from the Rubik's Cube space again without any hesitation and began to absorb them. One by one, the crystals lost their light and eventually turned into dust. The sword intent in Xu Chanxing's body became more and more fierce, and phantoms of divine swords appeared out of thin air and enveloped him. He seemed to have become the master of the divine sword between heaven and earth at this moment. Eventually, the energy of all crystal cores dissipates. Xu Chanxing also suddenly opened his eyes at this moment. "R!" Bai Lu suddenly exclaimed. Because she actually saw a shadow of a magic sword appear in Xu Chanxing's eyes. "How amazing! Chanxing, have you upgraded?" Xu Chanxing raised a smile and nodded slightly. "Well, the Sword Master's ability has reached level 2. Space skills don't have much damage in the early stages. However, this Sword Master's ability made up for his lack of attack power in the early stage. Although he is strong and has great skills, he can make great use of any weapon. But obviously, only the damage caused by supernatural powers can deal with stronger beings. Because no matter whether it is zombies or mutant beasts, as time goes by, their strength will become stronger. Even human thermal weapons can hardly cause effective damage to them. Only superpowers will do. Xu Chanxing is even more aware of an iron rule in the end times. In the end times, superpowers are king. Let's go, let's clean up the zombies upstairs first and try to get you and Mi Li to level up. Bai Lu's level is too low now, and his telekinesis, like his spatial ability, has little power. Therefore, it is necessary to level up this little girl as soon as possible. And there is this guy Mi Li. Although it is a level 1 mutant beast, it possesses the strength of a level 2. This little guy's fighting power should not be underestimated, and Mi Li's level must also be raised quickly. Okay. Bai Lu nodded, followed Xu Chanxing and walked out of the ward. The two of them walked all the way to the stairs. Just opened the door. Raw. Chapter 19. Get the second ability card. At the gloomy staircase, a fishy stench hit me in the face. The zombies upstairs seemed to hear the door opening. 5 or 6 zombies squeezed in together. Bai Lu had already adapted by now. She quickly took 2 steps back and gave her seat to Xu Chanxing. Xu Chanxing's feet were steady, and every muscle was tense and ready to go. Sword raised. He raised his hand, causing a whistling sound, and 2 phantoms of ancient swords suddenly appeared. Go! With a wave of his finger. 2 shadows of ancient swords emitted a cold light and broke through the wind. Swoosh! Swoosh! The ancient sword was as fast as lightning, slashing at the 2 zombies crowded in the front. Roar! The zombies roared, but the next moment, the ancient sword pierced their heads. Mi Li also rushed out instantly at this moment. The snake's mouth opened wide and its slender body drew a strange arc in the air. The necks of the 2 zombies were tightly entangled by it, with black flames entangled in between. Mi Li squeezed the zombie hard and it fell to the ground. There is one last zombie. Xu Chanxing took a quick step forward, holding the long sword high in his hand. Swish! Cut it down with one knife. The zombie's head also fell to the ground and rolled twice. As expected, it takes me 20 crystal cores to upgrade this ability. The sword shadows that Xu Chanxing could control changed from 1 to 2. His physical strength, including his reaction ability, was also enhanced due to the advancement of his superpowers. This caused his strength, which was already strong to begin with, to skyrocket. Completely beyond ordinary people. Other psychics were also promoted to level 2. But I'm afraid that only those with physical evolution type of abilities can fight with him. Xu Chanxing killed the 5 zombies in the blink of an eye. Bai Lu immediately took out a dagger, walked forward and started digging out the crystal core. Only 2. There were 5 zombies, but only 2 crystal cores were revealed. The drop rate was much lower than before. But luck is hard to predict. After taking the crystal core from Bai Lu, the 2 walked up the stairs step by step. Prepare to sweep this ward. Oh, Xiaolu, from now on, tell others that this sword shadow is an ability transformed from my space-related supernatural power. When going upstairs, Xu Chanxing reminded Bailu. At that time, that bitch Xu Shiqing saw how he could take things out of thin air, and she would definitely know that his ability was definitely related to the space system. At this moment, the woman suddenly awakened her special powers and no one knew where she had gone. If he shows his sword master ability to the outside world in the future, and if Xu Shiqing reveals to others that he also has space ability, he will definitely become the target of public criticism. After all, any one of these two supernatural powers is a high-level talent that is 1 in a million and rare to come by in a lifetime. The person who obtained the second superpower card in the previous life was hunted down by many people because he possessed 2 advanced superpowers. He escaped death countless times and finally became a truly strong man, and fewer people were willing to target him. Although Xu Chanxing was not afraid of being hunted down by others, after all, he still had a doomsday fortress. But he also has no intention of clashing with too many people. If he were to live his life again, he just wanted to take control of other people's opportunities in his own hands. Keep growing and getting stronger. Of course, if someone really wants to block his way. Naturally, there is only one result. That is death. I understand. Bailu nodded. Xu Chanxing also took her carefully to the 8th floor. As for the fact that he possessed spatial skills, Xu Chanxing was not too worried that Xu Shiqing would expose it. After all, his space cube contained 100,000 cubic meters of supplies. However, for normal space ability awakeners, 10 cubic meters is the maximum they can have at the beginning. And how much supplies can be packed into 10 cubic meters? So even though others knew that he possessed spatial abilities, and even knew that he had built an iron fortress before the end of the world, but at most, they would just assume that he stored the supplies at home, rather than in his own space. After arriving at the 8th floor, Xu Chanxing carefully pushed open the door to the safe passage. Then what puzzled him was that there were not many zombies on this floor. There were only 2 or 3 wandering around in the corridor. The most are in every ward. This discovery made Xu Chanxing somewhat confused. Logically speaking, this kind of hospital should be the hardest hit area by a zombie outbreak. How could there be only so few zombies? Sweep the 8th floor. Xu Chanxing did not find the second ability card. Only 11 first-level crystal cores exploded. Came to the 9th floor. There aren't many zombies on this floor. Even less than the 8th floor. After cleaning, Xu Chanxing was surprised to find a card in the women's bathroom. It was a card floating in the corner, glowing with golden light. Xu Chanxing's eyes lit up and he quickly walked forward, ready to take the card away. Boom! However, the compartment next to it suddenly shook. A female zombie wearing only lace lining jumped out. Xu Chanxing instantly raised his knife to block. Mi Li suddenly rushed forward. Hiss! The snake's tail tightly strangled the zombie's neck. Crack! The female zombie's neck tilted and she lay on the ground along the wall. Boom! A voice sounded, and Xu Chanxing immediately turned his head and looked into the compartment. What he saw was a zombie that had been eaten until almost only its head was left trying to crawl towards him. He glanced at the zombie's lower body. Well, it's also light. Especially when looking at the thigh root that was bitten until it was bloody. Xu Chanxing shuddered twice as if he felt the same way. Then he chopped off the zombie's head with one knife. Bailu blinked behind him, looking at the 2 zombie corpses on the ground, a blush appearing on his cheeks. Ahem. Let's go. Xu Chanxing took the second ability card in his hand, put it into the space, dug out the zombie crystal core, and quickly left the women's bathroom with Bailu. But after walking out of the door, Xu Chanxing looked at the corridor, which was so quiet that only the sounds of their footsteps could be heard, and his brows furrowed deeply. Something's wrong, we have to leave now. In fact, when he was on the 7th floor, Xu Chanxing already felt something was wrong. Although there is a zombie on the 7th floor, it eats both humans and zombies. He ate the zombies in the corridor, but there were still many zombies in other wards. Why is it hiding in the innermost ward and never coming out? Xu Chanxing didn't believe that a ward door could keep the corpse eater out. After arriving at the 9th floor, Xu Chanxing discovered that even the zombies in the ward had decreased a lot. Now that he has obtained the second superpower card, Xu Chanxing doesn't want to stay here any longer. God knows if there are anything more dangerous here, but the person who got the second superpower card in the previous life did not discover it. In other words, the other party deliberately concealed this part of the content. Is there anything more dangerous upstairs? Xu Changxing didn't want to risk his life. Now he just needs to kill monsters and level up step by step, and then snatch the various benefits that others have obtained in their previous lives. As the black moon approaches and crises sweep across the human world, many strange and bizarre things appear out of nowhere all over the world. Many of these things can benefit humans. It was as if someone had deliberately given them an airdrop. Xu Changxing didn't know how these things appeared. But he will try his best to take all the benefits into his own hands. Chapter 20 Level 3 Zombie. Met someone. Quickly brought Bai Lu downstairs. The further downstairs you go, there are more zombies on the floor. However, the corridor had already been cleaned up by Xu Changxing, so they did not encounter any danger. Return to the first floor of Building 13. The zombies that were originally blocking the door have basically dispersed. There are still 2 or 3 left wandering not far away, but they can't do anything. Seeing this, Xu Changxing raised his hand and retracted the double-door refrigerator that was blocking the door. He also removed the steel bars on the door frame. Xu Changxing rushed out of the door with Bai Lu and Mi Li. Ran all their way to the hospital entrance. The zombies wandering not far away saw living people appear and immediately rushed towards them with roars. However, before the zombies could get close, Xu Changxing raised his finger slightly, and 2 phantoms of ancient swords flashed through the air. With a swish sound, the zombies blocking their way had their heads pierced through in an instant. After Mi Li shrank his body, his speed became a little faster. He even had enough energy to go through the zombies' brains to see if there were any crystal cores. However, Mi Li's snake mouth could not hold several crystal cores, so after finding 2 crystal cores, it immediately followed Xu Changxing. There were not many zombies blocking the way, and Xu Changxing and Mi Li both had level 2 strength. He killed people all their way. Soon they arrived at the heavily loaded off-road vehicle parked at the door. Come up quickly. Xu Changxing had just unlocked the door and was about to pull Bai Lu and Mi Li into the car. Suddenly, a trembling cry for help was heard. Take me with you. He was a middle-aged man with a stubble on his face. At this moment, he spread his legs desperately and ran towards Xu Changxing. He was a survivor hiding in a nearby car. When Xu Changxing came over, he noticed this heavily loaded off-road vehicle that looked very safe. After Xu Changxing left, he secretly ran over and wanted to drive the car away. However, after fiddling with it for a long time, he still couldn't open the car door. It also attracted a lot of zombies. In desperation, he could only hide in the car again. Fortunately, when Xu Changxing appeared just now, he attracted away some of the zombies that were originally surrounding him. Only then did he have the chance to escape. Take me with you. The middle-aged man kept walking and shouted loudly. His actions also attracted more zombies to surround him. If we don't leave now, this place will be surrounded by a large group of zombies. Xu Changxing narrowed his eyes and ignored the guy. Instead, he took Bai Lu and Mi Li into the car. Bang! The car door closed. Xu Changxing immediately started the engine and turned the steering wheel. Buzz buzz buzz. I watched as the heavily armed off-road vehicle, like a mobile steel fortress, quickly reversed, then turned around and rushed onto the road. The middle-aged man didn't expect that these 2 guys would simply ignore him and drive away. Break defense instantly. Roaring and cursing. You 2 damn bastards. You're a pair of bitches. You're not helping others in need. Sooner or later, you'll be bitten to death by zombies. The zombie behind him was almost grabbing the corner of his clothes. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. It was impossible for him to hide in the car now, so he had to turn around and rush into the hospital gate. Xu Changxing thought that the man had escaped. After all, the school gate had been cleared by them just now. But soon a scream was heard. Only then did he give up the idea of finishing off the enemy. Drive the car on the road. There were quite a few zombies chasing after them. However, either they would be knocked away by Xu Changxing, or they would not even get any dust from the car. Looking at the rapidly receding scene outside the window, Bai Lu's tense mood was slightly relieved. Call. She let out a deep breath. His eyes fell on Xu Changxing. Where do we go next? Xu Changxing knew that there was a place where there was a fruit that could rapidly increase the strength of mutated animals and plants after being eaten. It also appeared on the first day of the apocalypse. In the previous life, the fruit was eaten by a black cat, and eventually the black cat almost grew into a king-level creature. Xu Chanxing naturally would not let go of such a treasure. If it really exists, even if humans can't eat it, it can be given to Mi Li. Let Mi Li evolve again. But this is just a rumor from my previous life. I still have to investigate it myself to find out whether it is true or not. It is said that the fruit blooms on a cactus. This cactus is a potted plant that was not sold in a large supermarket in Wonder Shopping Mall. The second ability card is already in hand. Moreover, there may be a more dangerous crisis hidden in Hanhai Hospital. Xu Chanxing decided to find out whether this rumor was accurate. Wonder Mall. As soon as Xu Chanxing finished speaking, he crossed the road and killed many zombies. It took nearly half an hour to drive. He finally arrived near the mall with the white deer. It's just that there are obviously more scrapped vehicles on the road here. It seems that these are people who reacted during the day and thought of looking for supplies here. But in the end it was blocked. Even if he drove a heavily equipped off-road vehicle, it would be impossible for him to clear all the vehicles along the way. Therefore, he had to take Bailu out of the car again. Lock the doors again. Xu Chanxing killed several zombies that pounced on him. Then he immediately led the white deer into hiding. Boom! Boom! A regular dull sound was heard. Bailu was stunned for a moment, listened carefully to the sound, and then looked towards the gate of Wonder Shopping Mall. But she saw a shocking scene. That. Bailu opened his mouth slightly, with a look of surprise in his eyes, and he almost gasped. Xu Chanxing also looked over. As a result, I saw a familiar figure hanging around there. Manhwa. How could this thing appear so quickly? Xu Chanxing frowned. Manhwa is a powerful zombie, with a body of 2 to 3 meters tall, a sturdy build, and a rotten blue-black color all over, mixed with a lot of blood and minced meat. This thing was lying across the entrance of the shopping mall, like a moving hill, with arms that were frighteningly thick. I'm afraid it would take 2 people to hold it. Logically speaking, this thing should appear at least 1 day later. Why did it appear now? Manhwa is different from the corpse eater. One is more about strength, the other is more about speed. And the most important thing is that something like Manhwa is a level 3 zombie as soon as it appears. As you eat more and more people and zombies, you will soon be promoted to level 4. The corpse eater is only level 2. There is simply no way to compare the two. Don't panic, this place is still far from the mall. It hasn't seen us yet, so let's hide first. Xu Chanxing and Bailu crouched down and sneaked into a shop that had been reduced to ruins, with only a few walls left. I don't know if this shop was smashed by Manhwa. The second floor was in tatters, but fortunately I could always hide from people on the first floor. This place is neither far nor near from Wonder Shopping Mall. However, Xu Chanxing parked the car quite far away, so the sound of the armored vehicle did not attract Manhwa's attention. But what surprised Xu Chanxing was that after he and Bailu had just come in and closed the door, they turned around and saw a lot of people huddled in the corner. After a rough count, there were actually 7 or 8. Boom! Manhwa seemed to be attacking other buildings at random. There was a loud rumbling sound. And the sound is getting closer. Xu Chanxing frowned, grabbed Bailu's hand, and quickly hid in the gap under the stairs. Boom! Manhwa passed by the door and punched the wall casually. The whole shop is shaking. Line falls. People in the shops didn't even dare to breathe. Fortunately, Manhwa seemed to be attracted by several other zombies. A huge figure flashed past the window. The terrifying feeling of oppression gradually dissipated. Only then did Xu Chanxing bring Bailu out from the gap in the stairs. Among the 7 or 8 people, a middle-aged man in his 30s stepped forward and looked at them. His eyes glanced at the white deer and lit up slightly. Good stuff. Chapter 21. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Where did you get the knives in your hands, guys? The middle-aged man looked at the blood-stained sword in Xu Chanxing's hand and was more excited than seeing the beautiful Bailu. However, Xu Chanxing glanced at him coldly. It's inherited from my ancestors. The middle-aged man's eyelids twitched. This whole knife looks like it was just made. Is it an heirloom? He narrowed his eyes and suddenly laughed. Little brother, don't be afraid, my name is Zhang Xiao, and these are all my buddies I gathered together. He pointed at the 5 or 6 people walking out behind him. There are a lot of things in that mall, but there are definitely a lot of monsters outside as well. How about you, little brother, come with us. Let's gather together and distribute the supplies equally no matter how much we collect. What do you think? Zhang Xiao's eyes kept scanning Xu Chanxing and Bai Lu. Especially when he was looking at the white deer, he would pause from time to time. It's obvious at first glance that he has no good intentions. Xu Chanxing looked at the group of people. Each of them was holding an iron rod, a kitchen knife, or even a frying pan. They looked like a mob. He didn't even think about recruiting the other party, and simply waved his hand, no need. After saying this, he didn't even wait for the other party to reply, but instead took Bai Lu away from the shop. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Zhang Xiao narrowed his eyes. A woman with tattoos on her arms walked up to him. As soon as the woman came over, she leaned directly on Zhang Xiao. Brother Zhang, you should have just left these two ungrateful guys behind. I think the knife in that man's hand is a valuable item. Zhang Xiao snorted coldly, why don't you use your brain to think about it? He didn't show any fear when he saw so many of us, and he even had such a knife. How could he be an ordinary person? Still keep him here? Are we going to keep him here by throwing bricks at him? What if one of you gets hurt? The tattooed woman looked pitiful and said, then let's let him get the supplies first. This place has probably been looted by many people. If we were a little later, we might not be able to get anything. Zhang Xiao sneered, that big guy must have killed a lot of people just now. The supplies in this mall are definitely enough for us to take, and... His gaze was directed out the window. If you want to enter the mall, you have to go through those zombies. Since this guy is so powerful, let him fight with those zombies first. The tattooed woman blinked, then immediately covered her mouth and smiled, so this is what you are planning, Brother Zhang. The people around also nodded repeatedly. Brother Zhang is really smart. Why didn't I think of this? That woman just now was really beautiful, like a celebrity. I really want to try what she's like. I hope she won't die in the zombie swarm soon. I want to give it a try, too. Several men laughed lewdly. The tattooed woman rolled her eyes and showed a look of contempt, that's all you have. Xu Chanxing and Bai Lu shuttled between the cars on the street. Using the car as cover, they continued to move carefully towards the direction of Wander Shopping Mall. Bai Lu said with some concern, Chanxing, those people just now seem to have bad intentions to me. Xu Chanxing, of course, now they probably still want me to try the water of these zombies for them first. You mean, they want us to fight those zombies first so that they can take the opportunity to sneak into the mall? Bai Lu reacted quickly and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Quite smart. But they want to use me, and I also want to use them. Xu Chanxing's lips curled up into a smile. If he hadn't thought of using these people to go deeper into the mall, when the middle-aged man looked at Bai Lu with strange eyes. He had asked Mi Li to kill them all long ago. Bai Lu also realized what Xu Chanxing was going to do, and her beautiful eyes blinked slightly. However, she did not feel the slightest bit of guilt. Instead, her eyes curved with a smile. Chanxing, you are really bad. In a small shop on the second floor that had been destroyed, Zhang Xiao clenched the shovel in his hand. His weapons are the best of all. The rest of the people didn't even have an axe. That is why, even though they have people with special abilities, Zhang Xiao did not dare to confront Xu Chanxing directly. Waited for a while. He felt that it was about time, so he led everyone out the door. He moved forward while hiding from the vehicles on the road. They soon arrived at the entrance of Wander Mall. There are much fewer zombies here than what they had observed before. Zhang Xiao was immediately delighted. That guy is really capable. Now look around. The entrance to the mall was empty. I'm afraid there are still dozens of zombies. But fortunately, they are not gathered together. Therefore, as long as they are fast enough, they will be able to break into the mall. Hold your weapons. If you can't hold onto your backpack, you can throw it away. Go into the mall, there are plenty of things. Zhang Xiao gave orders, directing everyone to quickly form a formation. You two hold the iron pots at the rear, and you two stay in the middle. Sun Liang and Zhao Jing, you two follow me and stay at the front. We will lead the way, and you guys just block the way. The tattooed woman and the man with green hair looked at each other. The two men quickly walked behind Zhang Xiao and raised the sticks in their hands. Rush! Zhang Xiao took advantage of the good opportunity when there were the fewest zombies around and immediately rushed out with everyone. Immediately, the surrounding zombies sensed the breath of living people and gathered around. Raw. The zombies exuded a foul smell of corruption. The shovel in Zhang Xiao's hand was very sharp. The moment a zombie approached, he would directly chop off its head and make it collapse in front of him. This seems to be related to his strength. Zhao Jing was holding a steel rod in her hand, and every time she swung, her strength was not enough to knock the zombie's head off directly. However, every time Zhao Jing's stick landed on the zombies, a layer of frost would quickly form on their heads. The person behind her hit her with another stick. The zombie's head will instantly shatter into a pile of ice chips. Sun Liang followed on the other side of Zhang Xiao. He swung the steel rod in his hand very quickly, as if there was a force attached to it. Looking closely, there were actually small whirlwinds surrounding the steel pipe, pushing the steel pipe to hit the zombie's head at an extremely fast speed. Then there was a bang sound. A dent will be made in the zombie's head. The three of them cooperated well and basically dealt with all the zombies that pounced on them. As for the four people behind them, their quality was much worse. Whenever the zombies pounced on them, they only dared to wave their weapons around randomly. The goal is not to kill the zombies, but to drive them away as much as possible. The group advanced along the way. All the zombies at the mall entrance were attracted by them. Suddenly. However, Zhang Xiao saw Xu Changxing and Bai Lu, who had left long ago. It slipped out from a corner. Walked towards the mall gate where there were no zombies anymore. What? Seeing the presence of two people, Zhang Xiao's eyes widened. The tattooed girl and the green-haired guy also opened their mouths in disbelief. Why haven't these two people entered the mall yet? Chapter 22, Mutated Spider, using the force of others to fight back. Some people have already awakened their superpowers, and there are all kinds of superpowers in the world. So when facing someone, unless you can figure out the other person's trump card, don't act rashly. Xu Changxing ignored Zhang Xiao and the others at all. He even had time to explain the rules of the apocalypse to Bai Lu. Why are you here? Zhang Xiao roared. When Xu Changxing heard the sound, he walked into the mall, turned around, closed the door, and blocked it with an iron rod. Let them slowly clean up the zombies at the door. Bai Lu also curled up the corners of his mouth. Right now. Zhang Xiao and others who saw Xu Changxing's actions were so furious that their teeth were almost broken. Originally, I wanted to let these two people help them attract fire. But others are also thinking of the same thing. Now the seven of them were almost surrounded by zombies, and Zhang Xiao didn't dare to be negligent at all. He immediately led everyone to speed up and rush forward. However, the only ones who could follow him closely were Sun Liang and Zhao Jing. After all, the three of them are all people with special abilities. With weapons in hand, he easily shook off the four people behind him. However, the people behind are just ordinary people without any strength. Their weapons in his hands are even worse. Seeing that Zhang Xiao was about to abandon them, they immediately wanted to move forward along the cleared path. But as the distance was widened, zombies quickly rushed in. The next moment, screams were heard. Don't bite me! Damn you guys! Zhang Xiao, you will die a miserable death! With these people constantly wailing to attract zombies, Zhang Xiao, Zhao Jing and others soon arrived at the gate. Zhang Xiao swung his stick at him. Bang! The glass door shattered instantly. Those two damn guys actually dared to block the door. I must kill them when we meet later. Sun Liang said viciously. Fortunately, Brother Zhang is very strong, otherwise if we were blocked by this door for a while, we would have been eaten alive by zombies. Zhao Jing said softly. Hurry up and go in. Zhang Xiao turned around and glanced at the guys who had been disemboweled and thrown away, with a sneer on his face. After Zhao Jing entered the mall, she also looked back and said, hee hee, the bait has been used up this time. It's time to find some more people to form a team. This matter is not urgent. We have to collect supplies first and then deal with those two guys. Zhang Xiao narrowed his eyes. That woman doesn't look like she has any strength, but the man looks like he has some skills. When the time comes, let's attack together and kill that man first. Sun Liang's eyes flashed with ferocity. Well, they can't even deal with these zombies. It seems they don't have much strength. The three of us psychics are enough. Zhang Xiao nodded. Go collect survival supplies first, I'm almost starving to death. The mall's underground first floor is the Wander supermarket. Xu Chanxing and Bai Lu have already arrived here. There are a lot of supplies here, and he can collect them while looking for the cactus. According to Xu Chanxing, cacti are either found in the flower-selling area of supermarkets, or as decorative potted plants displayed on the cash registers of some shops. In this regard, supermarkets are obviously more likely to have cacti, and the range is more clear. After Xu Chanxing arrived, looking around, there was almost no light inside the supermarket. After all, this is the underground first floor, and the black moon erupts at night. It's normal that no one turns on the lights. Xu Chanxing found the power source. Just turn on the light. Click. The whole supermarket lit up. There was no one around at the moment. There aren't many zombies. But the goods on some shelves were incomplete, and some were even scattered all over the floor. It was obvious that someone had been here before, but for some unknown reason, those people only searched a few shelves and seemed to have run away. Of course, they could also become zombies in the supermarket. Because Xu Chanxing had already seen 1 or 2 zombies carrying large bags. Xu Chanxing didn't care much about the supplies in the supermarket. But I'm here anyway. Then just gather them together. By the way, look for any cactus fruits. Without stopping, Xu Chanxing ran madly past the shelves in the supermarket. He collected all the supplies into the Rubik's Cube space. Bai Lu took Li to attract the few zombies in the supermarket. Bai Lu is a person with special abilities. Although his abilities are not strong, he has weapons in his hands. Not to mention that Li, whose strength is comparable to that of level 2, is following him. Xu Chanxing was very relieved. Tap, tap, tap. Xu Chanxing was agile and quick in his steps, running in the clothing area like a gust of wind. As he passed by, he saw a wide variety of supplies on the shelves. All of them were taken by Xu Chanxing. 5 shelves full of all kinds of clothes. Take them. For shelves of socks and underwear? Here you go. 2 shelves full of scarves and gloves. Take them. The clothing area is not very large. Xu Chanxing quickly looted everything. He immediately rushed into the daily necessities area. All the face towels and paper towels disappeared into the Rubik's Cube entrance beside him like snowflakes. Take away the toothpaste, water cups, and shower gel as well. The daily necessities area is also very small. Soon he broke into the snack area. Potato chips, biscuits, chocolate. The sound of packages rustling on the shelves. Wherever he went, bags of snacks seemed to be swallowed by a black hole, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. There was nothing on the shelves in the fresh produce section. Xu Chanxing just passed by. Went straight to the place where flowers were sold. However, after taking a few glances, all he saw were some wilted bouquets of flowers. No cacti. Frowning, Xu Chanxing was just about to leave. I also prepared to take the frozen meat from the freezer in the meat area. Don't leave even a piece of meat for Zhang Xiao and his guys. But behind him, Li's figure suddenly appeared, and he raised his head vigilantly towards him. Xu Chanxing immediately narrowed his eyes and quietly pressed himself against the wall. Rustle. Xu Chanxing listened attentively, and a voice came into his ears. It felt like something was crawling. And that thing has several legs. Could it be a spider mutant? Xu Chanxing frowned and, based on his experience in the apocalypse, guessed what kinds of creatures might be in the meat-eating area. It's such a big mall, and even though there are a lot of zombies outside, some people must have come here to look for supplies. However, those people have disappeared, which actually explains the problem to a certain extent. Xu Chanxing quietly turned sideways, squinted his eyes carefully, and looked into the meat area. The frozen meat in the freezer can be seen at a glance. And between the freezers, Xu Chanxing seemed to see some faint silk threads. He immediately understood. It is indeed a mutant spider. His eyes rolled. Xu Chanxing suddenly had a good idea. He immediately left the area. He took Bai Lu and retreated to a shelf in the fresh food area. Bai Lu stretched out his hand and handed him the crystal core that he had just dug out from the brain of the zombie that Li had killed. There are 5 in total. Put it directly into the space. The 2 of them hid themselves. The size of Li also gradually shrank. Soon, Zhang Xiao, Sun Liang and others also rushed in. But along the way, What they saw left them dumbfounded. What the hell? Why are all the shelves in this supermarket empty? Chapter 23. Brother, please accept me. I will be your mistress. It's impossible that there's nothing in this supermarket. The day before yesterday, my mom came here and had a big fight with the supermarket manager here. The tattooed girl looked around in disbelief. Yet those shelves were cleaner than their faces. Nothing. Could it have been looted? This shouldn't happen. It's only been one night. Who could have looted an entire supermarket's worth of supplies? Zhang Xiao frowned deeply. Fuck. I'm starving to death. And there's not even a hair here. Sun Liang started cursing. Where are those two people just now? Why are they gone? Zhang Xiao walked around the supermarket but did not see Xu Chanxing and Bai Lu. Could it be that they saw that there was nothing here and ran upstairs to search for supplies? Zhao Jing said. Something's wrong. It looks like the zombies on the ground were just killed by someone. Zhang Xiao frowned and looked at the zombies lying on the ground. Suddenly, Sun Liang, who was striding towards the depths of the supermarket, shouted. Brother Zhang, come here quickly, there is something here. Hearing this, Zhang Xiao didn't care about anything else and immediately approached Sun Liang with Zhao Jing. Where? Sun Liang pointed to the meat section and said, Look. There's a lot of meat over there. And all kinds of meatballs and dumplings. Zhao Jing looked over and saw the frozen goods in the freezers, and her face immediately lit up with joy. It wasn't a wasted trip this time. Zhang Xiao also nodded repeatedly. Put all these away, we can at least eat them for a few months. What are we waiting for? Fortunately, we have prepared woven bags, otherwise we wouldn't be able to collect all of them. Sun Liang was the first to rush in. Zhao Jing also hurriedly followed. Zhang Xiao waited for a while and found that nothing happened after they went in, so he followed them into the meat area. Pull open the freezer. Quickly pack meat and frozen foods into the backpack. There's also tomahawk steak. I've never even tried it and I can't bear to buy it at all. Har har har. Take them all. Sun Liang laughed. Look at how ignorant you are. Zhao Jing rolled her eyes, but her hands were no slower than Sun Liang's. Zhang Xiao was also putting meat into his bag, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. With a frown on his face, he was loading the meat while looking left and right, watching vigilantly. There's nothing on the shelves outside, so why is the meat here still there? Zhang Xiao said. Ha! That's right. Zhao Jing was stunned. Only Sun Liang was still stuffing pieces of frozen meat into his woven bag with excitement. Who cares? Put these things away first. It won't be easy to find so much food next time. As he spoke, he searched the freezer in front of him and rushed deeper into the room. But the next moment, Sun Liang felt as if he had suddenly fallen into a fine net. What is this? Zhao Jing and Zhang Xiao looked over immediately. But he saw Sun Liang was entangled in a huge and sticky spider web, with his body hanging in the air. Sun Liang struggled desperately, but the spider web became tighter and tighter. Sudden. A huge mutant spider covered with strange fur and with eyes all over its head, each of which was flashing a dark green and fierce light, slowly crawled out from the shadows. Every time those long legs touched the ground, they made a terrifying sound. No, save the people first. Zhang Xiao was the first to react. After all, Sun Liang is a person with special abilities. Unlike those ordinary people outside the door, he wants to save Zhang Xiao if he can. He immediately roared, and his muscles tensed and bulged. He rushed to Sun Liang, grabbed the spider silk tightly with both hands, and tried to tear it apart with force. However, the spider silk was sticky and tough, and he was almost caught in the web when he pulled it. Suddenly, Sun Liang screamed. The spider web that wrapped him up seemed to have a corrosive effect. Marks of corrosion appeared on Sun Liang's face and body. Seeing this, Zhang Xiao was shocked and immediately let go. When he raised his hand, he saw several marks on the palm of his hand. Sun Liang had been entangled by so many spider silks, and he kept struggling, and soon he was covered in blood. Save me! Sun Liang screamed and tried to activate his supernatural powers. However, the small whirlwind he summoned blew on the spider silk, as if it helped. It had no effect at all, and instead made him swing in the air. The life cannot be saved, run! Zhang Xiao decisively left Sun Liang alone, turned around and ran away. But the mutant spider had already rushed towards them. It runs very fast. Zhang Xiao and Zhao Jing couldn't outrun each other at all. No, we have to get rid of this guy. Zhang Xiao yelled. A strange light flashed in Zhao Jing's eyes. Also stopped. I'll block it, and you stand by and freeze its eyes. Zhang Xiao raised the shovel in his hand, held it tightly, and chopped at the mutant spider with all his strength. However, the mutant spider calmly blocked it with one of its long legs. Then he swept it suddenly. Zhang Xiao was unable to dodge and was knocked to the ground, with the shovel flying out of his hand. Zhao Jing suddenly raised her hand and swung out an ice blade, shooting at the mutant spider's compound eyes. The mutant spider that was like a calf jumped up and dodged nimbly. Zhang Xiao seized the opportunity, quickly got up, picked up the shovel, and rushed towards the mutant spider again. The two fought each other. Zhao Jing stood by and disturbed the spider from time to time, hitting the club. Its legs are frozen. Hurry up! Zhao Jing suddenly shouted. Zhang Xiao rushed forward without hesitation. A shovel hit the spider's head. Raw! The mutant spider hissed in pain. It suddenly spat out a mouthful of spider silk. It directly smeared Zhang Xiao's face. Spider silk has a corrosive effect. Some of it was even shot into Zhang Xiao's throat. He screamed in pain, dropped the shovel in his hand, and scratched his face frantically. The shovel was now stuck in the spider's head. The mutant spider's legs were like sharp blades, dancing wildly. In its last struggle, it cut open Zhang Xiao's stomach. Both sides suffer. Zhao Jing hid aside. Silently watched the man and the beast die in pain. She showed a cruel smile. It's a good thing you died. Those frozen foods are enough for us to eat for a few months, but they are enough for me to eat for a year. Even if you don't die now, I will kill you sooner or later. After confirming that the mutant spider and Zhang Xiao were both dead, Zhao Jing then stepped forward and carefully pulled the backpack off Zhang Xiao's back. Next, she prepared to see whether there were any crystal cores produced in the mutant spider's brain. But she had just stepped forward. But a slow voice sounded. You're still so happy even though your companion has died. You're worthy of being a tattooed girl. Zhao Jing was startled and turned around suddenly. As a result, she saw Xu Chanxing bringing Bailu, looking at her with interest. Why are you still here? These two despicable guys are still haunting us. Zhao Jing stared. Har har, if I leave, how can I let you help me solve this thing? This spider looks to be at level 2. Xu Chanxing wanted to solve it, but it would take some effort. Hearing Xu Chanxing's words, Zhao Jing said in a bad tone, You have already discovered this mutant spider, and you are using us to deal with it. Yeah, so what? There was a hint of malice in Zhao Jing's eyes, but as soon as her eyes rolled, she immediately changed her tone. Oh, brother, you have ruined all my teammates, leaving me, a weak woman, behind. How can I survive? Zhao Jing cast a charming look at Xu Chanxing pitifully. Or, you can take me in. I can be this sister's concubine. I don't think you will mind, sister. Chapter 24 The Man with a Strange Death. Zhao Jing's mind was calculating rapidly. This man also looks like he has brains. As long as the other party is willing to accept her, she can abandon these two people and escape when she encounters danger. Or you could just take advantage of their unpreparedness and kill them both. Both are good choices. What do you mean by concubine? Don't you see what you look like? Do you still want to be my mistress? Xu Chanxing had absolutely no intention of accepting Zhao Jing, the tattooed girl. The white deer beside him paused, his cheeks turning slightly red. What does he mean? Concubine or not? She talks like she is big. Bailu was a little shy, but her eyes were still fixed on Zhao Jing to prevent the other party from making a sudden attack. Oh, brother, I'm not as pretty as the one next to you, but once you've tasted me, you'll definitely be unable to stop. As Zhao Jing spoke, she twisted her slender waist and moved lightly towards Xu Chanxing, the two rabbits on her chest jumping constantly. The distance between the two parties was not far to begin with, but when she got closer, she suddenly attacked. Zhao Jing suddenly pulled out a short stick hidden in her backpack and smashed it hard at Xu Chanxing. The dark blue frost power coiled around the short stick like a spirit snake, flashing a bone-chilling cold light. Stabbed straight into Xu Chanxing's throat. However, Xu Chanxing chopped the short stick into two pieces with one blow of his sword. However, the coldness from the short stick quickly attached itself to the long sword in Xu Chanxing's hand. Xu Chanxing directly put the long sword into the space. Seeing this scene, Zhao Jing's eyes widened. Superpower. Space power. In addition to being astonished, a hint of greed flashed in Zhao Jing's eyes. Combined with the empty shelves in the supermarket, she quickly thought that the man in front of her might have simply put away all the supplies in the entire supermarket. If I can kill the other party, I can take all the resources in the other party's space for myself. She sent it. Zhao Jing smashed the half-broken stick in his hand suddenly, and waved his hands quickly, trying to condense ice blades from the air. Xu Chanxing casually picked up another long sword, and the half of the short stick was also picked up by the blade. Die! Zhao Jing shouted and waved her arm, and two ice blades shot towards Xu Chanxing like arrows. However, the next moment, Xu Chanxing's eyes focused, and two ancient sword phantoms appeared out of thin air, breaking the ice blade. What kind of supernatural power is this? Zhao Jing panicked. The other party actually has more than one superpower? She thought something was wrong and turned around to run away. Swish! The shadow of an ancient sword shot out again. It pierced right through her shoulder. As the severe pain came, Zhao Jing's heart was filled with fear. She didn't care about the pain in her shoulder and just wanted to escape as soon as possible. However, she was so focused on running that she became a living target for Xu Chanxing. Call out! Xu Chanxing showed no mercy and swung out the phantom of the ancient sword again. Suddenly, a bloody hole appeared on Zhao Jing's forehead. Blood gushed out like a fountain, flowing down her cheeks. Zhao Jing's eyes quickly became empty, her body twitched twice, and then she fell straight to the ground. After dealing with the other party, Xu Chanxing no longer paid attention to the tattooed woman. Instead, he turned his head with a little excitement and looked at the mutant spider lying on the ground next to him. Little dear, this is a good thing. It might contain a high-level crystal core. Hurry up and pry open its brain. Bailu. Blinking helplessly, Bailu didn't say anything, but just walked to the mutant spider and squatted down. Take out the dagger and stab it into the spider's brain. Stir twice. The dagger was slightly pushed outwards. A crystal core flashing green light appeared. Xu Chanxing's eyes lit up. It's actually a second-level crystal core. The second-order crystal core is light green in color throughout. Unlike the white first-order crystal core, the energy contained in it seems to be more concentrated. Xu Chanxing happily took the crystal core from Bailu and put it into the Rubik's Cube space. A second-order crystal core is comparable to 10 first-order crystal cores. Just this one crystal core, plus other milky white crystal cores. Today, whether it is his two superpowers, Bailu's telekinesis, or even M.I. Li, they will all be promoted to level 2. Let's go and take a look at the supermarket warehouse first. Xu Chanxing did not intend to go directly along the floors to find the location of the exotic fruit cactus. Because he hasn't searched the supermarket's warehouse yet. Although he was not sure whether things like potted plants would be stored in the supermarket's warehouse, he would still look for it. First, go back to the meat section. If you want to go to the warehouse door, you have to go through here. Xu Chanxing saw Sun Liang, who had been corroded by the spider web and looked like a nobody. This guy is not dead yet. Even though he is covered in blood, he is still groaning in pain. Xu Chanxing swung a phantom of an ancient sword over and ended his life. The white deer's body trembled, but soon its steps became firm again. Xu Chanxing also put the things in the meat area into the Rubik's Cube space. Then we came to the freight elevator at the end of the supermarket. Wander Supermarket is on the underground first floor, while the supermarket's warehouse is on the underground second floor and is only connected to the supermarket. The end of the world has just arrived, and the power system has not yet completely collapsed. Therefore, Xu Chanxing saw that the elevator button panel was still lit, indicating that it was able to operate. He raised his eyebrows and did not prepare to use the elevator. Instead, he walked down the emergency passage next to him. The white deer followed closely beside him, and M.I. Li was now lying on the white deer's body. The two walked carefully to the second floor below ground, but they didn't meet anyone. Xu Chanxing looked forward and found that he had to go through a door if he wanted to enter the supermarket warehouse. Xu Chanxing looked around and found that there was no danger, so he pushed the door open and walked in with Bailu. However, as soon as he came in, he found something wrong. Next to the shelf in front, there was a man sitting on the ground with his head down, not moving. He was holding a bag in his arms. What's strange is that the corners of this person's mouth seemed to be smiling. Xu Chanxing frowned. Based on his years of experience in actual border combat, including his experience in the end times, he felt that this man seemed to be dead. But why is the corner of this guy's mouth still raised? Thinking of this, he decided to get closer and check it out. However, Bailu beside him pulled his sleeve worriedly and lowered his voice. Changsheng, this man has no external injuries. Be careful, he may be pretending to be dead. Don't worry, I know my limits. Xu Changsheng patted Bailu's hand, then slowly paced forward, approaching the man. The man didn't make any move until he reached his side. Xu Changsheng lifted the man's chin with the back of the knife. A horrifying scene unfolds. The man's face seemed to be cursed by the devil, and was distorted into an extremely exaggerated appearance. The corners of his mouth were raised at an unreasonable angle, and the arc was stiff, as if someone had forcibly pulled it up. A row of sharp teeth were revealed. Eyes wide open. The eyeballs seemed to be about to burst out of the eye sockets, but the pupils were extremely contracted, turning into two dark little dots. Xu Changsheng's brows furrowed even deeper. He could feel that the guy's body was already stiff and it looked like he had been dead for a long time. Xu Changsheng was somewhat confused as to how the other party died. This guy looks like he is dying of laughter. Something's wrong. Chapter 25 One of the 10 Kings, the beauty Liu Yangmai. The underground second floor is very spacious. As a warehouse for a supermarket. The area here is not small. Xu Changsheng looked around. Apart from this man, no other living creatures were to be seen. All you see are boxes of stock that have not been opened and are well packaged. There are all kinds of supplies. Whether it is food, daily necessities, mineral water, clothing, daily necessities, etc., everything is available. This warehouse alone can almost account for a few thousandths of the supplies in Xu Changsheng's Rubik's Cube space. Wow! There are so many supplies, Changsheng. Now that we have the things in this warehouse, we probably won't have to go out to look for supplies for a long time. Bailu was a little excited. Xu Changsheng signaled her to be patient. Something is wrong here. You stay close to me. Bailu nodded obediently and followed Xu Changsheng closely like a follower. Where the two passed by, Xu Changsheng's fingers just lightly swept across the goods. However, he put all the supplies into the Rubik's Cube space. 10 tons of refined vegetable oil. Got it. 50 tons of vacuum-packed rice and flour. Got it. 100 boxes of 5L barrels of mineral water. Got it. 300 cartons of Coke, Sprite, and juice. Got it. Xu Changsheng swept across the way. All supplies disappeared. Just as he was about to go deeper, a charming voice suddenly sounded. You have taken so many things, are you still not satisfied? Xu Changsheng immediately stopped what he was doing and stretched out his hands to protect the white deer behind him. The voice laughed. Hey, is this your wife? The next moment, a figure walked out from the corner of the shelf. It was a woman. In the darkness, her graceful figure was wrapped tightly in black clothes, with the neckline slightly open, revealing her snow-white skin with infinite charm. The woman appeared in front of Xu Changsheng and Bailu, with the corners of her mouth raised and her eyes shining like autumn water, showing her charming demeanor. When he saw the other person, Xu Changsheng's eyelids jumped. Liu Yangmai. Xu Changsheng was very familiar with the appearance of this woman. Because the other party is the famous Xiangying Yeji in the previous life. One of the 10 kings. The ability is terrifying, and the awakened ability is an extremely special poison-related ability. Different from normal poison-related abilities. The ability that Liu Yangmai possesses is a kind of fragrance. Not only can it cause hallucinations, it can also deprive the opponent of their soul in a wonderful illusion and kill people without them even noticing. It can also substantially reduce the enemy's defense, stack multiple negative states, drag down the enemy's health, and even kill the enemy. In his previous life, Xu Changsheng was still far from reaching the king level of strength because of Xu Shiqing's drag. Until he killed the corpse king in the end, he had the opportunity to be promoted to the king level. But he was betrayed by Xu Shiqing's woman. Finally reborn and returned. However, he did not forget the encounter he had with Liu Yangmai in his previous life. At that time, he was in a secret realm with Xu Shiqing, wanting to collect some benefits. Unexpectedly, there was a king-level mutant beast in it, and he almost died there. Liu Yangmai suddenly appeared and rescued him. Even if the other party wanted to obtain materials from the king-level mutant beast, he rescued him. But Shu Changxing always kept this kindness in his heart. But later, until he was backstabbed by Shu Shiqing, he never had the chance to repay her. I didn't expect that the fate that didn't exist in the previous life would continue in this life. However, facing Liu Yangmai now, Shu Changxing's expression did not change too obviously. Because the two parties are still completely strangers to each other. Even if he wanted to repay the other person's kindness in his previous life, it was impossible for him to just go up and lick the other person's feet. In this life, he is destined to be powerful and become a true king-level powerhouse. Even go one step further and achieve the status of a god. King level is just a starting point. Therefore, he can help Liu Yangmai, but he will not risk his life for her. Shu Changxing has a clear understanding of this. Looking at me like that, could it be that you're attracted to me? Seeing that the other party didn't speak, Liu Yangmai leaned against the shelf, slightly opened her red lips, placed her slender index finger like a green onion on her lips, bit her nails lightly with her pearly teeth, and stared at Shu Changxing with charming eyes. Her voice was lazy and coquettish, and as she spoke, the air around her was filled with the allure and ambiguity of her charm. Bai Lu's brows furrowed. Did you kill the man at the door? Shu Changxing asked. Seeing that the other party directly changed the subject, Liu Yangmai paused for a moment, and the affection in her eyes instantly disappeared, becoming much colder. So what? He thought that the end of the world was coming and he could become the king. He even wanted to force himself on me. Shouldn't I kill him? Liu Yangmai thought that Shu Changxing was the same as that man. However, Shu Changxing nodded, this kind of bastard really deserves to be killed. Liu Yangmai was stunned. She blinked her eyelashes slightly, and the smile on the corner of her mouth raised her seductive look several times. It seems that you, little man, still have some conscience. He glanced at the empty shelves behind Shu Changxing. Liu Yangmai was actually very shocked. She hid in the dark and saw the other party's movements clearly. This guy just stretched out his hand slightly, and the supplies on the shelves disappeared out of thin air. It was obviously taken away by the other party. She originally thought that this guy's awakened space-related ability would be enough to collect a few shelves of supplies. Unexpectedly, the other party had almost taken away half of the supplies in the warehouse, and they still didn't stop. It looks like they are going to pack up all the goods in the warehouse. She knew that the end of the world had already broken out outside, and the supplies here could be regarded as a foundation and the key to survival. There is no way I can let the other party take them all away. So she had to step up. Fortunately, she also awakened her superpowers. Otherwise, she would be powerless and unable to kill the man who wanted to rape her. Therefore, even if she saw Shu Changxing holding a knife in his hand, Liu Yangmai was confident that she could defeat him. I don't know if I have a conscience, but... Shu Changxing looked at Liu Yangmai calmly, his eyes flashing. You saw me collecting the supplies just now, didn't you? Liu Yangmai, so what? Do you want to kill me? Shu Changxing narrowed his eyes and looked at this woman who was full of charm. The tip of his nose twitched slightly, and he felt a faint fragrance going into his nostrils. Took a breath. A faint fragrance suddenly surged up. Shu Changxing smiled and said, You used your supernatural power directly on me. It seems that you want to kill me. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Yanmei's face changed drastically. The other party actually noticed that she was using her supernatural powers. How can this guy be so sharp? Even if a normal person smelled the fragrance, they would probably think that she was wearing perfume, right? Seeing the other party's surprised expression, Shu Changxing smiled even more deeply. He raised his hand slowly. The shadow of an ancient sword suddenly appeared. A sharp light flickered in the dim warehouse, carrying with it a terrifying murderous intent. Feeling Shu Changxing's momentum, Liu Maiyang couldn't help but take a step back. This man actually has two superpowers. Being pointed at by this ancient sword, she had a very clear understanding. She will die. She will definitely die. There is no way to resist. However, just as the fear in her heart was growing, Shu Changxing waved his hand, and the shadow of the ancient sword disappeared instantly. Liu Maiyang was stunned again. You. Don't worry, I'm not a person who kills indiscriminately. Shu Changxing looked at the other person and said, But since you already know my spatial ability, I can't let you leave. As Shu Changxing finished speaking, the rice grains on the white deer seemed to feel the will of their master. Suddenly, it bounced out from the white deer, fell to the ground, and its body immediately became larger. A pair of cold snake eyes with vertical pupils stared at Liu Yangmai. There's a snake. Originally, Li just shrunk his body and hid in the white deer. However, now it suddenly appeared, and when Liu Maiyang saw it, she was so scared that she screamed. Like a frightened little girl, all her charm disappeared completely. She turned and tried to run. Xu Chanxing shouted, "Stop! If you move again, I will let Li eat you." Liu Yangmai obviously understood who Li was. She stopped abruptly as if she had been electrocuted. Their hips wrapped in black swayed slightly, and the seductive curve seemed a little flustered because of fear. "Turn around," Xu Chanxing ordered. Liu Yang's delicate body trembled slightly and she turned around reluctantly. Her shoulders were slightly hunched, making her already full breasts more prominent. With her slightly rapid breathing, the rise and fall of her chest was like the surface of a disturbed lake, rippling alluringly. Liu Yangmai even had a hint of tears in her voice at this moment. "What do you want me to do to let me go?" Chapter 26, Accepting Liu Yangmai, Li evolves again. "Let you go." A smile appeared on Xu Changxing's lips. "Since he met Liu Yangmai here, how can we do this without taking the other party into our hands? Such a person who will become one of the 10 kings in the future is not only a beauty, but also extremely powerful. No matter what, he couldn't let the other party go. I will take away all the supplies here, and you." Xu Chanxing's gaze was fixed on Liu Yangmai. "Now that you've seen my secret, you only have 2 choices, join me or die." Xu Chanxing's voice was sharp. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Yangmai's body couldn't help but tremble. Even if she will grow up to be one of the 10 kings in the future. However, now she is just an ordinary woman who has just encountered the end of the world. Even if he has killed someone, his character is far from being as mature and cold-blooded as it is 2 years after experiencing the apocalypse. She immediately became timid after being slightly frightened by Xu Chanxing. "Joining you mean? Become my subordinate." When Xu Changxing's voice sounded, Lin Yinmei's expression became hesitant. "I don't have that much time to give you consideration. Just count to 3. Agree to live and refuse to die. 3, 2. Xu Changxing didn't give Lin Yangmai any time to think. I saw him raise his hand. A shadow of an ancient sword appeared in the palm of his hand. Liu Yangmai swallowed and finally nodded. "Okay, I agree." Seeing that the other party understood, Xu Chanxing waved his hand and dispersed the ancient sword. If Liu Yangmai doesn't intend to be his, even though the other party saved him once in his previous life, he will also force the other person to stay by his side and observe him for a period of time. If this woman still had any ill intentions, he would kill her without hesitation. After all, if you live your life again, even if there is any favor, it is something from your previous life. In this life, he will not allow anyone to block his path to becoming stronger. He wants to become the most supreme in this last days, step by step. I can take all the supplies here. You should know that I will not be short of food and water. Follow me and you will become stronger soon." Xu Chanxing glanced at Liu Yangmai. He then took the 2 of them with him and swept across the warehouse, collecting all the supplies. Until he passed by the flower area, a glimpse of green flashed across his eyes, and his steps stopped immediately. "Cactus." Xu Chanxing stopped in front of a potted plant. There weren't many flowers in the flower section. There were only a few scattered bunches, forming a circle. This kind of thing is basically delivered to the supermarket every day. So there wasn't much left in the warehouse. However, in the very corner of this pile of flowers, there is an eye-catching cactus potted plant. At the top of the cactus, a yellow flower blooms, and a small green fruit is hidden in the pistil. Xu Chanxing felt a faint energy fluctuation on its body. There was even a scent of flowers floating around. Just a light sniff can make you feel refreshed. Hiss. Li, who was lying on the white deer's shoulder, spit out his tongue. A pair of vertical pupils were fixed on the fruit. Liu Yangmai was obviously a little afraid of snakes, so she leaned towards the other side of Xu Chanxing. "It really is that exotic fruit." Xu Chanxing didn't expect that his luck was so good. After just sweeping 1 floor, he found the evolutionary fruit born from the mutant cactus that was rumored in his previous life. See the look of desire on Li's face. Xu Chanxing reached out and picked the fruit. "A fresh fragrance wafts into my nose." Xu Chanxing couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and had the urge to put it into his mouth. However, he had no idea what changes would occur to this fruit after being eaten by humans. After all, this thing was swallowed by a mutant beast in his previous life. If he eats it, he might become stronger, or some changes might occur that he cannot control. After thinking for a moment, he realized that this fruit was produced by a mutated plant that had no attack direction. He was still prepared to let Mi Li swallow the fruit. Want to eat? Xu Chanxing waved the evolution fruit in front of Mi Li's eyes. The shrunken rice grain nodded its snake head repeatedly. For you. Xu Chanxing raised his arm and threw the emerald green fruit directly to it. The rice grain instantly flew off the white deer's shoulder and swallowed the fruit in one gulp. Wait until the rice grains fall to the ground. Suddenly, a strange light began to appear around it. It's just like what happened to Mi Li when the doomsday just came. Its snake body began to twist, and suddenly a strong black flame burst out from its body. It was like black flames coming from the deepest part of hell. The fireworks roared, and were even more intense than before, as if they were about to burn the surrounding air. Hiss! Mi Li roared in pain. Its snake body began to change, growing longer and thicker at a speed visible to the naked eye. After reaching its original maximum size, it is even gradually becoming larger. Every scale on Mi Li's body flashed a dangerous cold luster under the reflection of the black flames. A full 5 minutes later, the rice grains stopped changing. Lying on the ground motionless, Xu Chanxing looked over with some concern. Mi Li. Suddenly, Mi Li's tail moved, as if adapting to the strength of its body. Soon, it was able to hold its head high. At this moment, it looked even darker. The scales all over its body were like metal armor, standing up and expanding under the licking of the flames. There are 2 scales on the top of the head, which look like a small bump with mysterious patterns engraved on them. Its vertical pupils were cold and full of majesty, and the whole snake looked like a messenger from hell. Your evolution seems to be getting more and more advanced. Feel the rice grain's aura becoming increasingly powerful. A hint of joy flashed across Xu Chanxing's face. He didn't expect that this fruit would not only allow the rice grain to evolve again, but even allow it to be directly promoted to level 2. This saves at least 10 first-level crystal cores. Suddenly, Xu Chanxing noticed the 2 scales on Mi Li's head. I was shocked. These 2 bulging scales. Why do they look so much like horns trying to grow out? Could Mi Li be able to turn into a dragon in the future? Thinking of this possibility, Xu Chanxing couldn't help but feel excited. However, how Mi Li will develop specifically depends on future trends. Let's go out and kill some zombies first, so that you can all break through to level 2. Xu Chanxing himself also wants to make a breakthrough in his space-related supernatural powers. The few crystal cores in my hand are not enough. Fortunately, after Mi Li ate the evolution fruit, he was upgraded directly and no longer needed him to provide crystal cores. Xu Chanxing took the 2 girls back to their first floor. There are already quite a few zombies here. Bai Lu and Liu Yangmai don't have any actual fighting power yet. Xu Chanxing didn't let them do it. Instead, he rushed forward with Mi Li. Swish, swish, swish. Several black lights flashed by. Mi Li can now even spit black fire from his mouth. Xu Chanxing took the opportunity to observe Mi Li's current combat power. Those black flames just need to touch the zombies. The zombies will immediately burn all over and turn into ashes. Only a few scattered milky white crystal cores were left lying on the ground. Their whole process was extremely fast, which was enough to show Mi Li's strength. Okay. Xu Chanxing raised the knife in his hand, and his figure flashed among the zombies, quickly killing the zombies around him. The zombies on the first floor have been almost dealt with. There were also zombies trying to squeeze in through the broken door at the entrance. Xu Chanxing looked around, put a large iron cabinet on the first floor into the space, then came to the door and put the iron cabinet out. Transfer heavy objects directly and easily. Block the door. Since the zombies couldn't get in, Xu Chanxing asked the 2 women to start digging for the crystal cores. Brother, you are really amazing. When Liu Yangmai saw Xu Chanxing displaying his prowess, a light flashed in her eyes. She immediately walked over and took a dagger from Xu Chanxing. Bai Lu glanced at Liu Yangmai, frowned, and suddenly a sense of crisis arose in his heart. Chapter 27, Power Upgrade. Gain skills. This woman doesn't look like a good person. Bai Lu gritted his teeth secretly. What normal person has to twist his or her butt when walking? You can tell at first glance that this isn't a serious product. The white deer followed immediately. He got close to Xu Changxing and picked up the crystal core. Intentionally or unintentionally, when Liu Yangmai approached, she would stand in the middle and push the other person away. With the combined efforts of the three, the brains of the zombies lying on the ground on the first floor were quickly cut open. All the crystal cores were collected by Xu Changxing. There were about a dozen of them. Put it into space first. Xu Changxing was just about to walk to the door, move the cabinet away, and lead the two of them out of the mall. After all, the apocalypse happened at night. In this mall, except for some zombies on the first floor, there are not many monsters to kill on the upper floors. Xu Changxing didn't intend to waste time here. But suddenly, he felt that the ground beneath his feet seemed to be shaking in a regular pattern. Baidu's panicked voice sounded, "Changxing, look outside." Xu Changxing turned his head immediately. As a result, they saw a big guy running towards them. It's manhwa. And after such a period of time, this guy seems to have reached a new level. It's a lot bigger than when I saw it not long ago. Damn it. Go underground. Xu Changxing immediately yelled. However, Man Yuan's figure shot in directly like a cannonball. Boom! The iron cabinet that was originally blocking the door was knocked away. The steel pipes and glass burst like pieces of paper, and debris flew everywhere. Man Yuan did not stop and blocked the intruders directly, letting out a terrifying roar. Roar! At this time, Xu Changxing had already brought Bai Lu and Liu Yangmai and rushed into the supermarket warehouse on the second floor below ground, blocking the door in the process. After Man Yuan broke into the Wander supermarket on the underground first floor, he walked around several times, knocked down all the shelves, but still couldn't find the few living people. But it noticed Zhao Jing lying on the ground. He immediately rushed over, scooped it up, broke it into 2 pieces, and stuffed it into his mouth. What kind of monster is that? Liu Yangmai patted her chest, her legs going weak with fear. Originally, it was a level 3 mutant zombie, but now it seems to be level 4. Xu Changxing frowned. If the opponent is still only level 3, he might be able to defeat him by cooperating with the evolved Mi Li. But the opponent has broken through to level 4, which makes things difficult. After thinking about it, Xu Changxing sat down against the wall. Come here, let's upgrade first. Xu Changxing placed all the crystal cores on the ground. Including the dozen or so just now, there are about 30 or so in total. He gave 10 crystal cores to Bai Lu and 10 crystal cores to Liu Yangmai. He himself placed the second-level green crystal core dug out from the mutant spider's brain in the palm of his hand. This time, his goal was not to upgrade the Sword Master's supernatural powers. Instead, we need to upgrade the space-related abilities. Hiss. Mi Li had no crystal cores to use, so he stood by and watched the 3 people vigilantly. Upgrade as soon as possible. After Xu Changxing gave the order to the 2 women, he closed his eyes and began to absorb the power of the crystal core. The light of the green crystal core is brighter than that of the white crystal core, like a small sun. Strands of green light penetrated into Xu Changxing's palm. Crystal core energy filled his entire body. As the light continues to pour in, half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The space around Xu Changxing suddenly began to ripple. Moment. The ripples turned into surging waves, and the space around him seemed to be undergoing a drastic reshaping. Xu Changxing clearly felt the 10-sided magic cube in his sea of consciousness suddenly shake. The quiet white surface suddenly burst into dazzling light without any warning. His original space of 100,000 cubic meters actually increased by 1/10 out of thin air. Xu Changxing was stunned. Others are lucky to add 1 cubic meter at a level, but how come I have to open up tens of thousands of square meters? Finally reached level 2. Now both his Sword Master ability and space ability have reached level 2 simultaneously. Physical fitness has skyrocketed again. Are there some special abilities that can increase strength several times when upgraded? Xu Changxing's eyes lit up when he remembered that he still had a second ability card in his hand. If he could gain another superpower, then he can possess 3 superpowers at the same time. Every time his supernatural power is upgraded, his physical fitness will increase 3-fold. Cool. Xu Changxing had a look of joy in his eyes as he lowered his head to glance at the second-level crystal core in his hand. The originally crystal-clear green stone had now become much dimmer. Roughly speaking, in order to upgrade his spatial ability, this second level crystal core is almost completely consumed. Does my spatial ability also consume so much energy? Xu Changxing suddenly felt overwhelmed. When his sword master ability was upgraded, he directly used up 20 crystal cores. Although a second level green crystal core can be compared to 10 first level white crystal cores. But the quality is different. In the end times, the exchange rate in circulation is 1:10. However, no one would exchange a green crystal core for 10 white crystal cores. Because after being truly absorbed, the effect of the green crystal core can be equivalent to that of more than 10 or even 20 white crystal cores. This also represents his sword master ability, plus his space ability. Just to upgrade from level 1 to level 2, the number of crystal cores required is nearly 4 times that of others. After all, others only have one superpower, but he has two. If he could awaken his third ability. Xu Changxing sighed deeply. It seems that there are still many difficulties waiting for him on the road to becoming stronger. However, the resources he consumes are several times that of the same level. But his strength will naturally be several times stronger than others. The resources consumed and his growing strength are always equal. Xu Changxing clenched his palms and began to sense his spatial abilities. After the ability reaches level 2, you will immediately understand the skill. Just like Xu Changxing's sword master ability, after he reached level 2, the skill he comprehended was just a simple increase in the number of ancient sword phantoms. It's just multiplied. In other words, he can now summon 2 phantoms of ancient swords at the same time. If he reaches level 3, he will be able to summon 4. Until he reaches level 10, or even level 100. The number of ancient sword phantoms he can summon will be an extremely terrifying number. When the time comes, he can just raise his hand and there will be overwhelming swords. No matter who stands in his way, he will be ruthlessly killed by the sharp swords in the sky. He can also become a sword master in the true sense. As long as my sword master ability reaches level 10, I can summon 1000 swords at the same time. This is already a very strong combat power. And the space-related abilities. Xu Changxing sensed it nervously. I discovered that the superpowers I awakened this time were no different from those in my previous life. Okay. It's Chapter 28 Dimensional Travel. 2 Women Upgrade. Dimensional Travel. Seeing his original skills return, Xu Changxing was very satisfied. Although this skill does not have much combat power. However, before the end of the world in the previous life, he helped Xu Changxing do so many things. He escaped death several times, all thanks to this skill. With dimensional travel, I have teleportation. Even if I encounter danger and cannot defeat it, I can still escape at the critical moment. Xu Changxing didn't need to explore this skill too much because he was already used to it in his previous life. Currently, his ability level is level 2, which means that the distance he can travel is not very far, about 2 meters. However, if he stays outside or inside the building, a distance of 2 meters can also allow him to pass through the wall directly. This is very useful. Moreover, his special ability is not limited to allowing him to travel through time and space. He can even designate an item for dimensional travel. Combined with his sword master ability, this is simply an assassination weapon. Xu Changxing glanced at the crystal cores he had left. Compared with combat power, improving the sword master's ability is more cost-effective than improving the current spatial ability. Of course, he actually has another choice. That is to try whether you can use up the second ability card and awaken the third ability. However, I don't have any other suitable supernatural crystal cores at hand at the moment, so this idea can only be put aside for the time being. A second-level green crystal core is no longer as powerful as a white crystal core. It will be destroyed after just a little use. The remaining white crystal core. After distributing 20 pills to Bai Lu and Liu Ruyan, he now only has about 10 pills left, which is not enough to enhance his supernatural powers again. Frowning slightly, Xu Changxing's gaze fell on Mi Li standing beside him. I wonder if a dozen crystals can support Mi Li's advancement from level 2 to level 3. After thinking about it, this is definitely not enough. Xu Changxing began to have a headache. I've upgraded. Bai Lu suddenly exclaimed in surprise. She finally reached level 2, and her mental strength was significantly enhanced. Xu Changxing looked at her. How much has your telekinesis improved? What skills have you awakened? Although it's only level 1, my telekinesis has improved a lot. As for my skills, Bai Lu closed his eyes slightly and concentrated. In an instant, ripples appeared in the surrounding air. Swish! There was a bit of void in front of her that rapidly extended outward, condensing into a layer of crystal clear shield similar to that of crystal. The shield emitted a faint white light, circling the white deer evenly and steadily, like a ring of spirits. Xu Chanxing raised his eyebrows. He raised his hand and summoned an ancient sword, shooting it towards the white deer. Just as the ancient sword approached the white deer, the crystal shield flashed and went straight up to meet it. The two collided, the sword blade pierced the shield, splashing dazzling light. Can it be blocked? Xu Chanxing watched as the shield steadily removed the power of the ancient sword, making it difficult for it to advance, thus protecting the white deer. He nodded slightly. Not bad, it can be controlled independently without you having to worry about it. It is a good defensive skill. The most important thing is that this shield can actually block the impact of his ancient sword. This shows how hard its texture is. This skill is called Surrounding Crystal Wall. Once it is summoned, it can be used continuously until it is broken. Xu Chanxing didn't expect that this skill could last so long, and he was even more satisfied. What about you? He looked at Liu Yangmai, who had already opened her eyes. Liu Yangmai gathered her black and shiny hair with her hands and slightly raised her red lips. Hatilder. She exhaled gently, and a wisp of mist as light as a veil slowly came out. The mist quickly spread in the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving only a faint fragrance that quietly spread. Xu Chanxing felt the fragrance lingering around him became even stronger. The next moment, he immediately felt dizzy. His consciousness gradually slowed down, and at the same time, he felt powerless, as if his strength was being slowly drained away. But he did not seem to want to resist this process. Instead, he felt a sense of joy in his heart. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but try to raise a smile. Xu Chanxing's eyes narrowed immediately and he raised his hand. Whoosh! An ancient sword instantly appeared across Liu Yanmei's neck. Hey, what are you doing? Didn't you ask me? Liu Yangmai was not afraid, but blinked and her eyelashes trembled slightly. She waved her hand slightly, and the invisible fragrance dissipated instantly. Xu Chanxing also clearly felt that his willpower was gradually recovering. This skill is called incense erosion. Those who are surrounded by the fragrance I exhale will have their willpower constantly eroded, and even their physical strength will be taken away, until they completely collapse and die happily in their dreams. Hearing this, Xu Chanxing couldn't help but glance at the dead man not far away. Yes, it is an upgraded version of this ability, and it will be effective faster. Xu Chanxing nodded, not bad. He now has dual superpowers, which has caused his physical fitness to increase by 2 times. Even if he hasn't reached level 3, it's not impossible for him to try to fight against Man Yuan, who has just entered level 4. Thinking of this, he stood up. We can't stay here for long. Although we have sufficient supplies, our strength will stagnate. So the level for zombie outside must die. Bai Lu and Liu Yangmai also stood up. I will always be by your side. Bai Lu's eyes were firm. Brother is so handsome. I will also help you, Tilder. Liu Yang smiled with hazy eyes. The white deer glanced at Xiaohua. Mi Li and I will lead the charge in a moment. Bai Lu, you can try to influence it with your telekinesis. Xu Chanxing looked at Liu Yangmai again. As for you, after we go out, as long as he doesn't find us, you should weaken it first. Good. Okay, Tilder. Xu Chanxing listened attentively to the noise outside and gently pushed the door open to go out. The 2 women quickly followed him. Mi Li crawled silently beside him. The 3 people and the snake carefully moved to the underground first floor. The sound of Man Yuan hitting the shelf kept coming to my ears. The 3 of them hid in the dark. Liu Yangmai opened her red lips again and exhaled a breath of invisible mist. The invisible fragrance drifted towards the Man Yuan not far away, until it wrapped itself up and began to erode its will and body bit by bit. The big guy seemed to sense the approaching danger, and his bloodshot eyes glanced around vigilantly. However, all I could see were empty shelves. As the feeling of weakness became more intense, it could not find the source and roared angrily, waving its arms wildly and smashing the surrounding shelves to pieces. Xu Chanxing remained patient and did not show up. He didn't expect Liu Yangmai to kill a level 4 zombie with just 1 skill. After all, he is a mutated zombie that wins by relying on physical fitness, and his level is 2 levels higher than Liu Yangmai. Her skills can be a burden to Man Yuan, but they cannot bring it down. Raw. After going crazy for a while, the big guy suddenly started walking towards the supermarket door, as if he wanted to leave. Xu Chanxing narrowed his eyes. The whole person rushed out instantly. Mi Li quickly followed. Chapter 29 Kill Level for Zombies. Sword Master's Ability Level 3. Xu Chanxing and Mi Li instantly closed the distance between themselves and Man Yuan. Roar. Seeing living people appear, Man Yuan suddenly became furious and roared. It originally wanted to leave here, but immediately turned around, dragged its huge body, and shot towards Xu Chanxing like a cannonball. The sturdy arm was like a hammer, smashing towards Xu Chanxing fiercely. Xu Chanxing immediately swung his sword to meet the attack. Bang! The huge force instantly passed through the blade and was transmitted into Xu Chanxing's arms. He was so shocked that his scalp went numb instantly and he almost couldn't hold the handle of the knife. Man Yuan threw another punch, and suddenly a transparent crystal wall flew in front of Xu Chanxing. Click! Man Yuan smashed the crystal wall with one punch. Rush again. Xu Chanxing took the opportunity to move his body and dodge. The huge fist wind passed by in an instant, even making his ears hurt. Almost at the same time, the entire Mi Li snake shot out, leaving a streak of black lightning. Its body suddenly grew larger. The thick snake tail suddenly lashed towards Man Yuan. Bang! The snake's tail hit Man Yuan's head, knocking it sideways several steps. Xu Chanxing seized the opportunity, flashed, traveled through dimensions, and came directly behind Man Yuan. Laugh! He raised his sword and chopped towards Man Yuan's head. However, this guy dodged, allowing Xu Chanxing to stab him in the back. Roar! Man Yuan felt pain and turned around to elbow him. Xu Chanxing immediately jumped up, somersaulted in the air, dodged the attack, and kicked Man Yuan in the temple. Bang! With the blessing of double superpowers, his physical fitness makes him almost comparable to a level 4 zombie. This kick actually knocked Man Yuan down. Feel the aroma lingering on your nose. Xu Chanxing narrowed his eyes, landed on the ground, raised his hand, and instantly summoned two ancient swords. Flying towards Man Yuan's head. Mi Li also took the opportunity to open his bloody mouth, and the thick black fire of hell gushed out. Wherever the flames reached, the shelves instantly turned into charcoal. Roar! Two ancient swords shot into Man Yuan's temple and penetrated deeply. The hellfire as small as a grain of rice also spewed onto the huge and ugly head of this big guy, instantly burning it black. Man Yuan also let out a deafening and miserable roar. But even so, it's not dead. The big arms swung wildly in the air, causing gusts of whistling wind. Its tall body staggered and trembled violently, knocking down the remaining shelves around it. There was a loud clanging sound. Xu Chanxing shot out several ancient swords again as if they were free. Puff! Puff! All inserted into the big guy's brain. Finally, under the burning of flames and the torture of the ancient sword, Man Yuan's brain was almost burned off. Its legs trembled and its huge body fell to the ground with a bang. Dead. Xu Chanxing felt that his mental strength was almost drained, and his face turned pale. He felt weak in his head, but he relied on his strong willpower to stand and steady his body without falling down. He still didn't dare to completely trust Liu Yangmai with his back. Chanshan, how are you? See Man Yuan fall down. The white deer immediately came out from the corner and ran to Xu Chanxing. It's okay, but their consumption of superpowers is a bit high. Summoning the ancient sword didn't waste too much of his mental energy. However, the dimensional travel caused a lot of losses. It's still a familiar feeling. Xu Chanxing closed his eyes and relaxed a little. Dimensional travel is a skill that consumes a lot of mental energy. With his current level 2 mental energy, he can only use it twice at most. Go dig for the crystal core. After a pause of just a few seconds, Xu Chanxing opened his eyes and spoke to Bailu. Okay. Bailu nodded slightly. Seeing that Xu Chanxing was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. He took out his dagger and walked towards Man Yuan. In fact, there was no need for her to cut open the guy's head. Because the hellfire of Mi Li itself was almost burning Man Yuan's head. The white deer just fiddled with it twice. The two crystal cores fell to the ground instantly. There are actually two. Bailu was a little surprised. Xu Chanxing also walked forward with interest and looked down. Second order green crystal core, there is still one. His eyes widened slightly, another supernatural crystal core. He took the 2 crystal cores from Bai Lu. Xu Chanxing had a look of joy on his face. This big guy not only has a second-level crystal core in his brain, he even has a supernatural crystal core. With this second-level crystal core, plus the remaining first-level crystal cores, his sword master ability will have a chance to be promoted to level 3. And the supernatural crystal core can even allow him to try to awaken his third supernatural power. But this is just a physical evolution type power crystal core. After feeling the energy emanating from this crystal core, Xu Chanxing felt a little regretful. If this supernatural crystal core is also of the special type, he can try to awaken his supernatural powers now. It's a pity that he didn't want to use the power crystal core. After thinking about it, Xu Chanxing decided to upgrade here. Then go to the second people's hospital of the city to see if Bai Lu's sister is still alive. There are a lot of zombies here, kill them all, would better all advance to level 3. After making the decision, Xu Chanxing acted quickly. After collecting Man Yuan's body, he rushed out of the supermarket and went to the first floor. The mall gate was broken. In addition, since Man Yuan was not there, quite a few zombies had already walked in. Bai Lu and Liu Yangmai followed Xu Chanxing and picked up their weapons. The 3 of them rushed forward quickly. The rice grain even turned into a black lightning and killed everyone in the group of zombies. Soon, almost all the zombies around were slaughtered. The crystal cores in Xu Chanxing's hand now include a perfect second-level green crystal core, a second-level crystal core that can be used as half a white crystal core, plus more than 70 white crystal cores. Go back to the basement level 2 first and upgrade safely. He gave 20 crystal cores to Bai Lu and 10 crystal cores to Liu Yangmai. He also gave Mi Li 20 crystal cores. He gathered all the remaining crystal cores in front of him. The 3 people and 1 snake started to upgrade again. More than half an hour passed. Xu Chanxing was the last one to open his eyes. Swish! 2 sword beams flashed in his eyes. The space around him seemed like a burning furnace of sword intent. The originally calm air suddenly began to vibrate violently, and sword-shaped ripples visible to the naked eye quickly spread in all directions. Clang! The sword's roar shocked the world. Bai Lu, who had already woken up at level 3, was shocked when he saw this scene. When the invisible sword wave passed by, they thought they were going to be pierced by a sharp sword. My heart skipped a beat. Level 3. Xu Chanxing felt the power in his body and a smile appeared on his lips. He raised his index finger slightly, and 4 ancient swords appeared out of thin air, surrounding him and spinning continuously. This upgrade did not awaken any new skills, but the number of ancient sword phantoms increased exponentially. Although there is no clear regulation in the apocalypse at which level new skills will be acquired. But generally speaking, it is easiest to awaken skills when you reach level 2, including levels 10 and 20. The other levels are up to chance. It all depends on fate. You don't have any new skills awakened. Bai Lu shook his head. Mi Li also shook his snake head. Liu Yangmai has not upgraded, and 10 crystal cores are not enough for her to upgrade. Bai Lu is one of us, but burning a woman is not one of us. Therefore, Xu Chanxing naturally had to block her upgrade. Okay, let's go straight to the second municipal people's hospital first. Xu Chanxing has already collected most of the treasures that appeared on the first day of the apocalypse. Now you can go see Bai Lu's sister. However, the other party was already weak, and so much time had passed, he would have died a long time ago. If the other party is not dead, he might have found a place to hide. If I go there now, I'm not sure if I can find the other person. Of course, he could just blow the second municipal people's hospital. Maybe we can find the other person, or at worst, we may find his body. Okay. A look of gratitude flashed in Bai Lu's eyes. The 3 people and the snake left Wander Mall. Keep moving toward the edge of the road. Soon they arrived at his armored vehicle. Wow, is this your car? Liu Yangmai widened her eyes, her beautiful eyes full of shock. Well, go ahead. Xu Chanxing was about to take the 2 women into the car. However, suddenly, more than a dozen people rushed out from the roadside shop behind them. Oh, there are 2 more hot chicks like this. Chapter 30, no nonsense, just kill instantly. The sudden change stunned both Bai Lu and Liu Yangmai. Seeing a dozen ferocious-looking men surrounding the 3 of them, the 2 women couldn't help but feel a little scared and moved closer to Xu Chanxing. However, Xu Chanxing just turned his head silently, looked at everyone calmly, and glanced at them casually. There were basically no women among this group of people. More than a dozen men were holding axes in their hands, which seemed to be fire axes collected from various places. The leading man had a face full of flesh, with a hideous scar running diagonally from the corner of his eye to his cheek. His eyes were sunken and his eyebrows were thick and pulled together. At this moment he stood up, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, with a teasing and cruel smile on the corner of his mouth, staring at Xu Changsheng. He waved his hand lightly, and a ferocious black dog immediately jumped out from among the dozen people behind him. Roar! The black dog bared its teeth at Xu Changsheng and the two women. There was a dark light in his eyes, and he had obviously mutated. Boy, your car is pretty good, why don't you lend it to me? Xu Changxing sensed it and found that although there were many people, there were few people with special abilities. The highest ranking one is even the black dog in front of him. But still not as good as him. Xu Changxing raised a cold smile and said, "Lend it to you? No problem, it's just a small matter." Seeing that Xu Changxing agreed so readily, the man with the scar thought Xu Changxing was a cowardly gigolo and was delighted. Looking at the two women behind him, there was a gleam of evil in his eyes. "These two sisters are pretty good looking, why don't you lend them to me to play with?" Bai Lu immediately glared at the scarred man angrily. Liu Yangmai hid behind Xu Changxing, intending to exhale the scent of incense and candles without making any sound. Xu Changxing raised his eyebrows, a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. "I'm afraid you don't have this life." Swish! Xu Changxing raised his hand. Suddenly an ancient sword flew out. It stabbed directly into the scarred man's eye socket. R. The damage did not kill the scarred man immediately, but instead caused him to be constantly stirred by the ancient sword. The scarred man was in so much pain that he fell to his knees on the ground with a thump, screaming miserably. The people behind him were startled by Xu Changxing's sudden move. No one expected that Xu Changxing was also a person with special abilities. Xu Changxing looked calm, as if he was oblivious to the noise around him. He stood straight, looking down at the scarred man who was rolling back and forth. Calmly extend your index finger and place it in front of your lips. Shish. Xu Changxing stepped on the scarred man's head. Bang! With a terrifying muffled sound, the scarred man's head was actually stepped into the concrete floor. Red and white exploded instantly. R. Those people were completely frightened and started screaming. The black dog that was called by the scarred man saw his owner being attacked and was eager to protect him. Immediately, his eyes flashed with ferocity and he rushed towards Xu Changxing, barking wildly. Xu Changxing was calm and composed, standing there without moving an inch. When the black dog pounced close to him, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, the void twisted. He then appeared behind the black dog. He raised his arm slightly, and the cold light of the ancient sword appeared between his palms. The two small ancient swords were like meteors chasing the moon, piercing the black dog's head with incredible precision. Woo! The black dog let out a scream, fell to the ground with a bang, and was silent in an instant. Even the Dog King is not his match. Run away! The guys who surrounded the three people and the armored vehicle were all frightened by Xu Changxing's fierce methods. Like birds and beasts scattered, trying to escape in panic. Xu Changxing said calmly, "Kill them all." Hiss! As Xu Changxing finished speaking, a black light flashed, rice grains flew out, and flames shot out. Bai Lu was the first to react and immediately rushed towards the guy closest to her. This ugly bastard just whistled at her. His eyes were filled with lust, unforgivable. Telekinesis is activated instantly. The man tripped and fell flat on his face. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" The man screamed in horror as he watched the white deer walking towards him step by step. Laugh. However, Bai Lu stabbed him in the heart and ended it instantly. Changxing said to kill them all, then not a single one will be left alive. Although Liu Yangmai looks fierce, in fact her reaction ability is not as good as Bai Lu's. After Bai Lu made his move, she came to her senses, immediately exhaled a breath of incense and candles, and quickly chased after the person who had escaped. In less than 5 minutes. Xu Changxing just waited there for a moment. The two women and the snake walked back. Good. Xu Changxing nodded with satisfaction. Get in the car. He turned and walked into the driver's seat of the heavy-duty off-road vehicle. Bai Lu and the others followed in immediately. The second municipal people's hospital is not far from here, and it only takes half an hour to get there. Shu Chanxing spoke to comfort Bailu. Yeah. Bailu nodded, a hint of worry flashing across her beautiful eyes. In this world, there are only two people who can make her heart fall in love. One is Shu Chanxing, and the other is her twin sister. A heavily equipped off-road vehicle roared past on the road. Shu Chanxing drove around many blocked roads and finally arrived near the Second People's Hospital of the city after more than half an hour. Looking from a distance, Shu Chanxing raised his eyebrows. Your sister might still be alive. Bailu looked at the sealed hospital gate and his eyes lit up. At this time, the Second People's Hospital of the city seemed to have been taken over by someone. There are many broken glass and iron mesh placed on the hospital walls. There were almost no zombies around, obviously they had been cleared out. Inside the hospital gate, several armed men sat at a table. There is even a sign standing at the door. Barter. Liu Yangmai narrowed her eyes and looked at Shu Chanxing and the others. Should we go in and look for them? It doesn't look like it will be that easy. We have to look for them, but even though we are all level 3 personnel now, the hospital itself will be the hardest hit area when the apocalypse breaks out. Shu Chanxing briefly analyzed the situation to the two women. These people were able to take over this hospital so quickly. They are obviously extraordinary. There may be many people with special abilities among them. He didn't intend to take any risks. After thinking for a while, he drove the car to the side of the hospital gate and then walked directly towards the person who opened the door. Seeing someone coming, the three people who were playing cards immediately looked at Shu Chanxing vigilantly. I want to get some information. Shu Chanxing went straight to the point. One of the short men took a look at the heavily armed off-road vehicle behind Shu Chanxing, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. There is actually such a car. This car front, these wheels, and this car armor. With this car, you can roam freely in the apocalypse. If you want to get information, you need to exchange supplies. We don't want money here, said another tall and thin man. Okay. Shu Chanxing nodded. If I could get news about Sister Bailu just by using some supplies, that would be great. He didn't want to go through the trouble of looking for it everywhere, that would be a waste of time. Seeing Shu Chanxing agreed immediately. The short man narrowed his eyes. Obviously, this guy doesn't seem to be short of supplies. His eyes rolled, and he became more and more vicious, pointing directly at the heavy-duty off-road vehicle behind Shu Chanxing. Give me that car, and I can get you any news you want. This is pure bullshit. Let us not talk about whether these people are supernatural beings or not. Even if it were, if Shu Chanxing wanted to ask about the origin of the end of the world, what would they know? I know nothing. Shu Chanxing saw that this person didn't seem to intend to communicate with him properly. His face remained calm. No news is worth this car of mine. Oh. The short man laughed evilly and exchanged a secret glance with his other two companions. The three of them noticed the strange looks in each other's eyes and instantly understood what the other person meant. This guy is just one person. What are you still talking about? Just kill them. The short man withdrew his gaze and looked at Shu Chanxing again. That. Suddenly, a throwing knife appeared from his sleeve. Call out. The flying knife shot out and a short man's voice was heard. Is this information enough to buy your life? Chapter 31, Thunder Power. The flying knife broke through the air and headed straight for Shu Chanxing's forehead. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Shu Chanxing directly. Shu Chanxing raised his hand casually, and the long sword in his hand directly chopped the flying blade. Clang! The short man sneered, some skills. Shu Chanxing looked at him calmly. Is this how you guys barter? Of course, we can exchange ordinary supplies, but I'm afraid our boss will need your car very much. The short man stood up. And there's no way you'd be willing to change it, so of course I'd grab it. If only I could give this car to their boss. Maybe he could be transferred directly to the boss side, enjoy those beauties, eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks, instead of guarding the gate here. Shu Chanxing looked at the greedy guy in front of him and shook his head. There's a road to heaven but you don't take it. What did you say? Call out. What answered him was an ancient sword that appeared out of thin air. Laugh. In an instant, the ancient sword sank into the short man's forehead, leaving a bloody hole. Fuck you, you dare to kill someone here. The tall and thin man slammed the table and stood up instantly, his eyes ferocious, but he moved his feet and immediately retreated behind the other bearded man. Brother Yang, kill this guy. The bearded man still sat calmly at the table. What are you doing, idiot? He raised his eyes and glanced at Shu Changxing. You can kill this guy if you want. As long as you join us and give this car to the boss, I will not pursue this matter. Shu Changxing raised his eyebrows. This guy has quite a big tone. Feel it a little. However, Shu Changxing discovered that this bearded man was just a level 2 warrior. He was too lazy to waste time talking to the other party and just raised his hand. The ancient sword suddenly appears. The bearded man frowned when he saw that Shu Changxing had no fear of him at all. It seems that if I don't give you a taste of your own medicine, you won't know. Just as he was about to stand up, a tattoo on his arm began to glow, as if something was trying to come out of it. However, the ancient sword was still floating beside Shu Changxing in the last second. The next moment, he was already in front of the bearded man. What? The bearded man's eyes widened in shock, and the tattoo on his arm became brightly visible. Laugh. However, Shu Changxing did not give him the chance to use his skills. He stabbed his sword into the opponent's forehead and finished him off. In the end times, if you have to take action, there is no need to say anything more, just kill them all. This bearded man seems to be quite capable, but unfortunately he talks too much nonsense. I don't understand. Since we have started fighting, we will not stop until we die. You actually killed Manager Yang. Our boss will not let you go. Shu Changxing killed the two men decisively in the blink of an eye. The tall and thin man on the side was so scared that his legs went weak. He stretched out a finger and pointed it at Shu Changxing, but it was shaking like a sieve. Shu Changxing slowly turned his head and looked towards him. Seeing those calm eyes, the tall and thin man screamed and immediately tried to turn around and run away. Shu Changxing picked up a flying knife on the ground without having to expend any mental energy to use his supernatural powers. A light throw. Swish. Thump. The tall, thin man fell to the ground, twitching continuously. There was a handle of a throwing knife stuck in his back, but the entire knife had already pierced into his heart. Blood gushed out, staining the ground bright red. Faced with these vulnerable idiots, Shu Changxing killed the three people, but his mood was not disturbed at all. It was as if what he had just killed were not people, but just some annoying insects. Dang! Shu Changxing cut the chain on the hospital gate with a knife. The chain fell to the ground with a dull thud. Squeak! The door slowly opened. At this moment, 20 or 30 people rushed out of the hospital. Each of them was holding an iron rod, and some of them were holding sharp weapons such as axes and machetes. More than 20 people quickly rushed to the gate, showing signs of surrounding Shu Changxing. However, Shu Changxing stood where he was, unhurried. He looked at the middle-aged man who was slowly walking out of the crowd. This guy looks like a decent person, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, a suit and a pair of white gloves, as if he has misophonia. Shu Changxing glanced the man up and down. How can you still dress so exquisitely in the apocalypse? Either he is mentally ill or he is very strong. Shu Changxing narrowed his eyes slightly. There was a faint force of thunder and lightning emerging from the other party, and it seemed that he was also a person with superpowers. Shu Changxing sensed it carefully, but found that the other party's aura was almost the same as his, or even slightly inferior to his. The level is probably level 3, the same as his. Although they were both at level 3, the other party was definitely no match for him. After figuring out the situation, Shu Changxing already had a rough idea in his mind. Little brother, this is a place for bartering. What do you mean by suddenly coming here to fight? The suit man's tone sounded a little sharp, and the man and his voice were almost two different things. If he wants to attack me, I will kill him. Shu Changxing raised his eyes. The man in the suit raised his eyebrows, and suddenly saw the heavily loaded off-road vehicle parked not far away. His eyes lit up and he immediately understood why his men chose to take action. Not to mention them, even he wants to kill the other party right now. With this car, he can go to farther places to search for supplies, even treasures. The man in the suit pinched a bead in his pocket, and a dark light flashed in his eyes. However, he did not take action directly. Instead, he gave Shu Changxing a gentle smile. Is that so? I'm so sorry. I failed to discipline him properly, but... The man in the suit paused and said, even if they want to attack you, you still have to look at the owner when beating the dog. You? The man in the suit hasn't finished speaking yet. Shu Changxing swung his knife fiercely and slashed at his neck. You? A hint of astonishment flashed in the eyes of the man in the suit. Instinctively, he quickly took a step back. Fortunately, he is already a level 3 psychic, and his physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people. Otherwise, Xu Changxing's sudden attack would be enough to decapitate any guy who was unable to react in time. You dare to attack me? The man in the suit suddenly became angry. He didn't expect that the guy in front of him, who looked harmless, could be so cruel. He didn't even finish his words before he started taking action. And once he strikes, he's ready to kill the person. Xu Changxing didn't say anything. Instead, he quickly rushed forward. He didn't take direct action before because he was worried that there were too many people with special abilities in this small force. Now that the other party is unwilling to use supplies to exchange information with him, and even wants to attack him, then let them all be destroyed. If the opponent's subordinates are like this, then the leader will naturally not be a good person either. Instead of waiting for the other party to make a move, it is better to strike first. Xu Changxing had already observed that among the 20-odd people who came out, there were 5 or 6 level 1 and 2 psychics, and the only level 3 psychic was the man in the suit. As long as we solve it first, the rest will be nothing but some chickens and dogs. You are looking for death. The man in the suit saw that Xu Changxing was just one person, but he dared to fight with so many people. If this isn't looking down on him, what is? He immediately pulled off the gloves on his hands. Click. Click. An arc flashed. Die. Chapter 32 White Dear Sister. In an instant, a blinding bolt of lightning condensed between the palms of the man in the suit. Rushing towards Xu Changxing. You want me to die? Xu Changxing's smile did not reach his eyes. He stomped the ground hard and dodged sideways like the wind. The lightning almost brushed against his clothes, whistling past, and the air was scorched. Xu Changxing grasped the long sword with his backhand, and the blade made a buzzing sound. In an instant, he rushed towards the man in the suit like an arrow. Buzz! The blade shone with a cold light, as if it was about to cut through the void. The man in the suit dodged the sharp attack with a flash of light, and then condensed several lightning bolts in a fan shape, covering Xu Changxing. Boss, you're awesome. Kill, kill, kill. Blast this guy into slag. Our boss is a 3rd level lightning psychic. Ordinary psychics can't possibly be his opponent. This kid actually dared to attack our people, and even wanted to fight against the boss. How arrogant. He made the boss angry. There is no way the boss will let him go. Even if he kneels on the ground and cries for mercy, he will probably die. The subordinates of the men in suits around him were all excited when they saw their boss using his superpowers again. This is a lightning skill. Extremely rare. Many people wanted to cause trouble for them before, but they were all beaten into pieces by their boss, right? This guy dared to come and challenge them alone. He really doesn't know how to live or die. Xu Changxing's eyes were calm. He suddenly raised his hand and several phantoms of ancient swords suddenly appeared. The sword shone with a cold light, and with the sound of breaking wind, it rushed away and collided violently with the thunders. In an instant, light burst out and a deafening roar echoed. After one strike, Xu Changxing did not give the opponent any chance to breathe. His figure flashed and he traveled through dimensions. Disappeared in an instant. The man in the suit had just used his special power and had no time to use it again. He didn't expect that Xu Changxing actually had more than one superpower. In addition to those ancient swords, he could also teleport. Just as he was about to react, Xu Changxing appeared behind him like a ghost. When he turned around, he saw a sharp blade flashing with blazing light suddenly appear and slash towards his cheek. The man in the suit opened his eyes wide, with shock and disbelief on his face. He raised his hand, trying to activate his supernatural power, but was powerless to resist. Puff! Blood splattered as the long knife chopped from his head to his chest. You can't die anymore. Gurgling. Streams of blood gushed out. Xu Changxing pulled back his sword, and the man in the suit fell straight down. Xu Changxing stood there with a knife in his hand, covered in blood, exuding a cold and murderous aura. At this moment, the people watching the show behind were all dumbfounded, standing there like wooden chickens. Zhang Yan's originally arrogant shouting suddenly stopped. The enthusiasm on his face was instantly replaced by horror. The boss is dead, run away. This guy is stronger than the boss. I don't know who reacted first and shouted. The remaining people suddenly lost the courage to confront Xu Changxing head on. They all threw away their weapons and turned around to escape. Want to run now? It's too late. Xu Changxing's eyes were cold, without a trace of mercy. He raised his hand slightly, and four flying swords flew out. The sword shadow flashed, cut through the air, and accompanied by a few screams, pierced the hearts of four people. The rice grains hidden in Xu Changxing's sleeves also suddenly jumped out, turned into black lightning, and pounced on the crowd. It grew against the wind until it was as thick as a thigh, and then stopped. A few people moved sideways in the crowd, and blood splattered. Soon, Mi took care of the remaining people. He leisurely slipped back to Xu Changxing. Well done. Xu Changxing smiled and touched Mi's head. Mi narrowed his snake eyes with great enjoyment. Come on, let's go in and find someone. Xu Changxing turned his head and waved towards the heavy-duty off-road vehicle. Immediately, two beautiful women came down. One in front and one behind, they quickly came to Xu Changxing. Mi hung on Xu Changxing's shoulder. Xu Changxing collected all the corpses. The flesh and blood would be very useful in some situations and could not be missed. The three of them walked into their hospital together. Their hospital was filled with a faint smell of disinfectant mixed with the scent of blood. Xu Changxing looked around with sharp eyes and quickly locked onto the areas where supplies were stored. He picked up the knife and smashed the door of the pharmacy, walked in, and waved his hand lightly. He then stored all the medicines, bandages and other medical supplies into the Rubik's Cube space. Continuing to walk further in, Xu Changxing discovered a lot of medical equipment. Brand new syringes, boxes of masks, protective clothing. Even large equipment. In the end, of course, he took all of them. Where are the people here? Bailu frowned slightly, bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, and a hint of worry flashed across her face. Let's go take a look at the dormitory building, Liu Yangmai said. Xu Changxing nodded and agreed to the proposal. They were just about to walk out the door. Suddenly, a sleepy-eyed man came down the corridor. Hartilder, he yawned, stretched, blinked, and saw Xu Changxing and the other two standing at the door. He was stunned. Who are you? The man immediately saw the two beauties behind Xu Changxing, swallowed, and his eyes widened. How could such a wonderful woman suddenly appear? And there are two of them. Xu Changxing raised his eyebrows, he had forgotten to leave anyone alive. I didn't expect there were people here. A smile appeared on his lips. The figure shook. Appeared directly next to the man. Shit! The man was startled and tried to step back immediately. Swish! Xu Changxing put a knife across his neck. Don't be nervous, I have a few questions for you. Gulp. The man swallowed again. But unlike the last time when I was tempted, this time I was scared. You said. Where are all the people who were originally hospitalized here concentrated? The man's legs were shaking and trembling, and he was afraid that if he shook too much, he would accidentally bump into the blade. I tried my best to step back, but my feet seemed to be fixed in place, not moving at all. He replied with a sad face, those who died or turned into zombies were cleared out by the boss, and we gathered the ones who are not dead in that building. The man pointed to a building outside the window. Xu Changxing narrowed his eyes and said, you didn't separate men and women. He felt the blade getting closer to his neck and was completely in contact with it. As long as the opponent moved a little, he would be killed instantly. The man was so frightened that he wanted to cry. He hurriedly explained, spilling the beans, telling out everything he knew. No, that's not it. The men are over there. The boss will take care of them. When there are not enough zombies, he will turn the men into zombies and dig out the crystal cores. The women are in the next building. He pointed to another building. Women, the boss and others would run over from time to time. What? Bailu's voice rang out. Swish! Xu Changxing got the information he wanted and stabbed the man to death with one knife, giving him a quick death. Changxing. My sister. Bailu's delicate face was filled with anxiety at the moment, and her beautiful red lips were slightly pursed. A look of worry spread across her fair face, making people feel pity for her. Don't worry, your sister is not in good health, and there are so many people here, she may not be hurt. Xu Changxing comforted her a little. Then he immediately took Bailu and Liu Yangmai to the building where the girls were imprisoned. 1 floor, 2 floors. The three of them quickly checked but found nothing. When they reached the 3rd floor, they carefully checked each ward. The women inside were all in a panic, obviously very frightened. No, no. The building is very low, with only about 4 floors. However, after looking in so many wards, she still couldn't find any trace of her sister. Bailu felt more and more uneasy. Just when she was about to fall into despair. Crash. Open the door of the ward again. Looking at the girl huddled in the corner. Bailu wanted to look at the other person's face carefully. However, her hair was as messy as a bird's nest, scattered randomly on her thin shoulders, and there were layers of mud and filth on her face, completely covering her entire face. Bailu couldn't tell the difference for a moment and thought that the other person was just a girl who had been badly hurt, so he was about to turn around and leave. A surprised voice suddenly sounded. Elder sister. Chapter 33, The Tragic Death of the 10 Kings? Harvesting the Thunder Orb. Hear that cry? The white deer suddenly felt as if it had been struck by lightning, and its body suddenly stiffened. Almost instantly, he rushed towards the girl in the corner. Xiaopan. Is that you? Sister, is it really you? The girl in the corner saw Bailu and struggled to stand up. Xu Chanxing didn't expect that Bailu's sister was really not dead. While feeling relieved, he looked at the other person. The other person seemed to have a face full of dirt, and their whole person looked dirty, completely covering her appearance. Xu Chanxing nodded secretly. It seems that Bailu's sister is also a smart person and knows how to hide her appearance. Judging from the other person's appearance, it seems that he has not been abused by those people. Now that we've found the person, let's go take away all the equipment and medicines in the hospital, and then go look for the small safe of the man in the suit. Okay. Thank you, Chanxing. Bailu nodded, held his sister's hand without any hesitation, looked at Xu Chanxing with gratitude in his eyes. It doesn't matter. Since she is your sister, she is naturally my sister. Xu Chanxing shook his head. When Bailu heard this, a blush flashed across her cheeks and she quickly lowered her head. Fortunately, Xu Chanxing had turned around at this time and just handed a bottle of water to Liu Yangmai beside him. Liu Yangmai also took it tactfully, unscrewed the bottle cap, and let Sister Bailu drink it in small sips. Shua. Xu Chanxing waved his hand and a wheelchair appeared. Help your sister up first. Bailu did as he was told. It is much more convenient for her to push the wheelchair than to hold onto it. The 4 of them quickly raided the hospital. We collected a lot of large medical equipment and various medicines. It filled up his space again, almost filling it up. Brother Xu, what is the small treasury you mentioned just now? Liu Yangmai looked at Xu Chanxing. Glancing at her, Xu Chanxing said bluntly, this small group has quite a few people, and there are also several people with special abilities. There must be some mysterious crystal core left. Liu Yanmei's eyes lit up. You mean? Well, if we can find the small safe that the man in the suit hides, we might be able to advance to the next level. If you are looking for that, I might know where it is. Bailu's sister suddenly said. Oh. Xu Chanxing raised his eyebrows and looked down at her. At that time, they took me to a secret room, but because they thought I was dirty, they threw me out. At that time, I saw a password box, which might contain what you want. Zhao Painter said. Xu Chanxing looked at her with interest. Do you still remember the way to the secret room? Go that way. Zhao Painter pointed in a direction. Xu Chanxing strode forward. Bailu immediately pushed her sister and walked behind him with Liu Yangmai. Turn this way. Going around in circles. Finally, they found a secret room in the outpatient building that led to the underground. I didn't expect there would be such a place in this hospital. Liu Yangmai was a little surprised. The man in the suit was able to organize a small group and occupied this hospital so quickly. His identity must be extraordinary and perhaps he is related to this hospital. Xu Chanxing guessed. Go down into the basement. Push the door open and enter. An extremely luxurious room appeared before them. There was a lot of food and water. There's even fruit. Xu Chanxing didn't care much about these things. He just raised his hand and put everything into the Rubik's Cube space. Fortunately, when the space power was upgraded, the Rubik's Cube space expanded by another 10,000 cubic meters. Otherwise, with the supplies he had stockpiled before, it might not be able to fit new things in. Go to the farthest end of the room. At first glance, Xu Chanxing saw a safe that was as high as his calf. But we don't know the password and we don't have the key. How are we going to open this safe? Bailu frowned. The safe in front of you is an old-fashioned password box. Not only can you turn the lock to unlock it, you can also unlock it with a key. Xu Chanxing thought of something and took out the body of the man in the suit. R. Suddenly, a corpse with its head split in half appeared before my eyes, covered in blood. Zhao Pan'er was startled. Don't be afraid, Xiao Pan, he is already dead. Bailu thought that her sister was intimidated by the man's power. Zhao Pan's eyelids twitched and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. My sister still has such a low EQ. Is she afraid of corpses? She is afraid of such scary dead bodies. It's okay, sister. Zhao Pan'er took a few deep breaths, trying to calm her pounding heart. At this time, Xu Chanxing had already squatted down and began to search the bloody body of the man in the suit. Facing the miserable appearance of the man in the suit, Xu Chanxing had a blank expression on his face and no ripples in his heart. He has already died once, so even if his head was chopped into pieces, let alone being cut off, he would remain calm. No matter how the enemy dies, as long as he is dead, it is a good thing. Xu Chanxing rummaged through the pockets of the man in the suit, but didn't find the key, but felt a bead. He took it out. As a result, I felt a breath of thunder entering my palm. This is. Xu Chanxing raised his eyebrows and looked at the round bead, which was only the size of a thumb. At first glance, I thought this bead was a crystal core with elemental control capabilities. However, after looking at it carefully, Xu Chanxing discovered that this bead seemed to be a treasure that could release lightning on its own. Could it be? A picture suddenly flashed through Xu Chanxing's mind. A man stood high in the sky, with a thunder orb suspended above his head. Let him wave his hands freely, and he can instantly summon a terrifying huge lightning net between his 10 fingers. Destroy tens of thousands of zombies. One of the 10 kings, the King of Thunder. Xu Chanxing had never seen the Thunder King, but had only seen his figure from afar. He was not sure if the guy under his feet was the Thunder King. But thinking about the various negative comments people had made about the Thunder King in his previous life, he felt it was very likely. Now they have formed a force and started killing people and robbing. Not to mention that once his strength develops, he will probably be able to get whatever he wants. It was a pity that one of the 10 mighty kings in his previous life, who was known to be able to control thunder, was now like a dead dog, his body cold and lying miserably at his feet. This is a good treasure, but it needs to be used by someone who can control lightning powers to achieve the greatest effect. Xu Chanxing flipped his hand and put away the thunder orb. He continued to flip over the suit man's body. Soon he found a small iron key in the other person's lining pocket. Xu Chanxing gestured twice at the keyhole of the safe. Click. I inserted it in and it just went in. Twist it slightly. There was the sound of a lock being opened. Xu Chanxing opened the safe door. Rays of golden light flashed out. Xu Chanxing ignored the gold bars and directly put them into the space. His eyes were fixed on the milky white crystal cores at the bottom layer of the safe. Wow! There are so many. Liu Yanmei's beautiful eyes widened slightly, somewhat in disbelief. Xu Chanxing directly put them all into the space and then stood up. He has so many crystal cores, why doesn't he upgrade as soon as possible? Bai Lu was puzzled. A rough look at those crystal cores shows that there are hundreds of them. Even more than that. He has already pulled a lot of women to do those things with him today. There were already 2 waves before I was pulled over. Zhao Pan'er said. No wonder. If you want to upgrade, you have to absorb them one by one, which also takes time. This guy puts all his energy on that kind of thing. Even if he has crystal cores, he can't become a strong man. Liu Yangmei snorted lightly, showing disdain for the man in the suit. Her eyes couldn't help but fall on Xu Chanxing. The other party was decisive in killing, and there was a touch of warmth in his coldness, which touched her heartstrings from the moment she met him. This is what a strong person is. Chapter 34. Zhao Pan'er is jealous and encounters the military. Let's go. Now that we have found the person, let's go home first. Xu Chanxing spoke. Bailu naturally nodded repeatedly. Liu Yangmei withdrew her gaze, did not speak, and just followed Xu Chanxing silently. Zhao Pan'er was sitting in a wheelchair, being pushed by Bailu, and the 3 women followed Xu Chanxing out of the hospital. They didn't care about the remaining living people in the hospital. The end of the world has come, and the only thing they have to do is to take care of themselves. What Xu Chanxing didn't know was that in a low building of the hospital, a woman was looking at their backs with gritted teeth. This guy actually became so strong that he killed Jiang Zun just to save a woman. Damn it, damn it. You're just a piece of trash, yet you dare to make me kneel down and even want to kill me. You don't even know who you've offended. Just wait, I will make you pay the price. Boom boom boom. Heavy off-road vehicles are rushing on the road. On the streets of the end of the world, there are no traffic police to direct traffic, no traffic lights to constrain traffic, and no crowds or congestion. The tires spun rapidly on the cracked road, making a deafening rumbling sound. Xu Changxing and the three women rushed towards the doomsday fortress he had built. Zhao Painter was shocked the moment she saw the armored vehicle. Feeling the scene outside the window rapidly receding, her breathing became rapid and a different emotion arose in her heart. His eyes secretly glanced at his sister. She found that her sister's eyes always unconsciously drifted towards Xu Changxing, who was driving, and there seemed to be a special feeling hidden in her eyes. She knew that Xu Changxing was originally her sister's brother in name. However, because of me, my sister compromised with the Zhao family, agreed to treat me, and gave the Zhao family some money. She also heard that because of her, her sister seemed to have cut off ties with the Xu family. They were no longer brother and sister. Zhao Pan's gaze quietly shifted between Xu Changxing and Bai Lu. Is this the boy her sister has always talked about? It is indeed very charming. Looking at Xu Changxing's cold back as he drove, Zhao Pan's eyes couldn't help but become blurred for a moment. She knew that it was Xu Changxing who brought his sister to rescue her without hesitation. If it weren't for them, she would probably have died of illness in the corner of the ward. Or they might be toyed to death by those demons, just like those poor women. At this moment, she saw her sister's eyes, and she knew clearly that her sister seemed to like this man. But for some reason, a vague feeling of jealousy would arise in her heart. She bit her lip. Force yourself to take back God. No. They can come because my sister must have asked for them. My sister likes him, how can I interfere? Although Zhao Panna thought so in her heart, she couldn't help but secretly look at Xu Changxing again. Boom boom boom. The heavily loaded off-road vehicle is speeding on the road. Suddenly, Xu Changxing slammed on the brakes. Oh! Zhao Panna, who was secretly watching Xu Changxing, suddenly rushed forward. Bai Lu came to his senses and quickly grabbed his sister's waist, letting her lean back into her seat. Liu Yangmai sat in the back row, leaning her arms forward. With the seat belt fastened, she didn't suffer much impact. What's wrong? The three of them couldn't help but look at Xu Changxing at the same time. There are people from the military. Xu Changxing frowned slightly and looked at the several truly heavy tanks lying across the intersection ahead. The three heavy tanks lay like steel behemoths, their dark grey armor emitting a cold metallic luster under the weak sunlight. The heavy tracks were embedded deeply in the ground, and the gun barrel was pointed in his direction. Oh! It's a tank! Bai Lu leaned over and looked forward. When he saw the armored vehicle blocking the intersection, he couldn't help but open his mouth wide and looked a little panicked. What do they mean by this? Are they going to bombard us? Xu Changxing frowned and shook his head, probably not. At this moment, the people who can drive armored tanks on the road must be military personnel. The military is also the only force that can respond quickly and build shelters in the early stages of the apocalypse. They even sent troops to clean up the zombies on a large scale and search for survivors. Although the other side pointed the gun barrel at them, they would not fire at random. Vehicle personnel ahead, we are the Haisha Special Forces, codenamed Sharpblade, please stop now for inspection. Those in the vehicle please report your identities immediately. Xu Changxing suddenly heard the sound of a loudspeaker. He thought about it, turned off the car, opened the door and walked out. When he got off the bus, the rice grains were placed between the seats. The car windows were open, so if a fight broke out, Mi Li would be able to provide support at any time. You guys come down too and just answer their questions truthfully. Xu Changxing waved to the three girls in the car and said, Zhao Panna can sit still. Liu Yangmai was the first to come down. Bai Lu looked back at her sister, and seeing the latter gave her an affirmative look, she followed Liu Yangmai. Is there another person in the car? Xu Changxing, she is injured and it is inconvenient for her to get off the car. The sound from the loudspeaker paused. Then, the hatch above the heavy tank slowly opened. A sturdy middle-aged man wearing a tight Special Forces uniform held the door frame firmly with both hands. With a little effort, his entire body flipped neatly in the air, jumped off the tank, and raised a light cloud of dust when he landed. The other person had a submachine gun on his back, his eyes were fixed on Xu Changxing, and he had a strong aura. I am Ling Yuchuan. He looked at the heavy-duty off-road vehicle behind Xu Chanxing and narrowed his eyes. Is this your car? Xu Chanxing nodded calmly. That's right. Why do you have a car like this? I'm a fan of the apocalypse. I asked someone to modify this car and put it in the garage for viewing. It has never been on the road before the apocalypse. Ling Yuchuan was silent for a moment, and nodded slightly, as if he believed what Xu Chanxing said. A shelter has been successfully built along the northern road of Haisha. Do you need me to lead the way? Xu Chanxing shook his head slightly. Thank you for your kindness, but it's not necessary. After the apocalypse, the military was indeed actively setting up shelters to try to accommodate more survivors. But that place is more like a refugee camp than a shelter. The poor environment is inevitable, and the daily food is just enough to fill the stomach. He has his own shelter built with billions of dollars, with all kinds of food and drinks, and he can eat something different every day. He is surrounded by beautiful women, and it is pleasing to the eyes to look at him every day. How could you possibly be willing to go to a place like that? Moreover, as he has the memories of his past life, he knows many places where treasures appear. If he joined the military's shelter, the military would surely go to great lengths to recruit him once they learned that he was a person with special abilities. If he joins, he will be controlled by others and subject to control in every aspect. If you don't join, you will be disturbed by the military every day. What does he want? Okay, looking at your car, you should have your own shelter, right? Ling Yuchuan looked at Xu Chanxing. Xu Chanxing didn't deny it, but he didn't nod either. He just looked back at him without comment. Har har, not bad, very cautious, keep it up. He turned around and jumped onto the hatch of the heavy tank. Before returning to the tank, he reminded Xu Chanxing, the southern area is not peaceful right now. If you want to collect supplies, go around the northern area and don't go near the south. Without waiting for Xu Chanxing to reply, Ling Yuchuan then got back into the tank. Click. The hatch is closed. 3 heavy tanks started to move. Xu Chanxing watched them pass by. I took a look at the destination of these tanks. The direction seems to be the South District. Chapter 35. Is this the little safe house you mentioned? Xu Chanxing looked thoughtfully at the 3 heavily armored tanks driving farther and farther away until they turned the corner and disappeared. South District. He remembered that not long ago in his previous life, a high-level zombie appeared in the South District. That high-level zombie grew into a zombie leader at lightning speed, controlling almost half of the zombies in the southern part of Haisha District. Judging from the military's current actions, that high-level zombie should have shown signs of moving forward. However, Xu Chanxing was not in a hurry to kill the high-level zombie. In the previous life, the military paid a heavy price and finally eliminated the high-level zombie that had grown into the leader. In the end, he gained amazing benefits in the other party's mind. The military used this opportunity to train a truly strong man. Xu Chanxing has already planned it out. As long as he upgrades steadily, he will allow that high-level zombie to evolve first. When the crystal core in the zombie's brain becomes extremely precious, he will kill it and reap the greatest benefit. Get in the car. Xu Chanxing killed a zombie that was approaching him with one knife. After stirring it, I found no crystal core. He then took the 2 women and got on a heavy-duty off-road vehicle. Past 2 more intersections. Xu Chanxing stepped on the accelerator and rushed straight up the mountain road. Are you going? Liu Yangmai raised her eyebrows. Go home. Xu Chanxing said lightly. Your family lives in the mountains. Liu Yangmai blinked. She thought that Xu Chanxing might live in a more remote place, such as in the suburbs. But I never thought it would be so remote. There is nothing along this mountain road. Where on earth does this man live? Well, I guess so. Xu Chanxing didn't answer. It's more convenient to build a small safe house on the mountain. Liu Yangmai shut her mouth tactfully. She thought that Xu Chanxing must be a rich man since he could own such a heavy-duty off-road vehicle and so many supplies. Unexpectedly, it seemed that she guessed wrong. Liu Yangmai felt that Xu Chanxing's answer was so brief that his self-esteem was touched, so she didn't say anything more. But Zhao Panner said, it's better to live in the mountains. At least we can avoid those zombies. Bai Lu pursed her lips, holding back her smile, and did not speak for Xu Chanxing. What's wrong with living in the mountains? The truly wealthy people all live in the mountains. This girl knew about her relationship with Xu Chanxing, but she didn't give any explanation to Liu Yangmai. It seems that this little girl doesn't have any good feelings towards Liu Yangmai? The white deer snickered. The car drove for more than 40 minutes. Finally, we are almost home. Along the way, Xu Chanxing didn't see any zombies. Originally in the town at the foot of the mountain, there were only a few zombies walking on the streets. There were quite a few body parts and bloodstains on the ground. Xu Chanxing carefully observed several bloodstains and found that they were traces of dragging. Apparently, the zombies at the foot of the mountain were probably attacked by some mutant beasts. After all, we are in the mountains. The threat from zombies is not as great as those mutant beasts. Xu Chanxing turned the steering wheel to the full speed and started to go up the mountain. We have to find some time to plow all the creatures on the mountain. The danger of advanced mutant plants and animals is sometimes much more terrifying than zombies. If left alone, those mutant creatures might become the first targets of the fortress safe house. Wait for the heavy-duty off-road vehicle to stop at the gate of the fortress safe house. A fortress that seemed to be cast from steel appeared in front of the three women, gleaming with a thick, cold luster in the sunlight. Liu Yangmai and Zhao Pan'er opened their mouths wide with dull eyes. The two were stunned for a while. Then he swallowed his saliva. Although Zhao Pan'er had certain expectations in her mind, the steel behemoth that appeared before her was still far beyond her imagination. Liu Yanmei's tongue tip slowly slid across her slightly dry lips, her beautiful eyes fixed on Xu Chanxing, her voice filled with disbelief. Is this the little safe house you built yourself, as you said? That's right. Xu Chanxing nodded indifferently. Liu Yangmai jumped directly from the back seat to the passenger seat, staring at the entire circle of steel fence in front of her, and her voice became a little louder. Oh my god, this is already a fortress. She turned her head and looked at the steel wall, where there were dozens of zombies that had been electrocuted, including some mutant animals. Look of shock. After licking, her lips became rosy and plump, like an attractive cherry, making people want to open their mouths, wrap them and suck them hard. Although Xu Chanxing was reborn, he is still a normal man. Seeing this scene, he looked at it for a long time before looking away. Bailu originally wanted to see the joke of this woman Liu Yangmai. However, Xu Chanxing's eyes seemed to be glued to the other person's face. Grinded the little canine teeth. This woman must have done it on purpose. I just saw a fortress. Is it necessary to rush from the back to the front? She was about to say something, but Xu Chanxing spoke again. Wait, you guys dig out the brains of these zombies and mutant beasts and take out the crystal cores inside. Bailu paused, pursed his lips, ended the previous topic, and nodded. Is Panna coming too? Her body. It doesn't matter. Don't we still have a supernatural crystal core? Just give it to her. The simple work of digging out the crystal core can also help her accept the end of the world as soon as possible. Xu Chanxing was talking about the body evolution type supernatural crystal core that killed Man Yuan. Bailu hesitated a little, but still nodded slightly. Xu Chanxing looked at her and said, body evolution abilities are not weak either. If you dig into your inner strength and discover the limits of the human body, you may have a chance to master incredible abilities. Right now, if there is no way to awaken my superpowers, using the crystal core as soon as possible and mastering the abilities is the best way out. Bailu nodded. I know. Thinking of the extremely precious, special super-powered mental telekinesis crystal core that Xu Chanxing gave her to use in the morning. He also worked tirelessly to help her find her sister. Bailu felt touched. A feeling suddenly arose in her heart, and she opened her mouth to blurt out something. She just looked at Liu Yangmai beside Xu Chanxing and her sister beside her. She bit her lip and swallowed the words back into her stomach. Forget it, let's wait until the right time comes, then I'll confess my feelings to Chanxing. Zhao Pan'er didn't seem to expect that she could actually awaken her supernatural powers. She shook her head repeatedly. As long as I can master the power and help my brother and sister, it doesn't matter what kind of power it is. So good. Xu Chanxing turned and smiled at Zhao Pan'er. Bailu's sister is not tall, and although her body is covered with all kinds of dirt, he can still feel the cuteness emanating from her through her lively eyes. In his eyes, Zhao Pan'er is still a child. But he has such extraordinary wit and intelligence, which Xu Chanxing admires very much. Drive the heavily equipped off-road vehicle into the manor. Close the door again. Xu Chanxing parked the car aside. He walked down with three girls. Let's go back to their house first and let Pan'er awaken his special powers. Then I'll take you around the manor. Shu Chanxing looked at them and said. The manor was quiet at the moment, and there seemed to be no one except them. But Shu Chanxing would not blindly believe in his arrangements. Any man-made arrangement may be breached. Don't be fooled by the fact that this circle of walls seems to be very defensive. But what if someone sneaks in? Therefore, he took a edict not only to take Liu Yangmai and Zhao Painer to familiarize themselves with the manor. It was also to check if anyone had broken into the manor. But before that, Shu Chanxing wanted to use the supernatural crystal core in his hand to help Zhao Painer awaken her supernatural powers. With superpowers, Zhao Painer's original physical fitness will also be enhanced after becoming a superpower user. At least I won't be so sickly anymore and need a wheelchair to walk. Although he rescued the other person and Zhao Painer was Bai Lu's sister, he still didn't want to keep an idle person at home. It's not that he can't afford it, but if he encounters some danger, even he will find it difficult to resist. Zhao Painer has no ability to protect herself, so won't she just become a fish that can be slaughtered at will? One of the iron laws of the end times. Instead of relying on and trusting others, it is better to rely on and trust yourself. Chapter 36. Zhao Painer awakens and a mysterious creature appears in the fortress. He walked into the villa gate with the three girls. Shu Chanxing directly handed the supernatural crystal core that he had opened from Man Yuan's brain to Zhao Painer. Zhao Painer stretched out her dirty hand, her eyes moved, and she was ready to take it with gratitude. However, Shu Chanxing shook his head. Open your mouth. R. Zhao Painer didn't react at first, and a blush flashed across her cheeks. Fortunately, there was a lot of dirt on her face at the moment, so others couldn't see her true expression. Shu Chanxing didn't have to wait too long. Although she didn't understand, she still opened her mouth obediently towards Shu Chanxing. Looking at that cherry-like mouth, even though it was covered in mud, the faint red lips that flashed by showed that this girl was absolutely beautiful. Shu Chanxing calmed himself down, raised his hand and put the crystal core in his hand into Zhao Painer's mouth. As soon as the crystal core touched the tip of the tongue, it melted instantly like snowflakes and turned into streams of energy. Zhao Painer only felt a warm sensation in her throat. Then the milky white energy transformed from the crystal core slid down her throat and poured into her body. Zhao Painer closed her eyes tightly and frowned slightly, feeling the brutal force running rampant in her body. Her delicate body trembled and she shook slightly, gasping for breath due to the impact of this force. Soon, her entire body was enveloped in a faint halo, which was a sign of awakening her superpowers. In the reflection of the light, Zhao Painer's figure appears more agile and tough, but also has a sense of solidity. Slowly opening her eyes, Zhao Painer seemed to feel that her physical strength had been greatly improved. Completely different from the weak body before. This feels so good. Zhao Painer exclaimed in surprise. I had the same feeling when I awakened my superpowers. Bai Lu looked at his sister with sparkling eyes. Shu Chanxing nodded. The feeling of holding power in your hands is indeed very different. Get used to it as soon as possible. He placed Mi Li in the house and let her walk around the villa to see if anyone was intruding. He walked towards the gate, taking Liu Yangmai and Zhao Painer with him. Wait for me. Bai Lu pouted. He actually wanted to leave her alone in the house. The three girls followed Shu Chanxing. Shu Chanxing led them around the wall first and told them about some of the more secret places where traps were set. Then we passed the planting greenhouse and came to the pond. Just when he was about to catch a mutant grass carp from the pond and stew it to whet the appetite of the three girls, he looked towards the pond and couldn't help frowning. The white deer at the side exclaimed, "Strange, why are there so many bone fragments floating in this pond?" Shu Chanxing narrowed his eyes and looked above the surface of the pond, as if he wanted to see the scene inside. At this time, the water in the pond became turbid, and waves of dark red spread. Shu Chanxing could clearly smell an extremely pungent fishy odor, which was the smell of blood. There seemed to be a big melee among the mutant creatures in the pond. This surprised him a little. After all, he had come to see the condition of the pond after the apocalypse broke out. At that time, the grass carp and the turtles each had their own area and lived in peace with each other. How come they suddenly started fighting after he had been out for just one day? However, he had already prepared countermeasures for this situation. The pond has a pumping function. Can be directly controlled remotely. He took out the remote control from the Rubik's Cube space and pointed it at the pond. Swish, swish, swish. The water in the pond swirled rapidly and was soon emptied. The bottom of the pond was revealed. The tiles are arranged closely together, and each one is extremely smooth, without any gaps or places to climb on. The creatures inside had no way of using the bricks to climb out of the pond. The original grass carp has almost disappeared. Only some broken bones provide evidence of their existence. Even many turtle shells were bitten into pieces. There were neither grass carp nor turtle among them. Instead, there was a monster that looked even more ferocious. It is leopard-shaped, covered with a layer of hard scales, has a head like a crocodile, and a long mouth full of sharp teeth and mucus mixed with blood and flesh. This guy's tail has barbs and there is a row of steel-like sharp blades on his back. His eyes were as red as blood moons and as big as fists. What is this? Did you raise a crocodile before the end of the world? Liu Yangmai looked around curiously. Xu Chanxing shook his head. I didn't raise them. There were only some grass carps and turtles in this pond, and at most a few toads. He was also a little puzzled. Where did such a big creature come from and get into his pond? Could it be a mutated lizard? Zhao Painter said. That's possible. If a lizard crawled in before the walls were powered on, there's a chance it would mutate into a crocodile-like monster. Xu Chanxing nodded. He looked at the horrific creature before him. Those grass carps and turtles seemed to have been swallowed by it. He killed all the life in the pond by himself. All the pond water was drained, and the creature at the bottom of the pond was obviously startled. Its blood-red eyes looked at Xu Chanxing vigilantly. With his breathing, his huge body rose and fell slightly, and from time to time a low roar came from his throat, as if in a warning or a demonstration. Har har, you little thing, you dare to glare at me. Xu Chanxing's gaze turned a little colder as he looked at the other party. Feeling the chill emanating from Xu Chanxing, the mutant crocodile actually took a few steps back. Seeing this, Liu Yangmai couldn't help but chuckle. You guy, you are afraid of even mutant creatures. Xu Chanxing was also stunned. The monster's behavior makes it look like it has a very high level of intelligence. Could it be that because it devoured so many mutated grass carps and turtles, it underwent a certain degree of evolution? After thinking about it, Xu Chanxing's eyes turned and suddenly a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If you understand what I'm saying, just nod your head. The mutant crocodile shook his head. Xu Chanxing nodded. So you understand? Then you can be called Xiao Ji from now on. The mutant crocodile raised its head and bared its teeth. Dislike. Roar. Xu Chanxing silently raised the remote control in his hand. When he designed the pond, it was to prevent the mutated aquatic animals in it from rioting. There is also an electric shock device thoughtfully installed inside. Wherever you are dissatisfied, you will be shocked. Click. The button is pressed. Sizzle. A strong electric current burst out instantly. The mutant creature that looked like a crocodile was instantly electrocuted and its body began to tremble. Thump. Its body suddenly went limp, and its forelegs couldn't hold it up, so it fell onto the tiles. Tell me, do you want to be called Xiaoji? Or do you want to be called or die? Xu Chanxing's voice sounded. There was silence for a while, but no response. No answer. Sizzle. You still haven't answered. Sizzle. Will you tell me? Sizzle. Roar. The mutant crocodile shook its body and raised its mouth. Zhao Painter blinked. Well, Brother Chanxing, it seems that it can't speak. Xu Chanxing nodded silently. I know, I just want to shock it. If I can seduce it, it will naturally not dare to show its teeth to me anymore. Xiao Ji, whose body was already starting to burn, said. Chapter 37, The Mutant Crocodile Bows and Puts Lace on Panna. What now? Since you appeared in my pond and ate all the food I raised, either you become my food, or you choose to recognize me as your master. Xu Chanxing stood at the edge of the pond, looking down at the mutant crocodile at the bottom of the pond. His eyes were sharp and substantial. Roar. Xiao Ji's body trembled after being shocked for 5 times in a row. Roar. What, you choose the first one? Xu Chanxing raised his eyebrows and then pressed the button again. Sizzle. Roar. If you choose the first one, shout twice, and if you choose the second one, shout 3 times. Roar, roar, roar. With just a few moves, Xu Chanxing had tamed the mutant creature. He nodded with satisfaction, put away the remote control, and immediately half a pork was in his hand. Thrown directly into the pond. Bang! The pork fell to the bottom with a dull thud. Xiaoji felt the breath of flesh and blood, and his spirits were immediately lifted. It wanted to crawl towards the half piece of pork, but its body was numbed by the electric shock and it couldn't move. However, what was somewhat beyond Xu Changxing's expectations was that after Xiao Ji relaxed for a while, he was free from the paralyzed state, and his forelegs were able to move slowly. It came close to the pork, opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the fresh flesh and blood. Looking at the other person eating with relish, Xu Changxing narrowed his eyes. Right now I don't have the means to control mutant beasts. Not all mutant beasts are as obedient as rice grains. Although this guy is now forced to submit to me under my tyranny, there is no guarantee of his future. However, Xu Changxing did not really intend to recruit this monster. If the other party can be tamed, that would be the best. If not, the flesh and blood of advanced mutant creatures are also a great tonic for Mi Li. Zhao Pan'er was stunned when she saw Xu Changxing suddenly take out half of a pig's body from their void and throw it directly to the monster below. Brother Changxing, this amount of meat can last for a long time even if the four of us eat it together. Now that the apocalypse has broken out, she has seen several people being beaten to a bloody pulp in the hospital just for a few bites of food. However, Xu Changxing seemed to not care about such a large amount of meat at all. He didn't leave it for people to eat, but threw it to a monster. Xu Changxing waved his hand and said, I have plenty of supplies here. When we go back later, you can choose a room you like and take a hot bath. He looked at Liu Yangmai and said, you too, if you sweat, you can just wash yourself, no need to ask me. What? I can take a hot bath? Zhao Pan'er was really shocked this time. She had thought that even if the water system hadn't collapsed, it would be good to be able to take a cold shower, but now it seems that Brother Changxing can even provide them with an endless supply of hot water? What kind of paradise is this? Is this still the end of the world? You know, in order to avoid being raped by those people, she made herself dirty and smelly. She couldn't stand it anymore. And I heard that the women in the hospital would not take a shower even if they were being enjoyed by that man in a suit. Because there is no normal water supply in the hospital, all that is discharged is sewage. Why is the situation completely opposite when it comes to Brother Changxing? Let it eat, we'll go back and level up first. Xu Changxing was planning to take the three women back to the villa. However, Liu Yanmei's gaze was directed towards the three greenhouses not far from the pond. Is there anything still grown there? Of course, otherwise why would we build this greenhouse? What do you grow? Can we still eat fresh vegetables in the apocalypse? You'll know if you go and take a look. Seeing that Liu Yangmai was curious and even Zhao Pan'er was looking up with her little head, Xu Changxing took them directly to the side of the greenhouse. I picked a shed where vegetables were grown and walked in. Huh? Why is this such a mess? Liu Yangmai was the first to pull open the curtain and walk in. But when she saw the scene, she was stunned. All the vegetable seedlings inside were ruined beyond recognition. The various brackets are tilted all over the place. The cabbage was covered with irregular gaps where food had been eaten. Many garlic cloves were completely pulled out by the roots, with mud spots on the roots. Some of the seedlings had their stems broken, their leaves shattered, and were crushed into the soil. The vegetable cultivation shed, which was once full of vitality, is now in a mess. Only a few seedlings are still intact and have not been damaged. Xu Changxing walked in and frowned when he saw this situation. When Zhao Pan'er came in, she was also a little surprised. She squatted down, picked up a tomato seedling that had been discarded after being bitten only 2 or 3 times, and examined it carefully. The tooth marks are not the same. Some are like chipmunks, and some are like civet cats. Xu Changxing looked at her, do you know this? Zhao Pan'er smiled a little embarrassedly, my family used to live in the village, with the mountain behind us. I've seen a lot, so I naturally understand it. I see that many of these seedlings are still intact. If I tidy them up a bit, they should still be able to survive. Xu Changxing nodded, these seedlings are not very important. You can take a look at them when you have time. It doesn't matter if they can't be saved. I'll do my best. Let's go first, go back and take a shower. Xu Changxing turned around and left the greenhouse with the 3 women. He didn't bother with the other 2 sheds. Let Zhao Pan'er take a look at it later. On their way back to the villa fortress, Xu Changxing was thinking about something else. After the apocalypse, a lot of mutated creatures appeared on this mountain, some of which were land creatures and even had the ability to fly. I guess those guys sneaked in. Otherwise, the electric fence on the wall is enough to electrocute any mutant animals that dare to climb. It seems that we need to find time to plow this mountain as soon as possible. We can't let those mutant creatures continue to evolve. After checking around, I didn't find any people, but there were quite a few traces of mutant creatures. But they have all left. Shu Chanshin couldn't catch him even if he wanted to. After returning to the villa, Zhao Peina chose a room that was closer to Shu Chanshin as her bedroom. Just opposite Bai Lu's bedroom. Then go take a shower first, I'll prepare some clothes for you. Shu Chanshin asked Zhao Peina to go directly into the bathroom. He stood in the room for a while. Although there are a lot of clothes, I don't know what kind this little girl likes. Shu Chanshin looked at the dazzling array of clothing in the Rubik's Cube space. After thinking about it, he decided to take out a few more sets and let Zhao Peina choose by herself. With a wave of hand, a piece of clothes appeared on the bed. Among them are Lolita, JK, a line skirt, hip skirt, royal sister black silk suit, cute girl white silk suit, maid lace suit. Girls should like to wear these things, right? Let this little girl choose for herself. Shu Chanshin definitely didn't keep these clothes deliberately just because he wanted to see them. He did this purely to give Zhao Peina more choices. After leaving his clothes behind, he left Zhao Peina's room and closed the door gently. He turned and walked towards Liu Yanmei's room. Chapter 38 Liu Yangmai's Seduction, Spatial Ability Level 3. Liu Yangmai was just about to take a shower when Shu Chanshin suddenly rushed in. As soon as he came in, he saw a fairy standing by the bed, with her fingers lightly placed on the buttons on her collar, applying a little force. The first button had been undone, revealing a small piece of skin as white as mutton fat jade with an alluring luster. A delicate hand rested on the second button and stopped moving. When Liu Yangmai saw the person coming, she paused, but did not show any panic. She just looked at Shu Chanshin with interest with her autumn water eyes and raised her eyebrows. Why? Master, do you want to see with your own eyes how I take a bath? Shu Chanshin also raised his eyebrows. If you like, I don't mind admiring you. HMPH, you're so beautiful. There was a hint of anger in Liu Yanmei's eyes. Shu Chanshin looked at the other person's rolling eyes, but he didn't feel annoyed. Instead, I saw a hint of charm in the eyes of this little goblin. You're not happy after I told you. Shu Chanshin waved his hand, and several tights were piled on the bed. What kind of clothes do you like? That's it. Liu Yangmai casually pointed at a black cheongsam. Shu Chanshin nodded, but did not put away the other clothes. Put them on first, and then buy some back from a clothing store next time you pass by one. Okay. Liu Yangmai nodded, her eyes only on Shu Chanshin. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you want me to take a shower with you? Shu Chanshin looked back. Liu Yangmai. Her expression froze, her delicate and tempting red lips slightly lifted, with a hint of anger, and she bit her teeth lightly. So, you really want to have something happen between you and me? Liu Yangmai narrowed her eyes slightly, and her eyes instantly surged like mist. Her body swayed and twisted slightly, and her waist was like a willow in the wind, her hair fell, and her shoulders were half exposed. The aura around her was like a charming enchantment, as if she was seducing Shu Chanshin. If you want to get rid of him, it's not impossible, Tilder. In fact, she had no aversion to Shu Chanshin. Although, if Shu Chanshin wanted to possess her, he would have kept her by his side. She would think that Shu Chanshin was just like any other ordinary man, no different, all the same kind of person. But no matter what, Shu Chanshin is the strongest person she has ever met. Whether it is strength or the materials possessed, I'm afraid no one else can compare to it. If she became the other person's woman, maybe we can survive better in the end times. And the most important thing is that she has no resistance to Shu Chanshin, and even, she is a little moved. When Shu Chanshin first saw Liu Yanmei's devilish appearance, a current suddenly surged from the bottom of his heart. But he quickly regained his composure. Although he didn't mind taking advantage of someone's misfortune, he didn't want to do that with a woman who wasn't sincere. Not to mention that this is the end of the world, increasing your strength is the right way to go. If I were like that man in the suit, obsessed with women every day, there's no way the strength can be improved at all. Besides, if a woman seduces him, would he sleep with her? It makes him look like a stud. Even if he has to go up, he should be the one to initiate the attack. These crystal cores should be enough for you to advance. Upgrade as soon as you finish your bath. Shu Chanshin dropped dozens of crystal cores on the bed. Then he turned and walked out of the room. However, just as he opened the door, a head plunged directly into his arms. White deer. Shu Changxing was stunned. Looking at the white deer's shoulder again, the rice grain was still there. What are you two doing? Bai Lu coughed a few times and said, well, I'm not eavesdropping on what you're saying. I'm just. Her eyes drifted towards Liu Yangmai, who was standing beside the bed with a half smile on her face, and the pile of decent-looking women's clothing on the bed. I quickly found an excuse, yes. I just wanted to ask you for some change of clothes. Shu Changxing raised his eyebrows. He had already placed a lot of clothes in Bai Lu's room yesterday. It is obvious that what this little girl said is totally untrue. But he didn't expose the other party. Instead, he reached out and rubbed her head. All right, go take a shower. After walking out of Liu Yanmei's bedroom and closing the door for her, Shu Changxing took Bai Lu to her room. Hey, clothes. He waved his hand and a pile of clothes fell on the bed. They are all long-sleeved skirts and the like. Bai Lu's expression froze and he muttered a few words. Well, please give me some of the clothes you gave Panner to wear. After saying this, her face suddenly turned red. Looking at the other person's shy appearance, Shu Changxing couldn't help but laugh. When did you start liking wearing these clothes? Don't worry about it. If you let Panner wear it, then I want to wear it too. Okay, there's nothing I can do to you. Shu Changxing was defeated by Bai Lu's temper. He waved his hand again, and some more black stockings and lace appeared on the bed. At the same time, there are some crystal cores, the number of which is almost 2 or 3 times that of Liu Yangmai. Bai Lu's eyes lit up. This is for you. Upgrade it as soon as possible. You can give the other part to Panner. I forgot to leave some for her just now. Okay, I understand. I was so happy in vain, it turns out that I am not the special one. Bai Lu glared at Shu Changxing's back with some resentment. Shu Changxing was about to turn around and leave, but suddenly stopped and turned his head. Oh, there's one more thing. Remember to take Liu Yangmai and Panner with you to clean up the zombies on the power grid outside and collect all the crystal cores. Zhao Panner had never experienced fighting and had just gained superpowers, so digging crystal cores was a perfect thing for her. No problem. The white deer stood at attention immediately. Shu Changxing nodded. Then he left Bai Lu's bedroom and sat down on the sofa in the living room. He took out the remaining mysterious crystal cores and began to absorb them one by one. Time passes by little. He sensed when the 3 women left the villa, but he did not open his eyes. He focused all his attention on improving his spatial abilities. Before I knew it, half an hour had passed. Shu Changxing, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, suddenly opened his eyes. A strange light burst out in his eyes. The space around him trembled. Spatial power, level 3. Call. He let out a deep breath. After his spatial ability reached the 3rd level, he sensed it slightly. Although he did not comprehend any new skills, his ability of dimensional travel doubled from 2 meters to 5 meters. And it can be used more times. Originally, it would be exhausted after using it twice, but now because of the dual attribute abilities, all of them have grown to level 3. His mental strength was greatly enhanced, which meant that even if he used dimensional travel several times in succession, his mental strength would not be exhausted. 5 times. 25 meters is about enough. At this moment, 3 beautiful figures suddenly walked into the villa's gate. Shu Changxing looked up. My nose was almost bleeding. Chapter 39, 3 women, each with their own characteristics, promoted to level 4. Liu Yangmai was wearing a black cheongsam, and her plump curves were clearly revealed under the outline of the fabric. The proud pair of rabbits stood upright, trembling slightly as she moved. Zhao Panner was wearing a rose-shaped skirt, and her legs were tightly wrapped in black stockings, which fit her leg lines smoothly. From the round thighs, to the slender calves, to the small ankles. It is like a winding inky stream, glowing with a cool and alluring luster under the light. Bai Lu wore a white miniskirt with a light grey suspender bra, revealing her slender waist. A pair of white silk stockings softly covered her legs. The texture of the silk was delicate and extended all the way to the middle of her thighs, revealing the pink color of her skin. Sexy and sweet. We dug out all the zombie crystal cores outside. Bai Lu walked lightly to Shu Changxing's side and handed him a bag. Shu Changxing's eyes moved back and forth between the 3 girls. His breathing hitched for a moment, but he quickly came to his senses and took the bag. They are heavy, and I estimate there are at least 40 of them. There are probably less than 100 zombies outside, right? How could the probability be nearly 1 in 2? Xu Changxing was a little surprised. This is about the same as his luck. As expected of you, Xiaolu. You're lucky. Xu Changxing nodded. Bailu's face flushed and a hint of shyness flashed in her eyes. One of her hands involuntarily pinched the hem of her skirt, trying to pull it down. She is so crazy. How could you come out dressed like this? It's so embarrassing. But thinking of the dazed look in Xu Changxing's eyes when he saw her just now, Bailu felt that at least it was not in vain that she put on this outfit. Even that hot-tempered woman Liu Yangmai is dressed like this, she can't lose. What if that woman has won Xu Changxing's heart? The white deer gnashed its teeth secretly. Humph, isn't it just that her breasts are a little bigger? She's not small. It can definitely bury Changxing deeply. The crystal cores have been distributed to you. Now hurry up and upgrade. It's not night yet, and we still have time to go out for a walk. Bailu had no objection to Xu Changxing's arrangement and nodded, but did not return to his room. Instead, he sat down not far from Xu Changxing. I'm practicing here. Whatever. Xu Changxing didn't refuse. Seeing this, Zhao Pana blinked, and hurriedly swung her legs wrapped in black stockings and walked to the other side of Xu Changxing. Then I'm going to sit here. Liu Yangmai rolled her eyes. Look at your character. She walked over to the sofa opposite Xu Changxing and sat down. The hem of the cheongsam skirt flared gracefully along the lines of her legs. Her long legs were crossed and pressed together. The haziness is looming, subtle and sexy. I'll just sit here. The three women did not return to their rooms. Instead, they sat on either side of Xu Changxing, took out crystal cores, began to absorb energy, and began to practice. Mi Li also swam in with the three girls and lay on Xu Changxing's legs. One crystal core after another was consumed. Fortunately, there is the private fund of the man in the suit to provide support. Otherwise, Xu Changxing would have to spend time and energy looking for zombies, killing them and digging out the crystal cores himself. Soon, Mi Li was the first to evolve. After eating its fill of crystal cores, the aura of the rice grain perched on Xu Changxing's legs suddenly changed. There was a faint flicker of fire between its originally inky black scales, and it was becoming increasingly intense. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Waves of black flames burst out from it. The scorching temperature distorted the air around it. Xu Changxing only felt a burning sensation on his legs. He opened his eyes and was startled. He quickly grabbed the snake's tail and threw it to the ground. You little thing! Xu Changxing glared at Mi Li. Fortunately, the black fire itself did not cause any harm to him. However, several holes were burned on half of his pants, revealing his thick thighs. Xu Changxing didn't care. Instead, he quickly closed his eyes again and began to absorb the mysterious crystal core. He already felt that he was about to upgrade again. When the other three women heard the noise, they opened their eyes one after another, and saw Xu Changxing's strong thigh with a piece of it burned. All three girls blushed. They closed their eyes again. But they all squinted their eyes and looked at Xu Changxing furtively out of the corner of their eyes. How can it be so big? Several more crystal nuclei turned into powder. Swish! Xu Changxing suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, an unparalleled sharp sword intent burst out from his body, whistling between heaven and earth. The surrounding air seemed to be cut by the sword intent, making a slight hissing sound. Swish, swish, swish. 8 ancient swords suddenly appeared and surrounded Xu Changxing. At this moment, he was like a real sword master. Xu Changxing suddenly jumped up from the sofa. With an agile posture, he rushed into the air, flipped his body, and passed over the white deer's head. His thighs brought with them a strong wind that whizzed past Bailu's head, blowing a few strands of her hair flying in the air. The white deer even smelled something slightly fishy. Her eyes widened, completely stunned. Liu Yangmai narrowed her eyes. There was a hint of envy in Zhao Pana's eyes. Not bad. Now I can summon 8 ancient swords instantly. My strength has increased significantly. Xu Changxing felt it for a moment and then came to a conclusion. Not only has there been great progress in supernatural powers, because he has 2 supernatural powers. Therefore, after these 2 abilities were upgraded, one was level 3 and the other was level 4. But his current physical condition. Although he himself is not a body evolution type psychic, he is comparable to a level 3, or even nearly level 4 power psychic. This is almost equivalent to giving him an extra superpower for nothing. He can even pretend to be a power-type mutant. Liu Yangmai also opened her eyes again. There seemed to be a sudden and captivating fragrance about her. It seems like it can hook people's souls away. I advanced too. There was some surprise in Liu Yanmei's eyes. She straightened her waist and her breasts bounced slightly. Chapter 40 Skill, King S. Pressure. Have you gained any new abilities? Xu Chanxing put away the ancient sword and looked at Liu Yangmai. No. Liu Yangmai shook her head, but the range of my fragrance is wider now, and the number of targets I can affect is also greater. Within a distance of 10 meters, I can attack 3 people at the same time. Disrupt them. Not bad. Xu Chanxing nodded slightly. I want to upgrade too. Bai Lu came back to his senses and spoke quickly absorbing the energy in the last crystal core in his hand. Buzz. Suddenly, a wave of mental power spread out. The mental power controlled by Bai Lu became more and more condensed and terrifying. Shua. 3 mental shields flew out. Each crystal wall shield sparkles with brilliant light and appears to be harder than diamond. I feel like I can now control objects weighing hundreds of kilograms, and these crystal wall shields can withstand even greater forces. Originally, Bai Lu could only summon 1 crystal wall, but now he can summon 3 protective crystal shields at the same time, and its strength has also increased, which is really good. I'm also level 2. Zhao Pan'er was currently trying to reach level 3. Seeing that everyone had reached level 4, she couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency in her heart. It's okay, you can level up slowly. I'll go get you some food first. Xu Chanxing shook his head and told Zhao Pan'er not to panic. The crystal core is already here, so upgrading is a foregone conclusion. There is no need to feel anxious when you see that you are slower than others. Suddenly, he felt a chill at the base of his thighs. When he looked down, he found that his crotch was almost burned by the black fire that Mi Li had just erupted from. He was not embarrassed, but changed his pants in front of the 3 women. What are you doing? Bai Lu was feeling his increased telekinesis, and instantly noticed Xu Chanxing's movements. Her telekinesis is equal to her mental power, just like another hand extending outside of her. However, this hand actually reached up through Xu Chanxing's pants and touched his thigh. Bai Lu's cheeks instantly turned red as if blood was about to drip out. Of course I'm changing my pants. Can't you see that my pants have been burned? Xu Chanxing responded indifferently. Bai Lu blushed and hugged a pillow in his arms. That's not what I'm talking about. Xu Chanxing did not answer, but quickly changed into his pants, then went to the kitchen and took out a lot of ingredients from the space. Then boil a large pot of water. Take out a bag of red oil that has been mixed in the right proportion and throw it into the pot. He wants to have hot pot in the evening. After the fire is turned on. He threw various ingredients into the pot. Abalone, lobster, A5 Wagyu beef, Jilardiyu oysters, Yunling Spring City's black truffles. He didn't bother to care which ingredients should be put in first and which should be put in later. In short, it's just a stew. When the soup base boils again. Xu Chanxing then invited the 3 girls to come over for dinner. And at this moment, Zhao Pan'er also successfully broke through to level 3. The 3 girls came to the table. Xu Chanxing distributed bowls and chopsticks to the people, then asked Zhao Pan'er, "How is it? Have you awakened any skills?" For those with physical evolution abilities, the first skills they acquire are usually those that instantly increase physical fitness. However, Zhao Pan'er's answer was beyond his expectations. The king's pressure. Xu Chanxing was stunned. Are you sure this is your level 2 awakening skill? Zhao Pan'er nodded. Yes, I can burst out a burst of pressure in an instant. If there are life forms with a lower level than me, there may be a certain probability that they will surrender to me. But this also depends on the level of intelligence. I think for humans, my skill can only make the opponent feel intimidated at best. Even so, it's scary enough. Xu Chanxing pondered for a moment, then said with satisfaction, "Look at it from another angle. If you can control other mutant animals, this is also a very practical effect. Can this skill be helpful to you, Brother Chanxing?" Zhao Pan'er pulled out a chair, her long skirt swaying, and she slowly sat down. Of course, or rather, a lot. Xu Chanxing nodded. For example, there is a mutant crocodile in the pond outside the villa. If Zhao Pan'er could use his power as a king to make the other party surrender, the probability that this guy would cause trouble for him would naturally be much smaller. Even if they are not as obedient as Mi Li, at least they will not riot easily. Xu Chanxing knew that Xiao Ji's submission was only temporary, but fortunately, even if Zhao Pan'er had not awakened this skill, he had other plans for Xiao Ji. Your ability is quite useful. I didn't expect that a person with physical evolution ability could awaken this kind of ability related to mental strength. Xu Chanxing waved his hand, and several jars of seasoning appeared on the table. He called on the three girls to start eating. After dinner, you can stay home and continue leveling up. We are already level 4, so you have to hurry up as well. I can use your skill very much. Good. Knowing that she seemed to be not bad, Zhao Pan'er's first reaction was not why should I help you, but she was very happy that her skills were useful to Xu Chanxing. She immediately picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of beef from the bubbling pot, dipped it in the fragrant sesame sauce, and started eating. The others also started to eat, and Xu Chanxing even threw a whole beef leg to Mi Li. After eating and drinking, Xu Chanxing picked up the garbage on the table. Xiaolu, Yang Mai, please follow me. He asked Zhao Pan'er to stay and upgrade, and prepared to take the two girls out. Are we going somewhere to hunt zombies? Bailu wiped his mouth with a tissue and stood up. Liu Yangmai also looked at him. It's not about hunting zombies, but hunting mutant creatures. Xu Chanxing shook his head. The crisis of doomsday is not just a zombie outbreak. In fact, after the Black Moon arrives, there will soon be a bloody rain. The blood rain will cause various mutated creatures, including zombies, to evolve to varying degrees. Moreover, while the bloody rain continues, the mutant creatures that are drenched by the rain will usually fall into a state of frenzy, with the only thoughts in their minds being fighting and devouring. Achieve Warcraft. Until you become the king. You want to clear out the mutant animals on this mountain, right? Liu Yangmai immediately guessed Xu Chanxing's plan. You are smart. Yes, there are many creatures on this mountain. We must clean them up as soon as possible, otherwise we may soon face the first wave of beast tide. Xu Chanxing nodded. Those mutant beasts will actually attack us. Baidu couldn't help but feel worried when he heard that. Of course, it's not just mutant creatures. When the scale of zombies grows larger and larger, zombie leaders appear among them, and even overlords are born. A tide of zombies will also appear, said Xu Chanxing. Our house is built halfway up the mountain. If the mutant animals on the mountain want to migrate downwards, we will indeed be the first to be affected. Liu Yangmai frowned. So, it is imperative to clear the mountains before the beast tide appears. Xu Chanxing took the two women out of the fortress. He did not drive a heavy-duty off-road vehicle, but instead led Zhao Pan'er and Bailu all their way into the forest. The forest is dark. After the end of the world, the original forest rushed all their way back to the ancient times and almost became a wild and desolate place. The ancient trees are towering and out of reach. The whole mountain seemed to grow larger. Be careful, it's not safe here. Xu Chanxing warned. However, his words had just fallen. Suddenly something strange happened. Chapter 41, The Golden Crownthorn Princess. The King of Mutated Plants. Swoosh. Several golden vines rushed out rapidly from behind several large trees, directly approaching Xu Chanxing and the other two. Even the rice grains were taken care of and attacked by a golden vine. Xu Chanxing's eyes suddenly became sharp and he drew his sword without hesitation. Crack! There was a flash of cold light, and the Miaodao turned into silver light. Swish, swish, swish. Several crisp chopping sounds were heard, and the golden vines broke into several pieces, falling to the ground one after another. A strange light was still flashing at the cuts, as if they were constantly trembling. What is this? Bailu turned his head instantly and looked vigilantly into the depths of the dense forest behind him. There are actually golden vines. Liu Yangmai was a little surprised. Xu Chanxing frowned, looking at the fallen pieces of golden vine and the roots of the vine that had temporarily stopped moving. It seems like. Before he could finish his words, the cut vine suddenly began to shake violently like an enraged golden python. Golden liquid began to flow out from the cross-section. Soon, the vines began to regenerate at a speed visible to the naked eye, making a strange rustling sound. Even the broken vines that had fallen to the ground twisted and expanded in an instant. The fragments that broke away from the vine split into smaller but more flexible golden vines. In a flash, a large patch of vines flashed with golden light and rushed towards Xu Chanxing and others. Demons are dancing wildly. Hoo hoo! The wind blew. Xu Chanxing frowned and swung the long sword in his hand again. The knife flashed, and with a few click sounds, several more vines were chopped off. However, the vine's attack did not diminish at all, but became even more fierce. You really don't know how to live or die. Xu Chanxing narrowed his eyes dangerously and took a big step back. Go ahead, M.I. Li. Xu Chanxing gave the order, burn them all. Hiss. M.I. Li's body suddenly grew to the thickness of a thigh, its mouth opened wide, and a strong black fire came out like black magma. Gushing out. Swish. The black fire seemed to burn through the void as it quickly pounced on the golden vines and immediately wrapped them up. Sizzle. A burning sound was heard, and the golden vine instantly twisted in pain, retreating frantically, trying to dive into the deep forest. The smaller golden vines were burned to silence on the spot. Chase. Xu Chanxing did not stop and immediately chased after him. The golden vine retreated very quickly, but Xu Chanxing's pace was even faster. Bai Lu and Liu Yangmai were both left behind. The owners of these golden vines are extraordinary. At first Xu Chanxing didn't recognize it, but when he saw the golden vine splitting, he immediately recognized what this mutated plant was. Xu Chanxing's feet moved quickly as he ran along the retreating golden vines. The surrounding branches and leaves made rustling sounds as he bumped into them. Soon, he followed the golden vine to the center of a relatively open forest. He saw the true form of the golden vine at a glance. The golden crown and the thorn spirit queen. The future king who calls himself the queen of tattoos. Really? Xu Chanxing's eyes lit up. Looking at the pistil that looks like a throne, the thick trunk of the golden vine is like a tree, strong and covered with strange patterns. Dozens of slightly thinner golden vines danced behind the throne. They seemed to be mad with pain, but they still tried their best to intertwine with each other to protect the life on the throne. Xu Chanxing's gaze fell on the throne-shaped flower, with layers of petals overlapping and a human figure hidden among them. Surrounded by a faint golden light, there are some vines on the ground stuck on zombies and some mutated animals, absorbing their vitality and providing energy for the life in the stamens. I didn't expect that this king of life would be born from my back mountain. He remembered that in his previous life, this golden crown thorn stamen royal princess had already shown the signs of a king when it was born. It killed all the mutated creatures and eventually became a king. However, it has never controlled other mutant creatures because it itself is an army. As the Queen of Thorns, it can continuously split its vines. As long as there are enough vines, new piranha plant life forms will be born. These life forms are its servants and also its power. Just before his death, he had heard that this Queen of Thorns could even fight against the 3 zombie kings on her own, but destroyed them all. The zombie hordes led by the 3 corpse kings all became food for Ci Rui Ug, adding a great achievement to her path to becoming stronger. Russell Tilder. The figures of Bai Lu and Liu Yangmai emerged from the woods. Bai Lu's hair was a little messy, her plump breasts rose and fell violently with her rapid breathing, and her suspenders were slightly deformed by the pulling. Xu Chanxing took a glance at her. This little girl's curves are actually not inferior to those of the enchantress Liu Yangmai? Liu Yangmai was also breathing slightly, but she soon calmed down and stared at the golden life form in front of her with great interest. This. Bai Lu widened his eyes, shocked by the scene before him, and couldn't help swallowing. A mutated plant, its evolutionary direction is extremely precious and can be called unique. Xu Chanxing explained casually. Bai Lu was stunned for a moment, but soon came to her senses and raised her eyebrows slightly. Having been with Xu Chanxing for such a long time, she immediately heard the hidden meaning in his words. So how do we deal with it? Do you have any plans? Xu Chanxing nodded, of course. Such a special life form is the future king, so of course he has to try to bring it under his command. Even if you fail in the end, you can fatten up the opponent and then kill him. Just like that mutant crocodile. Russell. The golden vines waved violently in the air, like a poisonous snake raising its head, warning its enemy. Xu Chanxing smiled slightly. Vines are just vines after all, and cannot be real poisonous snakes. Rice grain, let it see the beauty of black fireworks. Hiss. The grain of rice was right next to Xu Chanxing's feet. It was already more than 2 meters long, almost as thick as his thigh, and its size was extremely terrifying. Just lying there, he felt a sense of oppression. Get the master's order. The rice grains rushed quickly towards the golden stamen throne. Those golden vines were immediately enraged, and shot out from behind the throne like sharp arrows, whistling towards the rice grains. The golden vine tried to stop the black snake that dared to charge towards the pistol. However, facing the attacks of these vines, Emily showed no fear. The moment those vines approached, a terrifying black flame suddenly burst out from its body. The flames burned fiercely, as if coming from the netherworld of hell, and the space became distorted. All the golden vines that rushed towards it would be instantly ignited as soon as they touched the black fire, like fragile dead branches, quickly turning into ashes. Crackling. A series of slight explosions were heard, and the golden vine was reduced to powder and dissipated in the air. The rice grains are so powerful that they can crush any dry tree or rotten wood in one go. Swish, swish, swish. However, when the rice grains were moving unstoppably towards the golden pistol throne, the golden vines became even more crazy. Without flinching, they rushed towards Emily in wave after wave, continuously, and without fear of death. One after another. Sizzle. Unfortunately, it's useless. The black fire rose into the sky, and no matter how many golden vines attacked, they would be swallowed up by the black flames. The number of golden vines has decreased dramatically. The offensive is also slowly weakening. Until the last golden vine turned into nothing in the black fire. Only the lonely golden throne remained standing, and the surroundings were in ruins, with the ground covered with charred powder. Emily hovered around the throne, and after confirming that there was no danger, he raised his head towards Xu Changxing. Xu Changxing smiled slightly and walked closer. Yuji? I don't even know what she looks like. Chapter 42. Yuji recognized her master. Xu Changxing walked steadily to the side of the Huarui throne. At this moment, the golden throne seemed to sense the approaching danger and was shaking slightly. However, all the vines behind it were worn away, and the strength it had accumulated with great difficulty was gone in an instant. Faced with Xu Changxing's approach, it had no way to deal with it and was completely powerless. Xu Changxing walked straight forward and stretched out his hand slowly towards the closed pistol. Just when his fingertips were about to touch the pistol, a delicate and slender golden vine suddenly jumped out. This golden vine is far more dazzling than the previous ones, and it almost condenses the essence of the power of the Queen of the Thorns. Whoosh! The golden vine broke through the air, with a dangerous light flashing at the tip, and stabbed towards Xu Changxing. Be careful! Bai Lu exclaimed. However, Xu Changxing's expression did not change, only a sharp edge flashed between his palms. 8 ancient swords appeared in succession instantly. He shook his wrist lightly, and an ancient sword slashed out. When? The collision of the two was like the sound of metal and stone. Dang 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 dang. The remaining ancient swords also continued to cut at the same part of the golden vine. Click. With just a crisp sound, the golden vine broke. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, and the broken vines were just about to continue rising. Hiss tilde. Emily opened his snake mouth and aimed at the golden flower throne. The half-remaining vine froze, lost all life in an instant, and drooped down helplessly. It seems that he has lost all his strength and means. Xu Changxing nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, the flower stamen throne had completely lost the will to resist, and under Xu Changxing's sharp gaze, it trembled even more violently. Xu Changxing reached out his hand again and gently grasped the edge of the petals. The entire throne trembled. It was like he was holding some sensitive spot. Xu Changxing ignored it and slowly opened the petals with force. Sure tilde. A golden light emerged. Bai Lu and Liu Yangmai also looked inside curiously. As a result, the three of them saw a life form that looked like a girl curled up in the center of the pistol, but it had not yet fully formed. Its outline began to take on a human shape, and its skin was like translucent amber. The limbs are slender, with some vine tissue that has not completely transformed at the ends, slightly curled up, appearing weak and helpless. However, its head has taken shape, with scattered golden hair and a few strands of hair sticking to the face which is not yet completely clear. The facial features are vaguely visible but still blurry. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Xu Changxing opened his thin lips. Bai Lu, oh. Liu Yangmai. Sirue Yuji. Listen to yourself, is this human language? Like he didn't notice anything was wrong at all. Xu Changxing said calmly, as long as you are willing to stay by my side, I have countless human delicacies for you to choose from. Also, if you want to leave in the future, I will send you off at will. Bai Lu looked at Xu Changxing suspiciously. Liu Yangmai rolled her beautiful eyes and looked up at the branches above her head. However, the queen of Tsirue seemed to be bewitched, and she shook her slender golden vine twice. It seems to be saying, "Are you serious? Don't disbelieve me. Don't you see this snake? As long as you are willing to join, you will be treated the same as it." Am I Li? Xu Changxing kicked the rice grain that was sticking out its tongue aside and got closer to Ci Rui Yuji. At this distance, if it wanted to, it could even use the golden vine to directly pierce Xu Changxing's throat. Shua. Xu Changxing flipped his palm. Roasted pigs, cows, chickens and sheep fell to the ground one after another. Suddenly, an extremely rich meaty aroma wafted through the dense forest. Princess Jingguan Thorn was startled, and the golden vine shook. "Yes, this is all yours, you can eat as much as you want." The golden vine spread out with golden light. Mi Li immediately became alert, but Xu Changxing's face was calm and there was no ripple at all. The golden vine passed in front of Xu Changxing, but did not attack him. Instead, it swept across the roasted meat. However, Xu Changxing did not see the golden vine eating with relish. Instead, after observing for a while, I saw the golden vine suddenly jump up. It directly wrapped around the genitals of a male donkey. The golden vine wrapped around the donkey's whip and then pulled it out suddenly. Xu Changxing's expression was calm, but his legs trembled slightly. Russell Tilder. The golden vine was taken back. The donkey whip was also retracted into the pistil. The petals gradually close. I don't know how this carnivorous plant eats, but when it opened its petals again, the donkey whip had disappeared. Next, Jin Ting used the same method to devour the whips and testicles of the boars, bulls and rams. Then it started to absorb the meat from the whole, not quite whole roasted sheep and pigs. The golden vines pierced the bodies of the pigs and cows, just like sucking jelly. Their originally plump bodies began to shrivel up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xu Changxing stood there silently, without moving. Bai Lu and Liu Yangmai naturally followed him, waiting for Princess Ci Rui to have her meal. "How about it? Do you want to come with me?" After it finished its meal, Xu Changxing finally spoke. The slender golden vine shook, as if trying to express something. At this time, Mi Li leaned forward a little impatiently. The golden vine immediately stood at attention. It was cut into a flat surface, but the tip that had been restored now nodded up and down as if it was shaking its head. "Well, good boy, you made a wise choice." Xu Changxing nodded. "The other party will definitely grow into a king in the future. They are now enemies, and if he doesn't keep him under tight control, he might have to face revenge from the Queen of Tattoos at any time in the future. This is obviously not what Xu Changxing wants to see. Therefore, if the other party does not agree to go with him, Xu Changxing will kill him without hesitation. Uproot it. Burn till there is no ashes left. To prevent future troubles." But now that the other party agreed to leave with him, Xu Changxing looked at the flower stamen throne that had taken root in the ground and frowned slightly. "Can you be moved?" For some reason, the golden vine always felt that if it said no, it might suffer a devastating disaster. So after hesitating for a moment, it nodded. Seeing this, Xu Changxing's eyes lit up. If the other party had said no just now, he was indeed thinking of letting Mi Li do the talking and just spitting the other party to death with a gust of anger. After all, who knows if the other party is playing any tricks? But since this guy is so obedient, we can still keep him if we can master the method of controlling mutant creatures in the future. He would suddenly have an extra thorny queen who could resist on her own, or even directly destroy 3 zombie legions. Then should I pull you out of the soil? Xu Changxing looked at Ci Rui Yuji. However, just as he raised his hand, Ci Rui Yuji shook it violently. Rustle. The next moment, its roots that were originally deeply rooted in the soil, with a crash sound, pulled out suddenly. Then, 2 golden vines stretched out from the bottom of the throne in a strange posture. A pair of feet that looked like human beings, holding up the throne gracefully, stood in front of Xu Changxing. Oh, is this okay? Chapter 43, Subdue the Civet Cat Boss. Using some animal whips and balls, they got a future king. Xu Changxing was very satisfied. But he also had a headache. He didn't expect the legendary Queen of Thorns, the royal princess of Golden Thorns, is actually a guy who likes to eat whips. He stockpiled a lot of food. Rice, flour, grain, oil, meat, everything you need. But only this kind of thing. The only ones available were the whole pigs and cows that he had stockpiled. He has a lot of cut meat, but there are not many of them in whole pieces. Hey, let's take it one step at a time, huh? Wait. Shu Changxing suddenly thought of the zombies that were pierced by the golden vines and constantly sucking their flesh and blood. There seemed to be quite a few of them, but there was nothing underneath. Will it eat stale whip? Doesn't this mean that even zombies can be used? No wonder this guy wanted to go to war with the 3 corpse kings. I remember that the 3 corpse kings that were killed were all males, right? Shu Changxing felt as if he had discovered an incredible secret. Changxing, what should we do now? Bai Lu stood aside and looked at Shu Changxing. Although his face was calm, the emotions in his eyes changed from happy to shocked. He couldn't help but ask. Ahem. Shu Changxing came back to his senses, coughed, and looked at Jingguan Sirue Yuji. Do you know if there are any large-scale mutant groups in the mountains? Yuji nodded. Okay, then you take us there. Yuji's only remaining golden vine suddenly shook with great interest. Although the other party couldn't speak yet, Shu Changxing immediately felt what the other party wanted to express. You can eat the ones that were beaten to death, but not the ones that weren't. The golden vine suddenly wilted. Its thorn pointed in one direction, and the 2 feet at its roots walked in the mud, silently leading Shu Changxing and others forward. Let's go and take a look. Shu Changxing brought the 2 women and followed behind Yuji. It took about half a quarter of an hour. Shu Changxing, Bai Lu and the other 2 came to an even deeper forest. Every tree in this forest is extremely tall, and there are dark holes on the trunks. Liu Yangmai stepped on a branch, which broke with a slight sound. In an instant, countless heads popped out of the tree hole at the same time. Civet cat. Shu Changxing raised his eyebrows. His vegetable garden was attacked by a group of creatures that looked like civets. And he asked Yuji to take him to find the largest tribe in the mountains, and it turned out to be this group of civet cats. Looking closely, there seems to be no obvious mutation on the exposed heads of these civets. However, there was a larger civet cat that completely stuck its body out of the tree hole. But Shu Changxing saw something unusual. The civet cat's leg muscles are extremely well developed, tight and full of explosive power. There is a flying membrane similar to that of a flying squirrel under its 2 arms, connecting its forelimbs and hind limbs. It now seems that the culprits that destroyed his vegetable garden are these civet cats with round heads and even round ears. Are you the eldest brother of your tribe? Shu Changxing looked at the civet cat jumping not far in front of him and felt the aura emanating from it. It should be around level 3, about to become level 4. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The civet cat was more than 1 meter tall and must have looked quite imposing. But with its round ears, its aura changes. I don't want to beat you to death, otherwise it will be troublesome when the new king of your tribe is born. How about this? I won't use my supernatural powers, I will defeat you, and your tribe will submit to me. How about that? Shu Changxing's eyes were as sharp as torches, staring directly at the civet cat leader. Squeak. The civet cat seemed very angry. Shu Changxing raised his eyebrows. So, you don't want to? Squeak, squeak, squeak. The civet cat screamed a few times and then rushed directly towards Shu Changxing. Although I couldn't understand what it was saying, some of the words were self-evident, and the curses were probably pretty dirty. Shu Changxing smiled. This is your own choice. He asked the 2 women and Yuji to retreat together. I went to meet him. At the moment, speaking only of his physical fitness, although he is not a person with physical evolution abilities, he has dual abilities, and every advancement in his abilities brings benefits to his body. Others are experiencing single-fold growth, but he is experiencing double happiness. So even though this civet cat is a mutant beast and its power far exceeds that of humans at the same level, he is not afraid to become an enemy of it. What he has to do is to defeat the opponent in the area where he is good at, and make this guy submit to him wholeheartedly. It would be great if there was some mind control skill. I wonder if Bai Lu has a chance to awaken such a power. As he rushed towards the civet cat, this thought popped into Shu Changxing's mind. But soon, he was brought back to his senses by the wind blowing in his ears. Bang! The 2 men bumped their fists together, testing each other's strength. One touch and you retreat. Then, the civet cat leader's eyes gleamed with excitement. It could feel that the human strength in the previous punch was just average. The advantage is in it. With confidence, the civet cat leader immediately stepped back, almost flying, and pounced towards Shu Changxing. Xu Changxing used only 10% of his strength in his previous test. After feeling the power of the civet cat boss, he had an idea in his mind. He dodged to the side, and the civet cat leader missed his target, and its sharp claws scraped across his clothes. Without waiting for it to adjust its body, Xu Changxing took a step forward, stretched out his hand quickly, and prepared to grab its neck. The civet cat leader had also eaten a lot of vegetarian food, so he reacted quickly and twisted his waist to avoid Xu Changxing's grab. Call out. Its long tail swung towards Xu Changxing's wrist like a whip. Xu Changxing pretended to grab its tail in his palm. Squeak. The civet cat leader was startled when he saw this, and he vigilantly swung his tail, jumped high, opened his mouth and showed his sharp teeth, and bit towards Xu Changxing's shoulder. Xu Changxing raised his leg and kicked lightly, kicking out with the force of thunder. Bang! A muffled sound. The leader of the civet cats was kicked in the abdomen and immediately fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Xu Changxing didn't give it a chance to react and used his Chilean arm. It accurately caught the civet leader's neck and lifted it up. Squeak! The civet boss struggled desperately, kicking his limbs and trying to tear open the restraints with his sharp teeth and claws. However, Xu Changxing didn't want to listen to its cry. Raise your hand. Bang! A slap landed directly on the civet cat leader's face. The civet cat leader was stunned for a moment, and his expression became dull. The raccoons were also confused. I've never seen the boss get slapped in the face. Bai Lu and Liu Yangmai were also stunned. This man slapped a boss in the face in front of so many of his subordinates. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Bang! Xu Changxing slapped him again. Are you convinced? Squeak, squeak, squeak. The civet cat leader came to his senses and struggled even more violently. Xu Changxing didn't indulge it either. Bang! Are you convinced? Bang! Are you convinced? Par 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 par. Are you convinced? Just when Xu Changxing asked again. The civet cat leader took advantage of the moment when he raised his hand and nodded his head. Squeak, squeak, squeak. I'm convinced, I'm really convinced. After you ask me, please give me a chance to answer. You don't even give anything, and I'll beat you after you ask. This slap was so loud, it was amazing. Squeak. I am so mad. Liu Yangmai, who was standing by, saw this slightly familiar scene and her eyelids twitched. It seems like there was an unlucky guy in the pond who was electrocuted several times in this way. Also, if she had not accepted Xu Changxing's invitation. Will he spank me every day? Liu Yan pursed her red lips slightly. Chapter 44 Intruder. This chick is quite interesting. Are you convinced? Xu Changxing looked at the civet cat boss in his hand, who had a resentful look on his face, curled his lips slightly, and let go of his hand. However, in an instant, the civet cat leader was freed from his restraints and rushed directly towards Xu Changxing. It threw a punch and a violent wind blew up. Xu Changxing was not surprised and punched out again. Swish! The two collided with each other, causing a loud bang. Squeak! The civet cat boss's claws were instantly smashed into a bloody mess by the huge impact force. It screamed and flew backwards. The civet cats watching in the surrounding tree holes were all shocked. My heart was shocked. Their boss is so vulnerable. This human being is simply a devil. He slapped their boss again, and was so cruel. A terrifying aura burst out from Xu Changxing's body, and his sword intent was overwhelming. Looking at the civet cat leader flying backwards, Xu Changxing stepped closer. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The civet cats around suddenly cried out anxiously. However, no one dared to approach Xu Changxing, afraid of being beaten into pieces. Squeak! The leader of the civet cats cried miserably, and when he saw Xu Changxing walking towards him, fear flashed in his eyes. Originally, it thought that this human had just attacked it by surprise when it was not prepared. That's why I want to fight back when the other party lets go. But the opponent's punch completely woke it up. Even though it was about to reach level 4, it was still no match for this human. Swish! Suddenly, 8 ancient swords appeared out of thin air, hovering around Xu Changxing and circling him continuously. Xu Changxing is made to look like a sword god. Call out. All the ancient swords were pointing directly at the civet cat boss's brow, showing their sharp edges. Squeak! The civet cat boss was really convinced this time. It dragged its injured body, crawled up, and then knelt down directly in front of Xu Changxing. The hairy head, covered in blood, lay on the ground. Xu Chanxing smiled and said, "If you had been obedient earlier, you wouldn't have suffered such an injury." He looked down at the civet cat boss and said, "As your master, I will give you a name. From now on, you will be called Xiaobar." Squeak! Xiaobar buried his head even lower. "Get up." Xu Chanxing spoke calmly and suddenly raised his hand. In a blink of an eye, bananas, apples, pears and other various fruits almost covered the entire forest. Fruity aroma. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The civet cats on the trees were startled instantly. Their round eyes widened. How could this human being summon so many delicious foods with just a wave of his hand? Is he their god? Xu Chanxing said calmly, "I still have a lot of sweet fruits that haven't mutated. From today on, as long as you are obedient, I will let you enjoy a feast every once in a while." Squeak, squeak, squeak. The civets screamed in surprise. If you ignore their lower bodies, each one looks like a cute panda that can understand human language. Xu Chanxing waved to the white deer and the other man, "Come here, let them recognize your appearance." Bai Lu and Liu Yangmai approached. Xu Chanxing said to Xiao Bie, "This is my companion. Let your tribe remember that these people, including the flower seat and the snake, are not allowed to move." Squeak! Xiaobar nodded repeatedly. "Your strength is still too weak." Xu Chanxing waved his hand, and 10 milky white mysterious crystal cores fell in front of Xiaobar. "Take them and advance to level 4 as soon as possible." Xu Chanxing ordered, "I can feel that you are about to break through. After you break through, bring your tribe and drive away all the mutant creatures on this mountain." Squeak! Xiaobar nodded. "One more thing. When the blood cloud appears, immediately enter the tree hole and block the hole to avoid being soaked by rain. Do you understand?" Squeak! Xiaobar nodded again. "Go ahead. After you advance, your injuries will be greatly alleviated." Xu Chanxing waved his hand. After Xiaobar completely surrendered, he regarded Xu Chanxing as his boss, just like other civet cats surrendered to him, and was respectful to him. It lowered its head and took a few steps back, then turned around and raised its head, letting out a dull roar. The civets in the tree holes jumped out instantly and started moving the fruits on the ground. It itself practiced directly on the ground. Seeing this, Xu Chanxing also prepared to go home with the two women. There are too many mutant creatures on the mountain. Since civets are the largest group, letting them clean up the other mutant creatures is undoubtedly the best choice. In the fortress villa, Zhao Peina, who stayed at home, suddenly opened her eyes. Finally reached level 4. A shocking wave erupted from her body, and a terrifying pressure surged. But soon, she restrained her aura and exhaled slightly. Immediately, a look of joy appeared on her face. "Now that I have reached level 4, I will definitely be able to help my sister and him." She just wanted to feel her own power. Suddenly, a scream was heard outside the villa. "R!" Zhao Panner was stunned and quickly turned around to look. As a result, she saw 3 people climbing up the wall, wearing insulating protective equipment on their hands and feet. Although high-voltage electricity is useless to them, their wall does have other defensive measures. One of the men was stabbed in the heart by a dagger that suddenly popped out. After a scream, the dagger twisted violently. The man died instantly. "Damn it! Jump in!" However, the other 2 also took the opportunity to jump into the manor. After seeing the fortress villa, they had a clear goal and ran straight over. Intruder! Zhao Panner was stunned at first. But she quickly realized that she was already a level 4 mutant. These people have such a hard time even climbing the wall, it's not certain if they are supernatural beings. There is no need to be afraid of them. If I eliminate these invaders, my sister and he will definitely praise me, right? Zhao Panner's eyes sparkled. Click! The door of the fortress villa itself was not locked. So the 2 men rushed in straight away. Fortunately, Xu Chanxing didn't set any traps here, otherwise, with their recklessness, they might have died on the spot without Zhao Peina having to take any action. It's a woman. The 2 men were one tall and one short, one fat and one thin, and each held a machete and an axe in their hands. When the tall and fat man saw Zhao Peina, he was instantly struck by her beauty and almost had a nosebleed. There is such stuff. The short and thin man also had a lustful expression on his face and looked Zhao Peina up and down. This little black stocking, these big white legs, this little face. But when his eyes fell on the snacks and pastries on the coffee table next to him, his eyes widened. Little girl, stand there and don't move. Or I'll kill you. The short and thin man uttered the harsh words and showed the axe in his hand, with the evil and lustful light in his eyes not concealed at all. When the brothers have eaten and drunk enough and have enough energy, we will let you have a good time. 2 tigers exploring the cave will definitely satisfy you. Although the tall and fat man was also very interested in Zhao Peina, he was too hungry now, and ran straight towards the pile of his favorite snacks before the end of the world. He nodded as he ran. Yes, I'm going to take the dry road this time. He ran to the coffee table, knelt down, and started picking up the bags of bread with his hands. Tear open the bag. Finish one in one gulp. Just as he was about to eat the next one, he paused. Why can't I hear anything? The tall fat man turned his head to see what his companion was doing. However, just this one glance almost scared him to death. Oh my god. Chapter 45. Zhao Peina seems to be a sickly. A few steps away from the tall and fat man stood a graceful woman with her legs wrapped in black stockings, exuding an indescribable charm. The woman has a cute expression and her eyes are innocent and pure. Such a beauty should make one's blood boil, but at this moment, the tall and fat man's blood is about to freeze into ice. It was because the woman was holding the head of his companion in her hand. The expression on the short and thin man's face even contained a hint of mockery that had not yet faded. The lust in his eyes had not dissipated, but his head and body were now separated, and his neck was covered with flesh. The tall and fat man suddenly realized that his companion's head seemed to have been ripped off by the woman in front of him. The short and thin man's headless body stood still, maintaining the standing posture for the last second. When the two brothers looked at each other, the short and thin man's body fell to the ground with a thump. The tall and fat man's legs trembled with fear. He was originally half kneeling on the ground, but now he sat down directly. When did this woman start? Is she a ghost? Zhao Peina was staring at the other person at this moment. After pulling the short and thin man's brain out alive, her mood suddenly changed. In the past, she had to lie in bed sickly every day. But now, she can also possess such powerful power. In the future, her body can only be controlled by her sister, and him. No, don't kill me. The tall fat man was almost frightened to death. This woman killed his buddy, and now she is staring at him without saying a word. How scary. He's really broken. He couldn't even hold the machete in his hand tightly, and it fell to the ground with a clang. A tiny mark was knocked into the floor. Zhao Peina's eyes turned cold instantly, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a dangerous and sick smile. You dare to destroy my brother's house? Unforgivable tilder. What? I'm not sure. Before the tall and fat man finished his words, Zhao Peina's figure left a shadow in the air. He widened his eyes in horror, and the woman's lovely but now Shura-like face was reflected in his pupils. There was no time to let out a cry of surprise. The woman's seemingly slender and delicate hands had clamped his head tightly like a pair of steel pliers. Bright red blood instantly gushed out from between his fingers, flowing freely along the man's cheeks and neck. Click. Zhao Peina's 5 fingers are so strong that they can even penetrate into a man's brain. She lifted the other person up by force. He grabbed the man's neck with one hand, causing his eyes to widen and his face to turn purple. Shua. A twist and a pull. Muscles are torn and tendons are broken. The man's head was pulled out by the roots. Blood instantly gushed out from the broken neck like a high-pressure water gun, splashing all over the woman. I hate it. I soiled the clothes my brother gave me. Zhao Peina walked aside with disgust and opened the window. Use a sudden force. The head flew into the pond. Xiaoji jumped up instantly and bit it. 2 clicks. The entire head was eaten by it. But my brother probably won't say anything about me, tilder. At this time, Xu Changxing, Bai Lu and others also returned to the gate of the manor. Just walked in. Xu Changxing saw a head flying out. However, due to the limited viewing angle, the shadow soon disappeared. He raised his eyebrows. Bai Lu also saw it, and her expression changed. Something happened to Peina. Xu Changxing shook his head. According to the time, Peina should have reached level 4 by now. I'm afraid no one can pose a threat to her. That's a man's head. Liu Yangmai said. Let's go in quickly. Bai Lu was still a little worried. Xu Changxing walked into the fortress villa. Then I saw Zhao Peina, wearing black stockings, preparing to throw the two bodies on the ground into the pond. He waved his hand behind him and said to Zhao, "Put it down and give it food." At this time, Yuji came to the door, and two golden vines without being stained by mud walked into the gate. A slender golden vine slowly stretched out from the throne and reached towards the bloodstain on the ground. First, it drank up the blood, and then the golden vine rolled towards the body of the short and thin man in Zhao Panna's hand. This. Zhao Panna was a little surprised. She stretched her arms forward so that the golden vines could better wrap around the body. However, Jinting felt the corpse for a moment, and then slowly reached down to the short and thin man. Through the clothes, roll it up, and then pull it hard. Even the intestines and eggs were pulled off. Zhao Panna. There was a hint of shock in her lovely eyes. I watched helplessly as the golden vine retracted its throne and its petals opened and closed. When I opened it again, those things were gone. Jinting pulled off the tall and fat man's thing again. Finally, it began to devour the flesh and blood of the two men. Their whole process was smooth and elegant, just like eating Western food. Soon the entire living room was cleaned up, as if the two men had never appeared at all. Xu Chanxing's eyelids twitched, but he still explained, "This is Xiaobar, our future partner." "I understand." Zhao Panna nodded, and then a hint of joy appeared in her eyes. "Brother Chanxing, I am also level 4. She looked at Xu Chanxing eagerly, like a little girl waiting for praise. "That's great. Thanks to Panna, we were able to keep our home this time." Xu Chanxing smiled. He was always generous in praising his companions. Bailu saw that Zhao Panna didn't look at him, but instead stared at Xu Chanxing without blinking. My heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could it be that Panna has fallen in love with Chanxing? She always came to me for praise before. Bailu became suspicious. Liu Yangmai looked at the two sisters with an interested light flashing in her eyes. Xu Chanxing still had things to do, so he turned and walked out the door, waving to Jingguan Tsirue Yuji, "Xiaobar, come here." Yuji followed Xu Chanxing obediently. Bailu, Liu Yangmai and others also came out. Xu Chanxing walked around the fortress villa. Then a suitable place was found. He pointed to an open space next to the secret door of the fortress and said, "You can take root here." Then, he waved his hand, and suddenly tens of thousands of pounds of fresh flesh and blood appeared. The little kid in the pond had just eaten 2 human heads and was savoring the taste. As a result, I was attracted by the fragrance and suddenly opened my eyes. It wanted to climb out, but the smooth brick wall made it difficult to climb. Even if you finally climb up, there is a circle of electric wires connecting the edge of the pond to the brick wall. As soon as you step on it, you will be electrocuted to a crisp. This caused it to frantically scratch at the tiles at the bottom of the pond, but there was nothing it could do. Roar! Roar! Xu Chanxing heard the guy's roar, but ignored it. It is actually not difficult to tame wild animals. It is nothing more than using both kindness and severity, with emphasis on training. In fact, not only animals, but even humans can be trained to become what they want. In his previous life, Xu Chanxing had never used this trick on Xu Shiqing, but after living a new life, he understood it. That bitch uses this trick on him every day. Eat it. Grow more vines as soon as possible. It would be best if you could split off and create a few more piranha plants. Xu Chanxing allowed Xiaobar to eat as much as he wanted. It seemed like she had never expected the host to be so generous. Yuji was stunned for a moment, and then happily enjoyed the meal. As the flesh and blood decreased little by little, the vines that were originally burned by the rice grains began to extend again. Golden and shining.